Welcome to the General Affairs Committee. My name is John Lowe, and I represent the 37th District, and I am chair of this committee. Our hearing today is part of the legislative process. This is your opportunity to express your thoughts and opinions on proposed legislation before us today. Committee members might come and go during the hearing. This is just all part of the process. They will have bills to introduce in other committees on occasion. We are very busy this time of year. The order of the bills has been posted outside the hearing room, and the first bill up today will be LB 72. I ask you to abide by the following procedures to facilitate today's meetings. Please silence or turn off your cell phones or electronic devices. I just got in, so done. And the committee may be referring back to their phones or computers, but I assure you they're just researching things for either this committee or bills that they may be coming up on. Please move to the reserved chairs in the front row as you prepare to testify, so please move forward as your turn is approaching. And the proponents can now move forward on LB 72, so we kind of have an idea of who's going to be testifying. The introducing, and Senator Aguilar, you can just go ahead and take that front seat there if you want. The introducing senator will make his introduction and remarks, followed by the proponents, then opponents, and then those in the neutral. Closing remarks will be reserved for the introducing senator of the bill. If you're planning to testify today, pick up one of the green sheets on either side of the room on the tables that you see on the corners there. Please make sure you can print clearly your name and your phone number so we can report accurately who's testified today. And this will be the way that the transcribers will contact you if they need verification on what you said. So make sure you print very clearly on the green sheets. If you do not want to testify but wish to report that you were here, there are white sheets on the table. You can fill those out and it will go on the official record that you were here, and it indicates whether you are a proponent, opponent, or in the neutral on the bill. If you have handouts, we ask you to bring 10 to the committee and hand them to one of the pages so it can be distributed to the committee. If you do not have 10 copies, please let the pages know and they will try to facilitate copies for you. When you come up to testify, please speak clearly into the microphone. State your name and then spell your whole name, first and last. Again, this is so that it is recorded correctly. We will be using the light system today, and we will be going with a 3-minute time limit. So please judge your time accordingly. You'll be given 2 minutes on the green light, 1 minute on the yellow, and then once the red light turns on, you are pretty much done. So quickly finish up. No displays of support or opposition for a bill, local or vocal or otherwise, will be allowed. The committee members with us today will introduce themselves, starting at my very far right with Senator Brewer.
Tom Brewer, District 43, which is 11 counties of western Nebraska.
John Cavanaugh, District 9, which is Midtown Omaha.
Oh, sorry. Jana Hughes, District 24, Seward, York, Polk, and a little bit of Butler County.
Brian Harden, District 48, Banner County, Kimball County, Scottsbluff County.
Rick Holcroft, District 36, West and South Sarpy County.
Jane Raybold, Legislative District 28, the center or the heart of Lincoln.
And Senator Hughes is the vice chair of our committee. Lori Holman is committee counsel. Ben Earnhardt is committee clerk. And our pages for today are Landon and Luke. Landon is a history and poli-sci major, and Luke, you're poli-sci? Yes, I'm a poli-sci major. And with that, Senator Aguilar, welcome to the General Affairs Committee.
Thank you, Chairman Lowe. Good afternoon, and members of the General Affairs Committee. I'm Senator Ray Aguilar, spelled RayAguilar, and I represent Legislative District 35, which happens to include Fauner Park and Grand Island. Today, I'm introducing LB 72 on behalf of the Fauner Park Racetrack Facility. LB 72 provides for a change in the definition of gross proceeds in the Nebraska County, City, and Lottery Funds Act. For some history on this act, the Nebraska County and City Lottery Act allows for and regulates, among other things, the conduct of keno lotteries by cities and counties for community betterment purposes. The act defines gross proceeds to not only include wagers by keno players, but also include admission costs collected by any keno operator or satellite locations. As such, any admission costs collected by a keno location must be remitted to the county as part of the keno revenues for that location. Presumably, this definition was passed to ensure that no location could profit by merely offering access to activities granted by a government license. However, some larger locations that offer keno may have areas that require an admission fee and other areas of the same facility that do not. In those situations, the Department of Revenue has determined that keno may not be offered in the admission fee areas unless those admission fees are remitted to the city or county. This causes such locations to offer keno in some portions of the facility, but not in others. Licensed racetrack enclosures are particularly affected by this rule. Several racetracks in Nebraska offer keno, but the clubhouse, turf club, and VIP areas of such facilities will not offer keno because of the admission fee rule. This costs significant revenues to local governments as well as the racetracks because keno may be particularly popular with those patrons. LB 72 specifically asks to change the definition of gross proceeds so that if a facility offers keno in one area that is free of admission charges, then the same facility may also offer keno in an admission garden area. The original intent of the bill is still kept intact, where a location cannot profit by merely offering access to keno. But this allows the flexibility for larger facilities to offer keno throughout the entire facility if patrons may participate in the keno lottery in a free area. There are representatives from Fauner Park who will follow me to answer any specific questions about the purpose of this change. I actually introduced this bill to this committee last session, and it passed on an 8-0 unanimous vote. The bill was selected for consent calendar, but due to time constraints, did not make the floor. Thank you, and I'll be happy to try to answer any questions that I can.
Thank you, Senator Aguilar. Are there any questions? Seeing none, will you stay for close? Okay. I will now call on proponents of the bill. Are there proponents? Welcome.
Thank you. Hello, my name is Mark Landis, Marklandis, and I'm a financial analyst at Fauner Park. Fauner Park supports this bill and appreciates Senator Aguilar's work on this. Each spring, Fauner Park attracts thousands of visitors to our live races, including our biggest days, Saturday, where any given Saturday can attract anywhere between 5,000 and 7,000 people. Fauner Park offers keno to our patrons, and because people are already at the races to place a bet or two, keno is very popular on those days. However, the most popular area at the track is the clubhouse, which can hold about 1,700 people and generally sells out. Unfortunately, though, because of this law, we cannot offer keno to the clubhouse patrons because there's a seating charge for that area. The Department of Revenue has informed us that a seating charge is the same as admission charge, And so we would have to remit all of our clubhouse sales to the county if we offered keno in the clubhouse. So therefore, we don't do it. We hope that the legislature will change the definition of gross proceeds so that we can also offer keno to our clubhouse patrons. We estimate that the current law costs Hall County about $30,000 to $50,000 each year in net keno proceeds, as well as the state's 2% of keno wagers, and of course, Farmer Parks Commission. This problem likely affects other licensed racetrack enclosures, including Omaha, and they probably have the same experience as us, although I can't speak to that, but I'm assuming they do. Any other large venues, such as large sports bars that offer keno but have separate areas with cover charges for things like live performances, could also benefit from this rule change. We appreciate your consideration of this bill. This small change would help keno at licensed racetrack facilities and the associated counties. And if you have any questions, I'll be happy to answer them. Also, Fauna Park CEO Chris Katulak is here behind me. He will also be happy to answer any questions, although he's going to speak on the next bill as well. So.
All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Landis. Are there any questions? So there is keno allowed in the general admission area
Correct. Yeah,
and just not in the seated clubhouse area?
exactly. Or the turf club.
Okay.
Yep.
And when is the first race?
On Friday, it will be at 3 o'clock, and on Saturdays and Sundays, 1:30 p.m. And so we're usually done by 6 o'clock. We're done before dark because we don't have lights over the racetrack.
All right, thank you. Yes, Senator Rabel.
Yes, thank you so much, Mr. Landis. And just to clarify, basically, you just don't want to be taxed on the gross proceeds of admission to any clubhouse.
Correct. If we sell a table at the clubhouse and we offer keno, we have to give the entire table sale to the county. So the entire cost of it. So of course we won't do that.
Okay, great, thank you.
All right, any other questions? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Other proponents? Seeing none. Opponents to LB 72. Are there any opponents? Seeing none. Those in the neutral? Seeing none. Senator Aguilar waives closing. Close the hearing on LB 72. You will now hear from Senator Aguilar again on LB 73.
Good afternoon again, Chairman Lowe and members of the General Affairs Committee. My name is still Ray Aguilar, and still spelled Rayaguilar. I represent Legislative District 35, which is home to Fauna Park and the Nebraska State Fair. Today, I'm introducing LB 73. This bill amends some of the restrictions against grants being awarded to facilities that offer parimutuel wagering under the County Visitors Promotion Fund. For some background, this fund was established to give local governments the option to tax hotels and motels and distribute those tax dollars via grants that will in turn promote tourism. The law as presently written excludes any grants from being awarded to promote parimutuel wagering or to visitors' attractions where parimutuel wagering occurs. Fauna Park is a nonprofit organization with multiple operations that exist at the intersection of the agricultural, tourism, and entertainment industries. Fauna Park is not only Nebraska's premier racetrack, but is home to the Hall County Fair, Nebraska State Fair, Heartland Event Center, local and regional exhibition events, state and interstate sporting events, and is host to the Grand Island Livestock Complex Association Natural Agricultural Exhibition events. The Fauna Park campus is one of the most significant drivers of tourism in Hall County. The regional and national events held at the campus draw hundreds of thousands of out-of-town visitors to the campus each year. Most of these people will patronize area hotels and restaurants as well. Since the purpose of the program is to create a recursive cycle of attracting visitors to generate hotel and restaurant tax funds and using those funds to attract more visitors, the events at Fawner Park's campus are precisely the type of events for which this program was designed. However, because of pari-mutuel wagers occur in the racing operations at Fawner Park, a broad interpretation of the statute may eliminate Fawner Park from consideration for the county visitors promotion grants. Access to these grants would allow Fawner Park to expand, improve, or construct upon the existing grounds, as well as acquire or expand exhibits at the grounds. In accordance with statute L 813720, because other racetracks may be located at fairgrounds. For example, currently, the Columbus and Hastings racetracks are located at fairgrounds. This law would benefit those fairgrounds as well. LB 73 would change some of the restrictions against grants being awarded to the facilities that offer pari-mutuel wagering to be consistent with the original intent of the statute, but is also accommodate the situation at Fawner Park or similar racetrack facilities. The proposed language allows grants to be awarded to a licensed racetrack enclosure only if it is the site of a county fair and state fair, are typically held at large complexes, which may also serve as entertainment or cultural destinations. The proposed language does not, however, permit grants to be awarded to racetracks that do not serve these additional local tourism functions. All other language regarding pari-mutuel racing is stricken to avoid confusion. Representatives from Fawner Park are here today to testify and answer specific questions you may have. This bill was introduced to the Government Committee last year, and it passed again on an 8-0 unanimous vote. The bill was selected for consent calendar, but due to time constraints, did not make the floor. Thank you, and I'll be happy to try to answer any questions you have.
Thank you, Senator Aguilar. Are there any questions? Seeing none? Thank you. Will you stick around for closing? Are there any proponents for LB 73?
Good morning, Chairman Lowe, committee. Thank you. My name is Brad Mellema, BRADMELLEMA, Director of the Hall County Convention and Visitors Bureau, Grand Island Tourism, and it's an honor to sit in front of you today. Grand Island is home to the Nebraska State Fair, Husker Harvest Days, the Exarban Livestock Show, Fawner Park Thoroughbred Racing, Sandhill Crane Migration, and the 4-H National Shooting Sports Competition. We're an events-driven town. 4 of those 6 events that I just mentioned to you happen at Fawner Park, okay? And so Fawner Park is a key cog in the tourism business, not only of Grand Island, but of Nebraska. Some of the biggest and best events that we host in this state happen there. When Fawner Park's busy, our town is busy. Fawner Park's busy, you're gonna wait a little longer to get a restaurant seat. That's tourism. We work with them and partner with them all the time on events. Thoroughbred racing and pari-mutuel wagering is a part of their business. It has been for 70. There you go. They're shaking their head. 70 years, a long time. And as such, it's a key part of Fawner Park. These funds, however, aren't specifically targeted to go to that component of Fawner Park, but we're simply asking for clarity in this language, the statutes that were set up, I believe, in the early 80s, that would allow us to use those grant funds for those other activities that happen on the Fawner Park campus that drive tourism. And so these would be just like any other applicant, any other nonprofit or any other governmental entity that is able to drive tourism would then be able to use those funds and offers clarity to us as to that bifurcation or that delineation of how Fawner Park is a unique place. So back to if Fawner Park put an application in for a new starting gate at the track, That isn't going to happen. That's part of pari-mutuel wagering. But there are places on the campus, for example, the concourse has been used for events. This weekend, we have the state cheer and dance competition. They have used that in the past. Maybe some improvements to that, but it's also used for the pari-mutuel wagering or horse races at times. And so would it make sense for us to do an application for improvements to that to help with those other events? It probably would, but its primary purpose is not the pari-mutuel wagering. Do you see where we're going with this? And so that is the reason or the purpose for the clarity in this legislation, and we hope that you'll consider that in the affirmative. I'd be happy to answer any questions anyone might have.
Thank you, Ms. Millen. Are there any questions? Senator Rabel.
Yes, thank you so much for coming to testify. So some of the grants that you would be applying for now would include like capital investments and improvements to the facility.
That's correct. In the legislation that we operate under right now, the statutes, that fund is designed for, we call it brick and mortar. There is a marketing component to that as well, which is a bit of a broad interpretation, perhaps. What does that actually mean? But its primary purpose is for visitor improvements. So these are new or improved facilities. And this is true for all counties, including Lancaster, where your district is, where if they were to apply for those funds, it might be a new portion of a building that helps improve whatever it would be, workflow, those kinds of things. And so Fauner Park is simply asking for that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you, Mr. Millen.
Thank you.
Next, proponents.
Senators and staff of the committee, thank you for having me. My name is Chris Katulak, Chriskotulak. I was born and raised in Midtown Omaha. I've been in the horse racing industry for 45 years of my 60 years and the gaming industry for roughly 30 years as well, specifically casino gaming. This bill, LB 73, does not have a lot to do with that, but Fauner Park obviously is the host of gaming, but we also host the aforementioned events that occur on our property that Brad Mellum of the CVB mentioned. The Grand Island Livestock Complex Authority, GILCA, is huge for the community of Grand Island specifically. And for Fauner Park, these funds are necessary to help for those shows. They're livestock shows. And the majority of these exhibitors that come and have any livestock show at Fauner Park, be it a cattle show or a llama show or a goat show, you name it. Many of these exhibitors and these associations that produce these events are accustomed to going to venues and having that venue be heavily subsidized by some sort of state funding. Brookings, South Dakota, the Iowa State Fair. The Lancaster Event Center is a event that attracts a lot of livestock shows as well. We would not get hardly any of these shows in Grand Island were it not for the subsidies from the Grand Island Convention and Visitors Bureau. A show might cost $60,000 for a show to happen at Fauner Park for a GILCA show. And these exhibitors might be accustomed to only paying maybe $30,000 or $40,000 to have their show. Why? Because those facilities are subsidized and staffed heavily by state or other local funding. Not as much or at all here with the GILCA shows. So that's where the Convention and Visitors Bureau steps up with funding. The show's going to cost you $60,000. We'll give you $20,000 or $30,000 to help pay that bill to Fauner Park. Fauner Park needs these subsidies for these shows to come. The city of Grand Island needs these shows to come more than Fauner Park needs them to come. We have these livestock buildings, and they are for livestock shows and other shows. They're not part of the gaming portfolio of Fauner Park, and it's necessary to help with the maintenance of these buildings. I know that in case you're thinking about what many people think about now, and that's that, oh, well, you've got a casino now at Fawner Park, that'll take care of everything. It will not take care of everything. And what we gain from a casino is significantly less than what many people think. And then we need to split that with the horsemen for purse money. So thank you for your time. I would love any questions if you have any, but I certainly support LB 73 to what Brad Melma has mentioned already.
Thank you, Mr. Katulak. Are there any questions? How much money is generally in the account, in a fund annually?
Well, I can't speak annually to what Brad Melma has in the CVB account. Brad might be able to answer that, but I know it's a lot of, I won't say robbing Peter to pay Paul, but Brad has a bit of a shell game that he has to do to balance to have that money retained so he can entice visitors to come and exhibitors to come to Grand Island.
Okay. Do you know how much is awarded from a single entity into the grant?
I could say this. I would say that GILCA, the Grand Island Livestock Complex Authority, will receive from Grand Island CVB funding, I would say anywhere between $50,000 to possibly $100,000 a year. And I know that Brad gets a little bit more than that, but probably not a whole heck of a lot. So a good percentage of what he receives for his funding goes towards getting those shows into Grand Island. And then, of course, that is less than he can offer elsewhere in his needs or what is asked of him as a CVB director.
All right. Thank you. Any other questions? Seeing none. Thank you.
Thank you.
Other proponents to LB 73? Any other proponents? Opponents to LB 73? Are there opponents? Are there any in the neutral? Ray, you're getting off easy. Senator Aguilar, would you wish to close? He waves at us again. Have a good afternoon, Senator Aguilar. We will now move to LB 168. Okay. We'll stand at ease for a few minutes here. We moved too quickly for Senator Bostar. And just to let everybody know, we will probably take a break about 4 o'clock just for convenience purposes, if we go that long. Senator Bostar, welcome to the General Affairs Committee.
Thank you, and good afternoon, Chairman Lowe, members of the General Affairs Committee. For the record, my name is Elliot Bostar. That's ELIOTBOSTAR, and I represent Legislative District 29. I'm here today to present LB 168. In 2020, Nebraska voters approved a ballot measure that expanded gambling in Nebraska. Then, through the Nebraska Racetrack Gaming Act, the Nebraska Legislature created the regulatory framework to carry out the will of the voters. This framework authorized sports wagering at Nebraska casinos. However, a provision in the Nebraska Racetrack Gaming Act, added late in the process, prevents Nebraskans from wagering on in-state collegiate sporting events in which a Nebraska college or university team is a participant. However, the act does allow wagering when those very same Nebraska teams are playing out of state. LB 168 seeks to increase consistency in our gaming regulations by allowing Nebraskans to wager on all Nebraska collegiate sporting events, regardless of where they are being played. LB 168 would direct the tax revenue generated by sports wagering on Nebraska teams playing in Nebraska to the Nebraska Opportunity Grant Fund. The Nebraska Opportunity Grant, or NOG program, is administered by the Coordinating Commission for Post-Secondary Education and is the state of Nebraska's only need-based financial aid program for post-secondary students. The NOG program provides financial aid to students who are residents of Nebraska, have not earned a bachelor's, graduate, or professional degree, have high financial need and who are attending eligible Nebraska colleges and universities to earn a degree or credential. In the 2021-22 program year, over 13,000 students received a Nebraska Opportunity Grant totaling $22,691,467 in awards. The average grant award was $1,720. However, more than 15,000 students who qualified for grants did not receive them due to a lack of NOG funds. LB 168 would increase funding for the NOG, allowing the program to provide additional financial assistance to Nebraska students. In closing, LB 168 is not about expanded gambling. Nebraska teams playing in Nebraska are already subject to sports betting, just not in Nebraska. But across the country, people are betting on Nebraska teams, regardless of where they're playing. LB 168 is about fairness and consistency in our laws. This bill also makes it easier for Nebraska post-secondary students to afford their education. Thank you for your time this afternoon. I would encourage you to support LB 168, and I'd be happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you, Senator Bostar. Are there any questions? Senator Rabel.
Good afternoon, Senator Bostar. Thank you for coming here. Help me understand, why was there a carve out for betting
Yeah,
out of, in the state of Nebraska or out of the state of, how did that start?
yeah, that's a good question. Sorry, I shouldn't have looked over towards Senator Cavanaugh. That was an error. It was added sort of at the last minute in order to, I believe, gain one more vote for the bill package. It was not in the initial statutes that this very committee put together when creating the gambling framework for the state of Nebraska. It was added on the floor at the last minute, like I said. And it was the desire of one particular senator to include this inconsistency in our law. And that's why it was put in. But the thought was that, I believe, if I recall, at the time, that, you know, we needed one more vote just to make sure the bill could pass. And this was effectively the price paid to get one more vote. And now we have an opportunity to fix our mistakes and to correct the law so that we aren't treating athletic competitions differently just based on the geography of where the games are being played. Truly, regardless of what you think of gambling and sports betting, and I personally don't participate, but we should treat it consistently. And that's what we're trying to do here.
Okay, thank you very much for the historical
Thank you for the question.
reference.
Yep, it was AM 1427 by Pansing Brooks.
That sounds right.
Yeah, that a vote of 31-4-10 was where the amendment came from on the floor.
Okay, thank you.
Are there any other questions? Seeing none, will you stay to close, Senator Bostar?
Absolutely.
All right. You don't want to go back here.
Thank you.
Yes. Are there those proponents? And if you wish to testify on the bill, please move forward so we kind of have an idea where we're at.
Lynn McNally, LYNNE-MCNALLY, representing Warhorse Casino, Lincoln, Omaha, and South Sioux City. We're here to testify in support of Senator Bostar's bill. As he mentioned, Senator Pansing Brooks thought that this would help somehow ease stress on the kids. She kept calling it the kids in the state, that they might be susceptible to influence or something. I think the main thing that has changed in the time since then is name, image, likeness. Name, image, likeness is now the law of the land, and there are now student athletes that are making more than the coaches because they have control over their own destiny now. I don't think that that's a concern any longer. I think that the only thing this accomplishes is that it pushes bets to Iowa. on those days when we've got a big Husker game or something like that. And frankly, the weight is going to fall on that poor clerk that's taking the bet, and somebody's going to get angry about why they can't place a bet, and they don't have anything to do with it. It's just whatever the law of the land is. So I really do think that it would be in everybody's best interest to just make it consistent. You can bet on these things, but not these things. It's already in the law, the prop bets and things like that. So I would strongly encourage you to move this to the floor. I think it would be a really good thing. Any questions?
Thank you, Ms. McNally.
You're welcome.
Are there any questions? Senator Cavanaugh.
Thank you, Chairman, and thank you for being here.
Sure.
You talked about the betting part. What about the allocation of the money?
We don't have an opinion. That's your purview to decide where you think the money should be spent. I will say that as the sponsor of the initiatives that passed for gaming, we felt very strongly that the bulk of the money should go into the property tax relief fund. As you know, sports betting became legal around the same time, and the legislature was the one that made the decision to legalize it and only allow it at the racetracks. So you can argue that there really hasn't been a determination of where the sports betting money should be allocated. I will tell you, Senator, that in Iowa, they wagered $230 million in December. Now, they have online gaming, so that's different, but I mean, it's a pretty significant amount of money in Iowa, especially. So, wherever you decide to spend the money, they're probably going to get a really decent amount of money for it.
So just to clarify, your position is that the ballot initiative did not legalize sports betting, but the legislature did?
Well, there was a determination that sports betting was legalized. We did not specifically envision that when it passed. And then there was a determination made that it was part of that. So,
Okay. But so because of that determination, sports betting is taxed under the tax structure of the ballot.
20%, correct, yeah. Yeah,
And this bill would divert some amount of that out of the property.
out of the
tax
property tax relief fund into the scholarship fund, if you leave it in its current form.
And the amount that would be diverted is just on sports bets placed on games played in the state of Nebraska.
No, it'd be everything.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it would be everything. So any kind of sports betting, I believe, would be sent to the innovation fund, the scholarship fund. So it's going to be a significant amount of money, just so you know.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Well, thank you, Senator Cavanaugh. If a Nebraska team is playing in state,
Yes.
can you bet on the other team while they're playing in state? Might be a better bet.
I think it's, you can't bet on the game, isn't it? You can bet on the other teams. Legal counsel tells me you can bet on the other team.
All right. Thank you. Yeah, just not Nebraska.
Yeah, it's very odd.
Okay.
And like I said, I'm concerned about that poor clerk that's got to explain to someone that they can't make that bet. People get angry.
All right. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Hey, Senator Hughes.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. So was the original thought that someone in-state would influence an in-state kid to like throw a game or
I think that
something?
was the philosophy, that they felt that a player would be under undue pressure to not perform to their fullest extent or something like that. But like I said, the difference makers in a game, the key players, because of name, image, likeness, are making significantly more money from licensing and that kind of thing. There's no way that they're going to bring their stats down when everything is riding on that, their NFL career, their professional basketball career, whatever you say. And so I just think that danger just doesn't exist. And I will tell you, I've had a conversation with former Senator Pansing Brooks about this. And I do think that if you asked her, she would say she regretted bringing this amendment.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Ms. McNally.
Thank you.
Are there other proponents to LB 168? Proponents? Seeing none. Opponents to LB 168?
Good afternoon,
afternoon.
Chairman Lowe and members of the committee. My name is Nate Graz, N-A-T-E-G-R-A-S-Z. I'm the Policy Director for the Nebraska Family Alliance, and I'm testifying in opposition to LB 168 on their behalf. There are a couple of things I'd like to do with my testimony today, but primarily I want to help provide some more context and background to how we got to this bill today that I think will be helpful. So after voters approved the series of ballot initiatives to legalize casino gambling in 2020, the legislature was tasked with passing legislation in the 2021 session to establish the legal framework necessary to implement what voters had approved. The initiatives defined game of chance as a wager on, quote, a slot machine, table game, counter game, or card game. Notably, this did not include sports betting, and the sponsors of the ballot initiatives themselves had stated publicly that the ballot initiatives did not include sports betting and that it would have to be made up later. The primary vehicle used to implement casino gambling in 2021 was LB 561, which also simultaneously expanded what voters had approved to include sports wagering. This was a concern for many senators, not just one, which led to several different amendments and proposals through all three rounds of debate, ultimately culminating in a compromise that allowed the bill to move forward with sports betting included with an amendment that prohibited wagering on in-state college teams playing in state. This amendment passed with strong bipartisan support, receiving 31 votes in favor and only 4 against. The bill in front of you today seeks to undo this bipartisan agreement that was reached just 2 years ago, and to do so before sports betting has even started in Nebraska. I would also like to point out that there are at least a dozen other states who have authorized sports betting, but prohibit gambling on in-state college teams playing in state. So this is not a new or novel approach, it's a reasonable protection. To quote NCAA President Mark Emmert, our highest priorities in any conversation about sports wagering are maintaining the integrity of competition and student athlete well-being. Sports wagering can adversely impact student athletes and undermine the games they play. LB 168 is an expansion of gambling that puts the interests of casinos over the interests of our coaches and student athletes, who I would remind the committee are as young as 18 and 19 years old. It would also likely lead to a surge of sports betting advertisements during college games in our state that studies show further normalizes gambling for kids. We urge the committee not to further expand gambling, especially while our state is still undergoing the largest expansion of gambling in state history. And lastly, there was a question as to whether or not you could bet on in-state games on the other team, and I don't believe that is accurate. If you look at the statute, it says authorized sporting event does not include an in-state collegiate sporting event in which an in-state college or university team is a participant. So my understanding is you would not be able to bet on any college sporting event in the state if a team from Nebraska is a participant.
Thank you, Mr. Graz, for clarifying things and for your testimony today. Are there any questions? I'm just going to say I was one of those that joined up with Senator Pansing Brooks for the amendment.
Yeah, we appreciate that.
So, any other questions? Seeing none?
Thank you.
Are there other opponents?
Good afternoon, Senators.
Good afternoon.
I'm Pat Lunger, that's L-O-O-N-T-J-E-R, from Omaha. For 28 years, I've been the executive director of Gambling with the Good Life. And for 25 of those years, we were successful in keeping the casinos out of the state of Nebraska. We'll never know how many lives we've saved, how many people did not file bankruptcy, how many homes were not destroyed because of gambling addiction. So we're very proud of that record. But once the 2020 election was over, we had to face the reality that we were going to have 6 full-blown casinos, and now we even have sports betting included in those. But our goal now is to restrict and to try to minimize the damage that's going to come from these humongous casinos that are now being built. We lost that election because there was a $7 million campaign against us that said that it would be for property tax relief. We feel there'll be very little property tax relief. Nationwide, for every $1 a state gains in gambling revenue, revenue, it will cost them $3 in social costs. So although we will have something coming into the coffers, a lot more is going to be going out. And we believe that our job now is to oppose any additional and also to preserve what we have. And last year, we call it the Tom Osborne Amendment because Tom Osborne came down and testified about this particular bill and how strongly he felt about it. He cannot be here today. He had other commitments, but he still feels the same. And and he sent this to be read. He said, gambling on sports contexts has expanded from betting on which team will win or how many points a team will win by to a myriad of gambling possibilities, such as how many total points will be scored by one or both team, how many first downs, turnovers, passes, extra points will one team or both teams have. It becomes a gambling event rather than a sporting contest. And in the end, over time, the house always wins and people will lose money, many of which cannot afford this. And often coaches and players bear the brunt of their ire. The more money spent on gambling, the more pressure there is on coaches and players to produce the results that the gambler desires. Sometimes coaches are vilified if they have won a game but chose to substitute backup players so they could gain experience and also keep their first team players healthy. Coach's team will still win, but not by the number of points that the gamblers had bet on, and the coach is criticized for doing his job properly. With the advent of players receiving money for their names, images, and likenesses, there will be contact with people getting money to players, and it could easily spill over into extra money to influence the outcome of the game. It's been quite a while since such scandals were common, but the situation will make the possibility much more likely. There are plenty of things for those so inclined to bet on. We should not treat student athletes as if they were horses or dogs or a deck of cards or dice. They are human beings doing difficult tasks under a great deal of scrutiny, and many are still in their teens.
Ms. Lunger, red light's coming on, I'm sorry. Are there any questions? Yes.
Pat, would you like to make a final summary statement?
Bless you. When Tom came last year, he felt very strongly. He still feels strongly. He feels that the players are going to be influenced if we can at least protect our Nebraska athletes, the young teens, and try to protect them from all the pressure that they're going to have already that's going to be coming at them with the sports gambling in other states. So we would just like to urge you to leave that amendment in place. Like Nate said, there are other states that have this and have done it to protect their athletes, and we would ask that you would protect our Nebraska athletes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Holdcroft. Could you please read the rest of Tom Osborne's letter?
That was the end.
Okay.
The end, it said that last year this was passed when Tom testified the need to protect Nebraska athletes and not allow wagering on games. We knew it was just a matter of time until the gambling interests came back and tried to remove that restriction so they could take advantage of our youth and the integrity of our games. We need to say no to this bill.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any other questions? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Good afternoon, Al Riskowski. It's ALRISKOWSKI. I'm actually on the board of Gambling with the Good Life, but to hear in opposition to 168, I was involved somewhat with the compromise, as was mentioned in regard to this amendment. And as I remember it as well, it was a real effort to protect the underlying integrity of Nebraska's individual sports, is why we limited to the not betting here in the state of Nebraska. Really, I just wanted to bring up this afternoon how this can spread. And I think one incident that I want to speak to is the fact of what happened just last year at LSU and on their campus. There are 8 universities that have done this now. And this is what LSU did last year. The athletic department sent out an email to the students stating and encouraging them to download the Caesars Sportsbook app so that they could bet on their own Louisiana team. Now, I see a number of problems with these kind of things starting to happen across the country. First of all, of course, just targeting our 18 to 25-year-olds students to bet on their own home team, of which they're going to know more about, and much more likely to get involved with wagering then on a familiar team like their home team. But numerous studies have demonstrated that 18 to 19-year-olds that get involved with gambling have a much higher probability of becoming addicted. Secondly, there's additional problems with even our own student athletes. And in fact, if we're trying to protect the underlying integrity of the game, it seems like these kind of things only bring more pressure on student athletes to conform to those that are around them and the potential of affecting the outcome of a game. So with these added potential problems, I just would hope that General Affairs would vote no on this particular bill. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ruskowski. Are there any questions? Seeing none, thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. My name's Glenn Anderson, Glenandersen. I'm from Blair, Nebraska. I'm of course here in opposition to LB 168. I don't know how much I can add to what we've already heard, but I feel like I like to add my voice here. We've got all these new casinos going up. They aren't even up yet. And we're trying to, change things. And I don't think it's for the better. And though this isn't a statewide thing, sports betting is still the most pernicious of all the types of gambling. When someone places a bet on an outcome of a game or on the performance of an individual player, he wants the outcome of the game to win him or her money. And that's the way it is. And some people will do what they can, bribes, otherwise, to win that bet. We know those people are there. There's no doubt. And so this is a bill that affects our student athletes probably as much or more than anyone else. And it's likely to be the downfall of some of our cash-strapped student athletes. But I ask you, what is the justification or the reason for this bill? What is it? My guess is that it's so the casino can increase their revenue, increase their bottom line. They might make a deal out of part of the money going to the university, but the bottom line is that they're looking for increase their bottom line. And I think that's about all I can add right now.
Thank you, Mr. Anderson, for coming down today. Are there any questions? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Welcome.
My name is Loretta Fairchild, Lorettafairchild, economist. My heart is with rural Nebraska. Thank you, senators, for your willingness to take the need for regulation seriously. What is wrong with LB 168? Both what it contains and what is omitted. The heart of the matter is regulation. A high level of regulation was promised for brick and mortar casinos, yet very little substance has been produced. Why not? Because the fox guarding the hen house has no real desire to do the work or pay the cost of actually enforcing regulations. I echo Mr. Anderson. Where is the push for LB 168 coming from? Even I know that anybody who wants to can place their online bets from their couch at home right now. So who needs LB 168? Who is hoping to get personally richer from this change? Every action taken or not taken by this legislature creates winners and losers. It is vital that each senator ask a lot of questions about exactly who will be most helped and who will be most hurt. Please don't vote LB 168 out of committee until you have seen in writing a whole range of those specifically who are expecting to benefit both directly and indirectly. And until you have received a detailed set of regulations specific to internet-based sports betting in writing, which have been well vetted by outside experts, non-gambling industry people. Thank you for not putting the stamp of approval of Nebraska law on such a blatantly narrow special interest piece of legislation. Thank you for letting us root for our collegiate teams with a clear conscience. I'll quit now, but if you ask me, I could point out the high correlation between the Super Bowl and domestic violence, or you could ask me about how sad the fiscal note is for LB 168. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Fairchild. Are there any questions? You mentioned the violence to sports gambling.
Domestic violence, yes. Are you aware that the Super Bowl Sunday is highly correlated with the highest level of domestic violence across the nation? This is a very old correlation. It's been around a long time, but it's likely increasing. There was a mention made by the proponent of how angry bettors get when they're just told they can't place a bet. What happens in the house when that bet has gone south? That is a well-established fact that predates sports betting, but it's not going to be helped.
Thank you. Are there any other questions? You stated in your testimony that you were from the Panhandle.
I was raised on a small wheat farm outside of Chapel,
Okay, very nice. And where do you reside now?
Lincoln.
Lincoln, okay.
Yes.
And you're an economist?
Yes.
Okay.
My whole issue about legislation is winners and losers
As
and regulation.
As an economist, what do you think about gambling as a whole? Maybe that's too tough a question.
No,
Too
it's
broad.
not. It's too long of a question. I will testify about some of the others as well. But the point is that sin taxes, we regulate things like the electrician. Nebraskans expect that the electrician will know enough not to burn down your house. And we want to know that regulation, that somebody's watching that electrician. Regulation is not an evil. It's a necessary piece. And yeah, Nebraskans are frankly quite allergic to the concept of regulation. Business should be allowed to do whatever it jolly well wants. But the assumption of that is that its business is looking out for the state of Nebraska. Businesses are by definition looking out for profit levels. And you all are looking out for the well-being of the state of Nebraska, and the tool is regulation.
All right, thank you. Are there any questions? Senator Cavanaugh.
Thank you, Chairman Lowe, and thank you, Ms. Fairchild, for being here. You mentioned something about the fiscal note. Can you elaborate on what you meant about that?
Yes. It looks real simple, and yet it's really sad. It just says no fiscal impact. Regulation requires substantial fiscal impact so that the people with the right skills and the right credentials are looking under all the rocks to find the termites eating away at our social fabric. And this is where my comment about the electrician fits in. We have to regulate, and that means you have to hire staff, and there has to be fiscal impact. So our system to tell an overworked Department of Revenue, what's this going to cost in existing terms, doesn't begin to answer the questions that you all need to focus on when we face up to the reality of the need for regulation. We have regulation in the retail consumption of alcohol about how you're not supposed to serve people who are intoxicated. That has to be enforced. Where's the enforcement mechanisms? That's the big deal issue with all online betting.
Just like to clarify, we don't have online betting in the state of Nebraska, right? Legal online betting in the state of Nebraska.
I will leave the rest of you to answer that question.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Senator Cavanaugh. Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you.
Are there any other in opposition? Any other in opposition of 168? Seeing none. Those in the neutral? Welcome back.
Good afternoon, Chairman Lowe, members of the committee. My name is Tom Sage. Last name is S-A-G-E, 5903 Walker Avenue, Lincoln, Nebraska, 68507. Senator Lowe and members, Commissioner Greco is here. He was going to speak neutral on this bill, and I believe he still will. I really wanted to clear up a couple things for the senator. I don't like to dispute other people's testimony, but I think it's very fair for the record. First of all, the way I look at 168, just the intercollegiate sports revenue would go to the Equal Opportunity Fund is the way, the Opportunity Fund is the way I look at it. I'd like to discuss my fiscal note that was written. Yes, I do not believe 168 has a fiscal impact on the Racing Commission and Racing and Gaming Commission. We already have the regulations in place. The employees are already in our budget. That's why that fiscal note shows no impact. As you are aware, the governor just recently signed rules and regulations for regulations of sports wagering. The commission just passed minimum internal controls. There is wide regulations in place. 168 adding the intercollegial sports, I do not believe changes our rules and regulations. And I'll take any questions you may have.
Senator Cavanaugh.
Thank you, Chairman Lowe. Thank you for being here, Mr. Sage. Just clarify, do we have legalized online sports betting in Nebraska?
No, sir, we do not.
Under the current, even without 168, what's the way you could place a sports bet?
Legally in the state of Nebraska, there is no way.
Well, I guess when we do, once somebody enters their site.
Sorry, I misunderstood your question. When we do start sports wagering in this state of Nebraska, it'll be within our brick and mortar casinos. And that will only be by a kiosk or in person with a teller within the racetrack enclosure, within the casino where the commission designates the sports wagering floor.
So if somebody is placing sports bets from the couch at home, they're doing it illegally.
That is correct.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Cavanaugh. Any other questions?
Thank you,
Seeing none,
Senator.
Thank you. Is there anyone else in the neutral?
I guess I will, since I was named. Good afternoon, committee members, Chairman Lowe. My name is Shane Grekel, SHANEGRECKEL. I am the Vice Chairman of the Nebraska Racing and Gaming Commission. In regards to LB 168, speaking in a neutral capacity today, I want to echo a lot of the sentiments that Director Sage has already said. The regulations and the minimum internal control standards are extensive. Nebraskans are well protected in that aspect. This bill, in the neutral capacity, as I said before, it really helps guide the commission in what is going on in regards to sports wagering upcoming. There's a lot of new legislation always being passed. We can always see this on the forefront coming in. Guidance such as this is always very helpful. And I will try to keep everything brief. And if there's any questions I can answer, I should try.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions for Mr. Craft? Senator Cavanaugh.
Thank you, Chairman Lowe, and thank you, Mr. Grekel, for being here. Do you guys record illegal gambling at all, or is there any tracking of the amount of illegal gambling going on in the state?
There is a high amount of metrics used to quantify a lot of measures. Illegal gambling by its own nature is illegal, sometimes untraceable. So it would be very, very hard to quantify that number with something very substantial, I would think.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Cavanaugh. It was brought up earlier about gambling on opponents of Nebraska. It was thought we might be able to gamble against the other team. Mr. Graz brought up that it's not that way. In your opinion, what is?
I have no opinion on that one.
Okay.
I would wait for legal counsel to weigh in on that one with a better avenue. When looking at that from an enforcement side, it's very difficult. If you're on, you can have an opinion one way or the other, but on the enforcement side of things, it is always best to err on the side of caution and with guidance from the legislature and legal counsel.
All right, thank you. We'll find out the answer. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else in the neutral for 168? Seeing none, Senator Bostar.
Thank you, Chairman Lowe and members of the General Affairs Committee. I just want to take just a couple moments to address some of the things that came up. As was clarified from one of the neutral testifiers, it's only what would be new funds. So the tax revenue that would be created by allowing the betting, wagering on in-state teams playing in-state. That's the only provision that would go to the Opportunity Grant Program. Domestic violence came up, and it's true. If you look at domestic violence rates around something like the Super Bowl, it spikes. There's no question about it. It spikes for states that have gambling. It spikes for states that have no gambling. In fact, domestic violence spikes around sporting events. The larger the event, televised event, the more domestic violence takes place in timing associated with that event. And that is something that we should care about and we should be looking at and figuring out how do we try to prevent that. So I appreciate that bringing up, but that isn't specifically a wagering issue. It was mentioned that we don't want this to happen. You know, the reality is the vast majority of our state's population is on the eastern side of the state, where they've been betting on the Huskers for a long time, and they've been doing it legally by just crossing the border into Iowa. Of course, they are currently doing it illegally as well. I've gotten a lot of feedback since I introduced this bill, which surprised me. I didn't expect this to be as consequential as it seemed, and mostly positive. But you know, right now there are individuals who will use a virtual private network on their computer to appear to be located in a place where online gambling is legal, and they'll just place their bets. Right now, we are allowing the betting. We're allowing wagering on Nebraska teams right now. So the idea that somehow this will change the pressure dynamic, I don't really understand, because we're doing it now. If they're playing in Iowa, we can legally bet on them. I mean, once the rules and provisions are enacted, but our framework allows for it. This isn't really doing anything new. And I think maybe the last thing I want to talk about is that this was special interest driven. And this is an effort by the casinos to make more money. And truly, I'm sorry to disappoint everyone. I knew I was bringing this bill the day that amendment came on the floor, because it didn't make any sense. We also made national news from that amendment. I mean, Nebraska was talked about a great extent after we put this in, because, and it was brought up too, that this exists in other places. From what I've been able to find, it's true that there are states that don't permit the wagering on their home teams, in-state teams, when they're playing at home, but it's because they don't allow wagering on their home teams, period. So they also don't allow it when they're playing away, right? And that's where this is peculiar what we're doing here. We don't have consistency in the law. I brought this on my own. No one asked me to bring it. I suppose if the casinos wanted someone to bring it, they'd probably ask a member of this committee to do it and not someone who just walked out of the banking committee. So yes, this is a bill of my own making. I thought the opportunity grant scholarship, putting the funding there was just a good idea, because I think that there's a risk that lottery funds will go down as we increase gambling access. And right now, that's how those scholarships are funded. They're funded by the lottery. So I'm worried about them. I'm worried about the access that these kids who rely on these scholarships will have. So with that, and truly, as someone who doesn't participate in really gambling at all, and I don't have strong feelings about it at all, I certainly enjoyed the conversation. Anyway, I'd be happy to answer any final questions.
Thank you, Senator Bostar. Senator Hughes.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Senator Bostar. So just one question. So the money that would go on the scholarships comes from just the money that would be bet on the home Nebraska games?
Yes, so.
And is that like, that's easy to keep track of from where it happens, I guess? I mean, I know it's like 20% of it.
I mean, it's an accounting issue. It's an accounting question, right? So if I would imagine, and truly, you know, this committee will know better than I do. Several of you were here when these regulations were created. But, you know, we also heard from folks who talk about the level of oversight and enforcement that's around. That's great. these wagers have to be tracked, and so, yeah, I would imagine that it wouldn't be too difficult to know where this revenue originated.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Hughes. Are there any other questions? You brought back up the domestic violence.
Yeah.
Are you saying that if you would normally just watch a game, violence would come up, but you're not saying that it wouldn't increase because you bet the car on the game and now you've lost the car, the domestic violence wouldn't increase?
What I'm saying is we see a significant problem with this, whether there's access to gambling or not. A marginal increase, I can't speak to, but I can say that I think it's a serious problem and we should be doing everything we can to address it.
Thank you, Senator Bostar. Other questions? Thank you very much for bringing LB's 168.
Thank you.
And that closes the hearing on LB 168. We will now transfer into LB 232. Senator Cavanaugh's bill. Welcome, Senator Cavanaugh, to your General Affairs Committee.
Thank you, Chairman Lowe and fellow members of the General Affairs Committee. I'm Senator John Cavanaugh, John Cavanaugh, and I represent the 9th Legislative District in Midtown Omaha. I'm here to introduce LB 232, which would provide for digital on-premises tickets for keno games. To those returning members, you'll remember this issue as something we've discussed in the last 2 sessions. Today, any keno play must occur with a paper ticket and be administered by an employee that is approved by the locality and state to operate the keno game. The wagers can only be made with physical cash, and there are 5 minutes between keno games. LB 232 would modernize the way keno can be played. This is not a mandate, but for those customers verified to be at an approved location within a county, city, or village that has approved digital keno, a keno ticket could be purchased in a digital format on a mobile device. The customers would have to have an account and be allowed to transfer funds to that account, but only if the balance of the account would not exceed $500 after the deposit is made. The bill would prohibit a transfer of funds from a credit card or purchase of a ticket from a credit card. LB 232 has these safeguards to ensure keno play cannot occur outside of the licensed facility through geofencing technology. LB 232 allows keno operators and players to modernize. Just as we board flights, order groceries, pay parking meters, and order lunch, LB 232 allows an option to purchase a ticket to play a keno game at a licensed bar or restaurant. This also would be a helpful tool for those bars and restaurants that do not want to take time from their service employees from serving food and drinks. Those behind me can speak to the technical details of the keno operations and how the county and city lottery funds benefit our communities in Nebraska. I'd ask the committee to advance LB 232 to general file, and I'd be happy to take any questions.
All right. Thank you, Senator Cavanaugh. Are there any questions? Looks like everybody's reserving them for your closing. Will you be sticking around?
I will stick around.
All right, we will now move to proponents of LB 232. Welcome.
Thank you, Senator Lowe, members of the committee. Appreciate you giving me the time to speak here today. My name is Bill Harvey, and I'm the General Counsel for Big Red Keno. And my name is spelled Billharvey. And I'm here today in support of LB 232. Big Red has been a Nebraska company operating here for more than 30 years. We operate under the Nebraska County and City Lottery Act, providing keno lottery services to a variety of cities, large and small. And over that 30-year period, that revenue has become quite important to many of those cities that we serve. LB 232 for digital on-premise keno lets communities allow folks to play keno using their mobile phone instead of paper and a crayon. It's really a very simple technological update. The player has to be present at the licensed keno location, just as they are today. Payment would be made by debit card, bank account, cash balance of a payment app, or a prepaid cash account. And I would note that those are basically the same forms of payment, debit card, cash account, and so forth, that this legislature allowed last year for casinos. So it really is just parallel when we look at that, and they prohibit credit cards at casinos. So in that sense, it really is parallel. And it's that simple. Everything else about the game remains the same, including the requirement for 5 minutes between games. Credit cards are not accepted. Each city can decide with their operator whether to adopt this change. So if a city decides they don't want this, this is a city-run game, and the city can have that choice, and we'll honor that choice, obviously. LB 232 is a simple technological update to the way keno can be played. And I think it's very interesting. I hadn't seen this until I was preparing for my testimony today, but I note that the fiscal note for this is basically neutral. It shows no cost for regulation, which is already in place for keno and has been, and the fiscal note comes from the Department of Revenue, which has been regulating keno for 30 years, so I would think they would know. They also anticipate no revenue impact from this. And I tend to agree with that, and I've said that in my testimony before this committee before on this bill. The Department of Revenue, I see, agrees with that. But I will tell you, there will be a revenue impact if we can't make these kind of updates and stay current with technology. We'll see these dollars begin to dwindle that cities have counted on. I think it's really important for us to stay current and keep this important revenue source for cities. So I really thank you for your time today. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Harvey. Yes, Senator Rabel.
Thank you for coming to testify. For the folks that have the keno in their facilities, I guess you call them the operators, are they going to be responsible for the upgrades or costs for that geofencing?
No, because it's really all done over the internet. We'll be responsible. The operator will be responsible for that cost. So there will be probably and I suppose it could vary from operator to operator. You know, some operators might say, well, you have to put in the little tower that you need for the geofence. But I know in most locations throughout Nebraska, the operator bears the cost of the equipment. So I know in our locations, we would bear that cost.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Senator Rabel. Are there other questions? I guess nobody's on my right side anymore. Do you think that there will be a less keno played as gambling fires up here in the next year or two?
I absolutely do. And I think the basis for that is couple-fold. Number one, when we saw the casinos open in Iowa, it had a pretty substantial impact on the keno, particularly in Omaha. And so we're anticipating an impact from the casinos, coming to the state. And it's going to be across the state as opposed to just, in the eastern part of the state this time. I also think if you look at the game of keno in casinos, it's really dwindled over the years. Casinos in Vegas and other locations that have casinos always used to have a keno game. And now that's not necessarily true anymore. Sometimes they make space for it, sometimes they don't. They can actually make a lot more revenue with their slot machines, table games, and so forth. And so you do find keno still in some casinos, but it's not a lot that you're going to find it in every casino. And so I really do think keno will suffer. And the thing about that is cities that are getting a casino, they're going to get some revenue to replace that, to some extent. Although it's a separate pot, separate revenue source, so that's not always the best substitute. But cities that don't have a casino, City of Ralston, for example, they get no revenue from the casino. And I think cities like that will definitely be impacted by the casino and also rely on their keno revenue are really going to be impacted by this kind of thing. And we heard that from I remember from the Ralston City Administrator last year on this same bill.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Hart. Any other questions? Seeing none? Thank you.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Senators. Appreciate it.
Other proponents?
Good afternoon, Senators. My name is Michael Nevervy. It's spelled Michaelnevrivy. I'm here today to testify in support of LB 232. Excuse me. I live in Hastings, and I operate keno games for cities and villages and even unincorporated towns across Nebraska, including Hastings, Kearney, North Platte, McCook, Crete, St. Paul, Odessa, Lawrence, Albion, and 7 other communities. Keno has provided community betterment revenue to counties, cities, and villages across Nebraska for more than 30 years now. Keno has become an important source of revenue for projects that would otherwise had to be paid for with tax dollars, especially state dollars, as state dollars continue to dwindle to cities and towns. Things like police cars, fire department equipment, computers for public libraries, and community playground equipment. It is regulated by the Department of Revenue, overseen by the local community, and run by local Nebraska companies like myself. The community controls where and how the game is conducted. The proceeds from Keno go to the community to be spent as that community determines. Local option, local control, and local revenue are the reasons Keno has been so successful in generating community betterment revenue for so many years. Many of the communities that we work for have told me that they are concerned about the effect that the casinos will have on their Keno revenue. I, along with the vast majority of Nebraskans, support the opening of casinos on the promise that they will bring much needed property tax relief across the state. But the loss of the Keno revenue could be significant, especially for those communities that have no casino. The digital on-premise Keno ticket simply gives us a fair chance to compete on a level playing field. As we sit here today, anyone with an account can place a bet with the Nebraska horse track on their phone from anywhere in the state. We just want to let our Keno customers do the same thing, with one important difference. This bill would require that the player must be physically present at a licensed location. In other words, Keno would continue to operate only in the locations where it is allowed now. What we are asking for is a modernization that has touched every other industry. Instead of making a Keno ticket with a crayon and paper, players will be able to make their ticket digitally. We believe this will help Keno stay up to date with current technology and help preserve the community betterment revenue, which has been so important to so many local communities. I thank you for your time, and I'd be happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you, Mr. Nevervy. Are there any questions? You said that you could place a bet online to any horse track in
Yes,
Nebraska?
that's gone on. I'm not sure for how long, but I know it's been over five to 10 years that you can bet online with Nebraska horse tracks.
Okay,
And it's not geofence. You can bet anywhere.
I had not heard of that. I think several people haven't heard of that before, so we'll look into that.
Okay.
Thank you. Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you for coming down.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chairman Lowe and members of the General Affairs Committee. My name is Jack Chaloha. That's spelled J-A-C-K. Last name is C-H-E-L-O-H-A, and I'm the registered lobbyist for the city of Omaha. I want to testify in favor of LB 232 this afternoon. I want to thank Senator Cavanaugh for bringing the bill. Likewise, I want to thank Big Red for their testimony. Big Red is the contract provider in Omaha for our city-county lottery, or our Keno game, if you will. So right now, we budget roughly $12 million a year in terms of revenues off of our Big Red Keno game in Omaha. We have one main location for the game, but then there's roughly 190 satellite locations within the city limits. With that, the money that is raised, the revenues that come back to us, can only be used for community betterment purposes. And so in the history of the 30 years that Omaha has had such a game, we've utilized those funds from for everything from buying police cruisers to funding our city. It's called the Nebraska Humane Society, which is animal control within the Omaha area. We've used it with our Chamber of Commerce on economic development, educational programs for workers. We've done support for various museums and grant funding for various social 501c3 groups within the Omaha area. And so the revenue has been important to us. We see this change as just modernizing the game. It would be convenient for people to be able to have a ticket on their wireless device. There's safeguards in place. We appreciate the fact that the city of Omaha would have to approve the use of the online tickets in Omaha, if that's an option. And likewise, if we don't like it, we could, I assume, discontinue it as well. For those reasons, we're supportive of LB 232 and I would ask you to advance it to the full legislature. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chaloha. Any questions? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Thank you. Senator Lowe, members of the committee, my name is Lynn Rex, Lynnrex, representing the League of Nebraska Municipalities. I'm handing out to you the annual report of the Charitable Gaming Provision, or Gaming Commission, rather, and of the Nebraska Department of Revenue. And I reference you to page 10. Page 10 outlines the keno games. By the way, I'm representing the League of Nebraska Municipalities in support of this bill. We really appreciate Senator Cavanaugh introducing this measure. And you'll note that this outlines on page 10 the gross wagered expenses, taxes, and profit. If you turn the page, you're going to see the number of cities, counties, and villages in the state of Nebraska that have had voter-approved keno operations. A city council, village board themselves cannot just simply do this. It takes a vote of the people. This is very important in terms of the types of revenue that's being raised for this. As Jack Chaloha noted from Omaha, these funds can only be used for community betterment purposes. That's defined in 9-604 in terms of what is community betterment. And essentially, municipalities in this state have used these funds to do that which they otherwise simply would not be raising taxes to do. So we would be happy to answer any questions that you might have. We think this bill is really important. It's one of those bills that has had a long-standing impact to help municipalities and groups all across the state provide those types of services that is needed, that are necessary, but simply don't have the tax dollars to provide. With that, I'm happy to respond to any questions that you might have.
Thank you, Ms. Rex. Senator Raybold.
Thank you, Ms. Rex. Is there any political subdivision that doesn't have keno that you're aware of?
Yes, there are. There are
Oh.
529 cities and villages in the state of Nebraska. And I should have added up the number here, Senator, but I did not. But you'll see that there are just a number of them that do. It's been a very important type of benefit for cities and villages. And I think too, initially, there was some concern about, well, should cities approve it or should they not approve it? Should villages do it or not? And you'll see it's pretty broad-based. And that's true for counties too.
Thank you. Thank you, Senator Raybold. Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And again, thanks to Senator Cavanaugh.
Any other proponents? LB 232. Opponents? LB 232.
Good afternoon, Senator Lowe, members of the committee. Again, my name is Nate Graz, Nategrazz, testifying in opposition to LB 232 on behalf of Nebraska Family Alliance. Keno may seem like a fairly innocuous form of gambling to many, but the changes under this bill could change that dramatically. These are not minor changes simply to keep up with the times. By removing our current cash-only and paper ticket requirements, the bill is eliminating important consumer protections that limit addiction and financial losses to citizens. Authorizing digital keno and accepting wagers by debit cards and digital accounts linked to bank accounts means that people can gamble on mobile phones in bars and restaurants across the state. And as we talked about earlier, that's something that you can't currently do legally. Keno is designed for people to lose. The more you play, the more you lose. And the bottom line is that the changes proposed under this bill make it so that people can lose more money more easily. It is well established that electronic forms of gambling are the most addictive form of gambling. Many citizens also have jointly shared financial accounts and debit cards. This bill does not account for that. Someone could lose their spouse's or their family's entire savings account gambling by themselves on their cell phone in a bar. That's not good public policy. The legislature should seek to protect the public rather than encouraging them to make decisions that are against their own financial interest. For the state to win, it's our own citizens who have to lose, and it's usually those who can afford it the least who lose the most. For these reasons, we respectfully urge the committee not to advance LB 232. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ross. Any questions? I know in the past when we've done gambling bills, there's always been one or two people here that have come in to testify of how they've lost their positions or their family's money. Is that a problem with Keno?
It certainly has been. I don't know if we have anyone here today specifically, but again, any form of gambling, particularly state-sponsored gambling, sort of puts the interests of the state at odds with the best interests of the citizen, because it's now less about protecting someone from making harmful or potentially addicting decisions, but trying to exploit that person to gain as much money as them from you can. But certainly we have heard from people and from families who, even through Keno, have experienced gambling problems and taken on debt. And I think the changes under this bill could make that more likely to happen for more people going forward.
Thank you. Any questions? Seeing none? Thank you.
Thank you.
Others in opposition?
I'm back again. Committee, I'm Pat Lunger, LOONTJER, Executive Director of Gambling with the Good Life for 28 years. And this bill especially is what we are concerned about as far as expanding gambling, even though they claim it does not expand. It does. It expands it greatly, turns it into electronic. It turns it into being able to use your phone instead of a paper ticket. We're concerned about the debit because, like Nate said, someone could sit there in a bar and wipe out their whole checking account before they go home. And we just want to urge you not to allow this to happen. We believe the doctors abide by a Hippocratic oath that says, do no harm. And I feel that the senators are in the same category as those doctors, do no harm. This will harm people. We don't know, can this get into the hands of someone underage? Who's going to restrict that a young person can come in and use the phone or use their parents' debit card and disaster results? So we would just ask that you really think carefully about this. It is expanded gambling. Every year, the Keno operators come back for 28 years. They've come back and asked for something, shorter time periods and different restrictions. This one's probably the boldest they've brought in many years. It is a great form of expansion. So we would ask you to vote no and protect our citizens.
Thank you, Ms. Lunger. Are there any questions? Seeing none, thank you.
Yes, Al Riskowski. It's ALRISKOWSKI. And again, thank you for the time to be able to testify. I understand the funds and the need for worthwhile projects in our cities and some of our counties. I understand the idea of wanting to modernize, but the bottom line is to take advantage of our Nebraska citizens is not the way to do this. And many casino machines are located in a bar. numerous studies have been done on alcohol and drunk driving. It's been discovered that just 2 drinks can create an impaired and poor judgment for many people. Well, you can apply that also to the debit card that could be used if this were to pass, that after only a couple drinks, an individual has impaired and poor judgment. And it's very easy then, if it's on your cell phone and using a credit card, to lose track of how much money you're actually losing and to wipe out your checking account. That's the nice thing about the slowness of what we currently have. You have to use cash. And I realize there are ATM machines there, but it's still much different when you have to go to an ATM machine, get the cash money out and place it on a bet. It makes you consider what you're doing to a greater extent. So I appreciate your time listening, and I pray that the Hope Committee will oppose LB 232.
Thank you, Mr. Ruskowski. Are there any questions? If Senator Cavanaugh would choose to amend this so that it would be a cash in, cash out, so that they would have to get up from their seat to go buy cash to then pay for ahead or behind whatever they need to do, would that be better?
It would certainly improve the bill because that, again, would slow it down. I think as Pat Lunger noted, in years past, a number of times Keno have come to increase the speed between games, because I believe it's 5 minutes, and they'd like to see it much faster. Well, putting it on your phone would make that capability much more there, but certainly at least having to get cash would help an individual not as likely to check out to wipe out their checking account. You can even, some people's debit cards are even connected to their savings account to cover for it, so you can spend that money.
Yeah. All right, thank you. Any other questions?
All right, thank you.
Are there other opponents? Other opponents? Hello.
I am still Loretta Fairchild, economist, LORETTAFAIRCHILD, and my heart is still in rural Nebraska. Thank you, senators, for the serious attention you are giving to the issue of regulation. What is wrong with LB 232? The fig leaf of regulation is too thin to be credible. The keno industry in this bill is dictating to the state of Nebraska what shall be approved and setting several timelines that are so short they can't possibly be met with anything other than a rubber stamp of you win. Telegram to all senators and all voters. When regulation is needed, the state is in charge of dictating to the industry, not vice versa. Where is the detailed report from outside experts on what pieces need to be in place to even begin to regulate online gambling? Where are the examples from other states where online internet gambling, whatever you want to call it, has been successfully regulated over the last 5 years or even 3 years? Which state agency in Nebraska should be doing the regulation? How many computer experts with what kind of digital investigating skills will be hired by that regulatory unit? How long will it take to hire them? What salaries will be needed to keep them in Nebraska? Where is the detailed report on how age limits have been successfully enforced in any gambling areas within the US? Why are totally empty promises of enforcing age limits being presented to you? Why is the age limit not 21? Please don't let LB 232 out of committee until you have received in writing a serious estimate from non-gambling industry experts of the actual costs of enforcing regulations. Please make sure it has all been well-researched, well-documented, and factually presented without any timelines included. I'll quit here, but I would like to be able to address the issue of loss of revenues to the keno industry. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Fairchild. Are there any questions? You mentioned loss of revenue to the keno industry.
That is the purpose behind this legislation, as I understand it. And what I would like to point out to you is that every business in Nebraska is suffering from loss of revenues because of the casinos. They are all competing for Nebraska dollars. So why are you looking out for keno? Why isn't there some legislative interest in what are we doing to help all the rest of the businesses that are losing sales to casinos? There's no new money in this. It's coming out of one pocket, going into another. So to say keno has a terrible problem, well, of course, those who voted for casinos knew that. So why does the keno industry need more help than any other recreational business or grocery store?
All right. Thank you very much. I appreciate your testimony.
Thank
Any
you.
other questions? Seeing none, thank you very much. Are there other opponents to LB 232? Seeing none, those in the neutral?
Good afternoon, Chairman Lowe and members of the General Affairs Committee. I'm Brian Rockey, BRIAN-ROCKEY. I'm the Director of the Nebraska Lottery and Charitable Gaming Division of the Nebraska Department of Revenue. I'd like to give you a little bit of background about the keno landscape and the regulatory landscape in Nebraska, and then it's fairly brief. The Department of Revenue has 5 field inspectors that monitor charitable gaming, tobacco tax, mechanical amusement device, and cash device compliance. Those inspectors work closely with the department's investigations unit, which includes deputy state sheriffs that are commissioned by the state patrol. Similar to what Mr. Sage mentioned earlier, that he and some of his staff are deputy state sheriffs. Together, they ensure compliance with relevant laws and regulations applicable to the department in the areas that we oversee. On the keno landscape, to Senator Rabold's question about the number of jurisdictions, there are 180 county city entities in the state that are licensed to conduct keno. Among them are 166 operators, and together they operate 779 sales outlets. I would like to give a shout out to, or thank you to Lynn Rex and League of Municipalities for highlighting our annual report. I'm glad to see you making use of it. Excuse me. Of the more than 6,000 inspection activities that took place in 2022, 363 were keno cash drawer audits, and 25 were installation activities. The division has had discussions in recent years with the operators regarding the availability of digital tickets. As part of the growing technology used in our society today, we believe this request is reasonable, and that the same technology that offers this convenience would enable us to verify the locational restriction of the offering, the geofencing. I'd be happy to answer questions at this time.
Thank you, Mr. Rocky. Are there any questions? Senator?
I'm just curious, you say you've audited casino, or not casino,
Keno?
keno drawers.
And how often do you find any discrepancies?
Um, eh, Occasionally, and usually it's a matter of it's a little long or a little short, and there are some operators that voluntarily report to us. So we'll get a report throughout the week that an operator was long or short with their drawer. It's usually not a drastic situation. And we have a keno tip line, if you will, and we get calls from time to time from players or operators that are concerned that somebody is maybe playing when they're not supposed to be, if they're on duty, or if they've signed in with a different login, and we investigate those as well. The audits are really just a random matter of course. If there is a significant concern or evidence that there's a real problem with an operation, we turn that over to the Department of Revenue's audit group, and then they do an extensive audit.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Senator Holcroft. Any other questions? You have 5 inspectors for 779 outlets. Is that enough?
If they had to be there every day, obviously not, but where they basically are circuit riders. So one inspector covers the Omaha area, one covers southeast, one covers northeast, one covers the central third, and then one covers basically North Platte, north and southwest. A lot of it's based on the number of locations that they have to visit. So for example, there are 2,200, I think, tobacco licenses in the state, but a lot of them are the same locations that have cash devices or offer keno or mechanical amusement devices. So a stop at one location might result in 3 or 4 audit enforcement activities, audit activities.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Seeing no other questions, appreciate you being here.
Thank you.
Chairman Lowe, Lynn McNally, LYNNE, MCNALLY, representing the Nebraska Horsemen. The answer to your question is Twin Spires. Twin Spires and other out-of-state providers are illegally taking bets on horse racing as we speak. They have been for 15 years. We have made numerous attempts to stop them because anything wagered on these platforms, not a penny of it goes to support live horse racing in the state. Nothing. They give us no money, no revenue. They don't give the Racing Commission any revenue, nothing. The Racing Commission worked with the Nebraska HBPA to go to the Attorney General. This was several years ago. I believe it was 10 years ago. The Nebraska Attorney General wrote all of these vendors a letter and said, cease and desist. This is illegal in our state. I think Twin Spires wrote back, so what? We're out of your jurisdiction. And it's been proliferating ever since. Our only hope, frankly, is that a lot of them have cooperative agreements with sports betting platforms. So we're dearly hoping that they apply for a gaming license in the state, because then Commissioner Grekel can say, oh, well, you've been taking illegal bets this whole time. I don't think that you qualify to get a license. That is our only hope of stopping this, frankly. So when Keno talks about how that's legal already and they should be allowed to do it, I just want to clarify, it is not. And these bets are unwanted and damaging horse racing.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Thank you.
Thanks.
Are there any more in the neutral for LB 232? Any more in the neutral? Senator Cavanaugh.
Thank you, Chairman Lowe and members of the General Affairs Committee. Don't have a lot to add. I appreciate everybody being here, and I especially appreciate the constructive criticisms. I think there are other ways to implement this besides the way it's written in LB 232, and be happy to talk with folks about how to do that. But just to make sure we all are clear on what we're talking about, this L 232 would not allow for credit cards, would allow for debit cards, but only up to $500. So there would be a limit on the amount that somebody could bet. It wouldn't change the amount of time, so games would still be played only every 5 minutes. So somebody couldn't, just because you have a mobile device or buying a ticket on a mobile device doesn't mean that the game is actually going to be played any faster, because the game will still be that central location where it's sent out. Really what it'll do is allow bartenders or waitresses or whoever is the person responsible to selling the keno tickets to focus on the service aspect at some of these bars and restaurants, and allow individuals to buy their keno ticket without going up to the bar. The bars still be, there'd be the geofencing. You still have the obligation to make sure that people inside of your establishment, just like any other obligation of the bar, not allowing underage people to play keno by buying the regular tickets. But that said, I think that covers everything everybody said. As to the horse betting part, I don't know about that, I guess.
Thank you, Senator Cavanaugh. Are there any questions? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
As far as the letters, there were 5 opponents, no proponents, and 0 in the neutral. And on LB 168, there was 1 letter that was a proponent, 8 letters of opponent, and 0 in the neutral. And we will now switch LB 775, I believe, or 311. And I will have Vice Chair Hughes take over.
Supposed to be 775 first. Senators are dropping like flies.
Yeah,
Me and Jamie were.
I think it's 775.
We'll do 775.
Okay. But,
We'll do 775.
We are going to be.
yeah.
I think this one.
Okay.
All right, we will have the hearing for LB 775 with me. Go ahead, Senator Lowe. Thanks for coming.
Hey, glad to
Hey.
be here. Good afternoon, Vice Chair Hughes,
Hello.
and no members of the committee. My name is John Lowe, that's JOHN-LOWE, and I represent District 37. I'm here today to introduce LB 775. LB 775 is a bill drafted for the benefit of the commission, and it makes some necessary changes and additions to the Racetrack Gaming Act. We're proposing an update to the definition of licensed racetrack enclosure to provide a more specific language which is appropriate given the expansion of horse racing that is taking place currently, and that we now are building casinos at licensed racetrack enclosures. LB 775 also contains new language to allow the commission to recommend changes to the laws that are administered by the commission to the governor and to the legislature. This is similar to the authority the Liquor Control Commission has, and has resulted in an excellent working relationship between the legislature and the commission, and working together to build a successful, closely regulated industry. The third new area of the bill allows the commission to delegate an adjudication subcommittee of the Racing and Gaming Commission and give them the powers and duties of full commission to investigate and to respond to violations of the Racetrack Gaming Act as appropriate and recommended by the executive director of the commission. This section also allows the executive director to appoint staff for that subcommittee, and no member of the commission can be appointed to serve on an adjunction committee, subcommittee of that, if that person is involved in the investigation of any violation of the act. The concept of this subcommittee is not a new one. The commission currently has similar authority in section 2-1203 to appoint a board of stewards to carry out the purposes of horse racing statutes. The executive director of the commission is here to testify and can give you more information about how a board of stewards has worked for them in the past and the reasons for the necessity of the subcommittee for the gaming side of the equation. Thank you, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
All right, thank you. Senator Brewer, it was just me for a while. Do you have any questions?
I know, it's like John really has an effect on people. No, I think I'm good for now.
I'll just ask one. The commission came to you to ask to do this, I'm assuming. So, okay, thank you. All right, we need proponents for 775, please. I always want to say, come on down, but I'm going to say it once.
Thank you, Senator Hughes, Senator Brewer. My name is Shane Grekel, ShaneGrekel. Again, I'm the Vice Chairman of the Nebraska Racing and Gaming Commission. Here today speaking in a proponent capacity for LB 775 as it regards to Nebraska Revised Statute 9-1202. Currently, that says a licensed racetrack enclosure means a premises at which licensed live horse racing is conducted in accordance with the Constitution of Nebraska and applicable by Nebraska law. In the commission's viewpoint, that is a little ambiguous language, and we have an ever-growing industry going on ever since the passage of the constitutional amendments allowing casinos at licensed racetracks. So it becomes ever more encouraging for us to have a very specific and defined definition of exactly what a licensed racetrack is. A clear definition would provide a stable environment for the industry as well as its operators, so they know exactly what ground that they are on and what rules and capacities that they are operating within. This clear definition also helps the Nebraska Racing and Gaming Commission with its regulatory and enforcement duties. Again, with a rapidly changing environment, these duties and these responsibilities, we rely specifically on state statute to guide us from what the legislature has passed. Going further down the bill, we see an adjudication committee is also attached to this. As Senator Lowe has pointed out in his opening, a board of stewards already exists within the racing division of racing and gaming to where infractions come to a board of stewards and if the necessary level arises to the entire commission itself. This helps expedite many things with infractions to get businesses rolling again. As many know, we need to have Nebraska open for business. We don't need to slow them down in any way. We need to work with them in the best capacity that we can. I also believe that Executive Director Sage and Director of Compliance, Casey Ricketts, are here too if they need to answer any questions. And I believe we'll be hearing from them testifying, or one of them. And I will be happy to try to answer any questions you may have.
All right, thank you. Do we have any questions for Mr. Grekel?
He's very thorough.
Thank you.
Maybe. All right, well, thank you. Thank you
Thank
for your testimony. Next proponent.
Good afternoon, Vice
Hello.
Chair Hughes. Lynn McNally, Lynne McNally, and I am representing both the Nebraska Horsemen and Warhorse Gaming on this hearing. The reason 775 is very important to us is because we live and die by the definition of racetrack enclosure, and we really have not had one. Over the years, it's caused significant problems because, for example, in Omaha, we're landlocked. We at one time had talked about purchasing the driving range to the north of our property. However, there's a major road that runs through between the driving range and our current property. And so I went to the Racing Commission at that time and said, is it within the racetrack enclosure if we purchase it, but there's a major road going through? Well, we don't know. It's never been litigated. There's no language. There's no way for us to be able to reliably tell you. It has come up at the last commission, or the commission hearing before this, actually. The Horsemen were lucky enough to be able to purchase 155 acres immediately to the west of our current facility in Lincoln. So we now have a 370 acre complex where our racetrack sits. The reason we needed that property was in order to build 900 stalls. So we need 900 stalls, we need a test barn, we need all of the associated facilities to go with it. I went in front of the Racing and Gaming Commission and asked for them to declare it the racetrack enclosure. There's a very important reason for that. If you don't declare it the racetrack enclosure, then that means that the Racing and Gaming Commission investigators don't have automatic authority to be able to inspect, search, that kind of thing, because it's not considered the racetrack property. So they would have to get a search warrant. They would have to get that kind of thing. You don't want to do that. You want to give them the full authority to do what they need to do. This kind of goes into the Board of Stewards. For example, there's a medicine called Bute. It's very similar to Tylenol, and they give it to horses. You can have a very minute amount on race day, and it's so minute that it's kind of easy to go over a little bit. And so those kinds of things go in front of the Board of Stewards, $100 fine, $200 fine. If you had to send all of those to the full Racing Commission every time, they would go from, a 4 or 5 hour hearing into a 2 or 3 day hearing, because that's how many of those kinds of things come up. So it makes sense to me that as things occur within the gaming environment, that you want to have that intermediary panel that can review those minor issues. And it would work exactly the same as the Board of Stewards. If you don't like the decision of the Board of Stewards, you can always appeal to the full commission. If you don't like what the full commission decides, you can go to district court. I think it would be great to have that interim step.
Thank you, Ms. McNally. Do we have any questions? Senator Cavanaugh?
Thank you, Vice Chair Hughes, and thank you, Mr. McDowell, for being here. So this change on page 3, the one about the all real property, that would allow Horsemen potentially to buy mills.
Yeah. And then, so like in my example with Butte, when there's a violation that's a little more serious, like let's say clenbuterol, that's a drug that is prohibited on race day. If you test positive in the test barn, the investigators then have an obligation and duty to go to your tack room and see if that drug is there, if there's any other violations. If you're not declared within the racetrack enclosure, they would literally have to go get a search warrant to do that. I think that's too much of a burden on them.
Thank you.
Okay. Other questions? I have just a little bit one with the adjudication committee or subcommittee. Is that typical like in other states? They have kind of that interim?
Yes, they have a panel of some kind that provides for a form of redress. And I do like the section in there that, for example, if you were, investigating at Warhorse and it went to that panel, that somebody from Columbus or Grand Island would have to sit on the panel.
Mm-hmm.
I like that.
All right, very good. Thank you for your testimony. Other proponents?
Vice Chair, members of the committee, my name is Tom Sage, S-A-G-E, 5903 Walker Avenue, Lincoln, Nebraska. I'm the Executive Director of the Nebraska Racing and Gaming Commission. I had to say the two previous testifiers made it pretty easy on me because they pretty much answered everything I was going to say to you. I'm here to answer any questions. You asked if this is modeled other states. This is very, very similar to Iowa. They have it in rules. I felt we needed it in statute before we went into the rules. It really, I believe, is going to enhance our regulatory effort. As Ms. McNally said, we don't want to have 2 or 3 days of constant hearings in front of our commissioners that are paid $1,000 like you all are a month. Anyway, here to answer any questions. I brought this to Ms. Holman a while ago. We worked on it. We worked on some stuff from Iowa, and there's where we're at.
All right, thank you. Questions for Mr. Stage?
I'm getting off easy. Thank you.
Easy. History. Proponents for LB 775. All right, any opponents? Nobody wants to speak in the negative? What? Neutral testimony, please. Nothing. All right. Senator Lowe.
Oh, if all my bills could go that easy.
I know, right?
Yes.
And with that, I close.
Well, that was super easy. And this is even easier. There was nothing submitted online or whatever. So boom, mic drop. We're done with this one. All right. Senator Lowe, do we want to do the break now or do you want to go in? Because you mentioned at 4 o'clock. So
Let's stretch it on
Okay.
after this.
All right, here we go. Need to switch the tag. We are going for LB 311, and that is also brought by Senator Lowe. Thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you, Vice Chair Hughes and the fellow members of the General Affairs Committee. My name is John Lowe, that's JOHN-LOWE, and I represent District 37, which is made up of Kearney, Gibbon, and Shelton. LB 311 changes the deadline for when horse racing market analysis, the casino gaming market analysis, and the socioeconomic impact study are due. Current law calls for this to be completed by January 1st, 2025. My bill is a simple change. It just changes that to January 1st of 2029. Pushing these studies back to 2029 will also mean that the new horse racing facilities and casinos will not be allowed to open until that time. I'm bringing this bill to stifle casinos in Nebraska, but because the reality on the grounds is already allowed casinos in Nebraska, Nebraska will just barely become fully operational by 2025, if even then. The requirements for these studies were created so we could get a clear picture on how the casinos are working, how future casinos may interact with the new ones that currently exist, and to highlight any potential changes. These studies can only be helpful to this committee, the Gaming Commission, and others if we ensure there is quality data being analyzed. Right now, no casino in Nebraska is operating under its full capacity for slot machines. No casino in Nebraska is allowing card games or dice games. No casino in Nebraska is taking bets on sporting events. And no casino in Nebraska is operating at its permanent location. My understanding is the best estimate for at least some casinos to be fully operational is sometime in 2024, maybe. That would mean the studies of this committee and the Gaming Commission is depending on to make sound decisions. We would have less than 1 year's worth of data on a couple of casinos and tracks. That quite simply is not enough time to get a full and clear understanding. Moving the due date on these studies back a few years would allow us to get the best possible information so we can make the best possible decisions. If we are not properly informed, we cannot ensure that our decisions are the right ones. And with that, I'd be happy to take any questions.
All right, thank you, Senator Lowe. Do we have questions for LB 311?
Quiet group,
I just feel like we can't let you get off that easy.
please.
Can I ask one? Just kidding. I can't ask you a question. Or I can. How long, do you know how long a study would take when they, like from start? Like if they say, I'm going to do this market study, we're going to put an RFP out now.
Will it be the Racing and Gaming Commission who would do this?
So hopefully they'll talk and I can ask them that. You don't know how long something like that would take though?
No.
Okay, fair enough. Thank you.
I'll ask a question.
Oh, sorry. Senator Cavanaugh.
See what you started.
Thank you.
I'm
Vice
so
Chair.
sorry.
Thank you, Chair Lowe, for bringing this bill. So how did you settle on 2029?
Well, it was just going by the fact that, you know, construction is at an all-time high cost right now, and getting materials was slowing everything down. And I thought 4 years, we could get it up and running, and at least have maybe 2 or 3 years we could go by figures after the casinos and horse tracks are all fully operational. Because I don't see any, there may be 1 or 2 that are fully operational by the end of 2024, which is this next year coming. I don't see all 6 being up and operational, and that's what we're really talking about is right now is 6 horse tracks and casinos.
Thank you.
All right, any other questions for Senator Lowe? I'll have one more. You brought this yourself. You decided
Yes.
to bring this for yourself. Okay, thank you. All right. We need proponents for LB 311, please.
Hello again. Lynn McNally, L-I-N-N-E, M-C, and A-L-L-Y, representing the Nebraska Horsemen and Workhorse. We are in support of LB 311, mainly because he's giving you handouts now that just as a reminder of what the things are that have to be examined in the market study. And if you'll look, everything that's highlighted in yellow without actionable, without these casinos existing, you cannot fulfill those pieces of information because there isn't any to be had. It would be pure speculation. Because of the adverse financial climate and as the senator said, cost of materials, those kinds of things, our construction has been delayed. We thought we would be open, but it looks like we're not going to be open at either full facility, Lincoln or Omaha, until probably the very beginning of 2025. So there would be no full-blown facility even open by the time the study is due. And if you're putting out an RFP, you have to gather the data, you have to organize and put the data together. If the report is due January 1st, you're going to have this done in 24 actually. So we just need additional time. The original 6 licenses would like an opportunity to get open so that you can do a market study that has value. These market studies are extremely expensive. It would be a shame to do one with no actionable data. And the people I'm sure who are going to oppose this are the Johnny-come-latelys who suddenly have some huge love of racing. You know, they had no interest in racing prior on November 2nd of 2020. They had no interest whatsoever. The Nebraska HBPA has built 2 racetracks in the last 20 years. We love racing. It's why we exist. And these other places just want an excuse to open a casino. And frankly, a couple of them just want to siphon off our revenue so that our purses never grow and never get any bigger. They want to damage horse racing. And so you'd need the information backing you up on this market study to really make an intelligent decision about how to move forward in the marketplace and whether additional licenses are even necessary. You have no way to determine that without sufficient information. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. McNally. Questions for Ms. McNally? We'll start with Senator Brewer.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. All right, since you brought it up, what is the cost for a statewide horse racing market analysis study?
I know what our market analysis costs. It was 6 figures. So I don't know what kind of RFP the commission plans to put out or what the, what the final bids are going to be, but that's how much ours was when we got it.
Okay, would that be 101,000 or 999,000?
Mr. Morgan would know. He's testifying after me and he's the one that paid the bill.
Oh, well, he's the guy I like to talk to anyway.
Thank you, Senator Brewer. Senator Cavanaugh.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Thank you for being here. I think this is your 3rd or 4th time testifying.
Yeah, sorry.
That's okay.
I apologize.
Always good information. All the things that are highlighted here, are they not knowable before January 1st, 2025?
They are not. For example, let's take the first one. The number of Nebraska bred horses available in the market for running races, including foals dropped in the state for the last 3 years at the time of market analysis. Now, you might say to yourself, well, that's a knowable number. The problem is if the full-blown casinos are not open, that directly ties to how many fulls are going to get dropped in the state because of the amount of purses. And they have no idea what the purse amounts are going to be with the casino revenue. Now, as a partner in the casinos, we plan on putting a significant amount of revenue that we receive from the casinos into the purses. We won't know how much we can put into purses until the facility's open and know how much money we have to work with. We don't know that today.
And so you're saying we can't fully study, well, I guess we'll work backwards. We can't open any new casinos until we complete the study, right?
Right.
And we can't complete the study until you guys are up and operational.
Right.
You guys have an incentive you don't want other casinos to open necessarily because you don't want competition. So isn't there an incentive for you guys to slow walk opening up your own casinos and then argue that the study is not going to be able to be done until your casinos are open?
Oh, trust me, we are not slow walking these casinos. As a matter of fact, we have daily conversations, cursing whoever is responsible for these dramatic materials costs. We just had, as an aside, we just had an emergency HBPA meeting yesterday at Fauner Park because we had planned on having Temp Omaha open later this summer. Because of materials problems and the interest rate problem, we are now backed up into early next year for that. So we had to make dramatic budget changes to accommodate for that. There were a lot of unhappy people in that room. So trust me, we want to get open as quickly as possible. There is no disincentive to open.
And is it your position that 2029 is the right year, or is there a different year that?
I think that's reasonable. I think Chairman Lowe is right that that's 4 years. So it gives you probably 2 or 3 years of actionable data. And I think that's probably reasonable. That we've noticed with the temporary facility that numbers can fluctuate dramatically depending on what time of year it is. So you really do need a couple of years data so you can see the trends going up and down.
And so we adopted this bill last year, if I remember right, 561, is that right?
Was it last year or 2 years ago?
With the
last
study, I think it was last year.
Okay, I don't remember.
Yeah, 876.
Okay.
I knew that right off the top of my head. 876. And I remember the conversation about what the years,
Yeah.
and I don't recall, 2029 was never a part of the conversation. I remember the original conversation was.
Well, because we thought we were going to get open quickly and that didn't happen.
Okay.
Our interest rates and, I hope I'm not telling tales out of school, but I mean, our interest rates went from single digits to double digits very quickly. It was alarming. And, Lance ended up telling some of the finance people, listen, I'm not accepting your deal. It's going to get me fired. So, it was back to the drawing board and, he's close to choosing someone now. But, we had anticipated starting construction last fall. So we had to kind of wait out that peak of interest rates.
I was at the groundbreaking, I think.
Yeah, you were.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, Senator Cavanaugh. Other questions? All right. Well, thank you, Ms. McNally.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Next proponent.
Lance Morgan. Do I spell my name?
Yes, please.
LanceMorgan, and PO Box 369, Winnebago, Nebraska. I'm here to testify in favor of extending it. And I think listening to some of the questions, I think might help me a little bit on this. I think Senator Lowe did a good job of summarizing it in general. And when we did it as 2025, we were kind of hoping, to be honest, it would be 2027 or something like that. And as Lynn has explained, things have been going slower. We're building Omaha and Lincoln, and they're going to be around 2025 when they're fully open. They won't have been open a full year, I think, by that time. And we do these studies, which we've spent probably a few $100,000 on to get to your question. And whenever we do them, it takes about 2 years to have fully seasoned casinos. because especially in newer markets where people haven't played before, you're seeing that now in Lincoln where it had a nice peak and then people it dropped down and then people are like, hey, let's go check it out. And so then there's a seasonality to the whole thing. And so I think it's going to take about at least 2 years after the facility opens to know how it's going to do. The other problem you have here is the casinos are happening at different rates. We only control Omaha and Lincoln, but we're also going to do South Sioux, and South Sioux's on the back burner because it's a much smaller market in what we're going to do. And I don't know what the timing is on Columbus, and I think Hastings is a little bit delayed too. So you're talking about a timeline that's going to be difficult. And I think that, so doing a study based on a hypothetical is probably not going to be effective. The other thing I think that's important on this is this study comes up a lot when we're financing these casinos, because it basically acts as a short-term moratorium. And some of the casinos that are looking to be built, one is between Omaha and Lincoln, and one is between Lincoln and Grand Island, and that creates real conflict. With the finance, because if those are going to be there, then you have to scale back what you're going to do. And Nebraska, especially in Omaha, is going to need a killer facility in order to fight, 3 casinos in Council Bluffs. And so we have real issues there to create some strong competitors. And if we're investing close to $600 million in these, to then have somebody come in and sort of eat our lunch the next day is a difficult thing to stomach and finance.
All right. Thank you for your testimony. Do you have questions for Mr. Morgan? Senator Brewer.
All right, Lance, just for the record, last time I saw you didn't have any gray hair. Changed that, I see.
Since 2020.
Probably earned it. All right, so we're looking at probably, if we do it right, this statewide horse racing market analysis study. It's going to cost a couple $100,000 to do it right. Now, that study would give us the ability to assess all of the proposed locations that we're looking at having horse racing that encompass that. And the key part of that is you can't study it if it doesn't exist. I mean, we could swag numbers, but a lot of the information, like the stuff that we're looking at here with number of horses, number of foals, all this kind of stuff, there's got to be some reality to it, or it's just pie in the sky. So I kind of understand where you're coming from here, and we're looking at a lot of money to invest, but your timeline right now, and this is best guess, the 2025 fully operational, you can start crunching numbers and you'd have real numbers to crunch.
Yeah. Well, we should be open probably in 24, mid to late 24, with a few things go right. You'd be surprised if you promised to pay $500,000 to get some electrical equipment here to jump the line, what you can do. And so we're aiming, but we will not have been open even more than 6 months probably in both facilities before they're supposed to somehow do a study on them. And South Sioux won't be open, and Columbus and Grand Island may not, and Hastings either. So it really is an exercise in guessing. And if you want to, Iowa's been doing this to us for 25 years, and they do these studies all the time. And what they do is they're very careful with their studies to protect their existing operators who invested the huge amounts of capital to do this, so that somebody can't just come along and hurt their operations. This is a government-controlled, sort of regulated environment. And so making sure that you don't turn it into something that is one on every corner is certainly in the interest of the state, I think, for lots of reasons. And the other thing that we had promised that there would be no proliferation in this. There were 6 tracks at the time. And I think that's what Nebraskans voted for too. They thought it would be a limited activity. And so I think there's another element behind the study. It was to slow that down and that momentum, because the next meeting, I think 12 people wanted to build a horse track. And that's not what 69% of Nebraskans signed up for.
Do you think there's any value added to looking at some of the studies that Iowa's done, or is there enough of a difference between what we're doing and they're doing that it wouldn't carry over?
I think there's a lot of parallels in a lot of things that Iowa's done. We spent a lot of time researching some of their activity, and they've done it in a way, 2 things: to protect their existing capital investment, and they've located their facilities on the borders in order to exploit outside markets. That's why there's 1 near Sioux Falls. That's why there's 3 in Omaha. That's why there's 3 in the Quad Cities. They're pretty calculated and strategic in how they do this kind of thing. And I think we probably need to take some of the same approach. And if we're making a $500 million capital investment, I mean, certainly some level of protection for that is important to us.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions? Oh, Senator Cavanaugh.
Thank you, Vice Chair, and thank you, Mr. Morgan, for being here. In terms of, like, you're talking about Sioux Falls or Sioux City will be far behind in terms of ones that you're talking about. But you talked about potentiality of interest in between Omaha and Lincoln, between Lincoln and Grand Island, those places. Is there a possibility of saying regionalizing the market studies, I guess?
I think there's some effort to do something in the western part of the state. And I guess that we don't have any real objections to that, except it's because there's not going to be a casino out there. So there really is nothing that's going to study. You know, all the 6 casinos are on the eastern half of the state, the central and the eastern part. And I think that I think there's been some initiative for people doing out west. And so I think that's a slightly different environment, a slightly different question. But to me, it's opening a can of worms that makes me a little bit nervous. And if you can thread that needle, I guess I'd support that.
Also makes me nervous. So.
All right, thank you, Senator Cavanaugh. Other questions? All right, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you for your time.
Next, a proponent.
Good afternoon, Vice Chair Hughes and members of the General Affairs Committee. My name is Tom Jackson, T-O-M-J-A-C-K-S-O-N. I am here to testify in support of LB 311 on behalf of Columbus Exposition and Racing. Since the passage of the ballot initiatives, as well as last session's LB 876 and 877, CER Columbus Exposition and Racing has closely watched the Nebraska Racing Commission grow in its new role and take on new responsibilities. These responsibilities include hiring staff, reviewing current operating plans, having on-site inspections and visits, building a vast infrastructure. These new responsibilities and oversight ensure the proper enforcement of this new industry in Nebraska. CER and other operators are operating under temporary permits. The horse racing industry is still building facilities needed to run more significant race meets with larger purses. Larger purses can be provided only by successful gaming operations. The voters of Nebraska approved gaming at authorized racetracks, knowing how many racing operations currently exist in Nebraska. Upon last year's passage of LB 876, the legislature enacted a requirement to conduct a market study by January 2025. That was basically for 5 years. The study is supposed to evaluate the numerous social and economic factors before allowing any new racetracks and casinos to be built. The market study is crucial because it will evaluate 16 complex issues that will give the legislatures and the citizens of Nebraska a roadmap for the industry's future. The market study is a logical, thoughtful path to implement and revitalize the once nationally recognized Nebraska horse racing industry and create a well-run and well-regulated gaming industry at horse racing facilities. A short extension for a proper study would be the responsible way to move forward for all parties involved. A study is critical to be moved out so we get really strong information. Several of you on the committee heard my expression last year, don't put the casino before, or the cart before the horse. Well, it's don't put the casino before the horse. I believe this is an example of just that, trying to expedite more tracks and casinos without the benefit of a well-balanced and accurate study could harm the industry we are working to revive. Therefore, we fully support LB 311. Thank you for your time. I'll take any questions.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Jackson. Do we have questions for Mr. Jackson?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Jackson, for coming here. I have a question. Could you give us a quick update on the status of the construction in Columbus?
Currently, we are putting together the temporary site at the Ag Park facility. We're hoping to move that forward and open late spring. Then the new site, we are working with the commission with plans to get approved so that we can hopefully move and open out at the old Wishbones facility late spring of 2024. That's our ambitious goals.
Okay, great, thank you.
You bet.
Other questions for Mr. Jackson? All right,
Thank
thank
you
you
for
for your testimony. And I'm going to announce before any more proponents, we're going to take a 10-minute break after this bill. Okay, next up, proponent for 311. Okay, seeing none. Opponents for 311. And if you're going to speak, if you wouldn't mind coming down, it's kind of like church. We got that front row open. Head on down and fill it up. Thank you for coming.
Yeah. Oh, good afternoon, Vice Chairman Hughes and members of the General Affairs Committee. My name's John Hassett, it's John Hassett. I'm the president of Exarban Equine, and I appreciate the opportunity to be here. Exarban Equine submitted a proposal in June of 2021 for a racetrack and casino operation in Bellevue. And I appear today in opposition to LB 311. Last year, when LB 876 came up, we agreed to the compromise that this bill hammered out in advance of that passage. And we believed it was fair to give the commission the tools it needed to have a better idea of the impact that the additional tracks and the casinos would have. And I also agree with that it gave the existing tracks protection to get started. Even if the market study isn't pushed back farther than 2025, excuse me, that doesn't mean that there'll be a license issued. And even if it was, it would take a couple more years to get open. I mean, they already have protection through at least 2027. The other thing about the required market study that was passed in 876, it clearly states under section 24 that the study of the racing market as it currently exists as the date of the market analysis. So I don't see the need to wait for future data to project the market as it currently exists. The bill says the market analysis shall be completed as soon as practical. And we looked at some other states, and it takes about 6 to 8 weeks to have a study completed. We did one before we submitted our proposal in Bellevue, and I've emailed a couple of the other states' studies and the cost to the Racing Commission. The one in New Mexico cost about $74,000. It was done in 2018. And the one in Iowa does one every 5 years as required by their statute. And they were still going to send me the cost. But besides our study, I've seen two other statewide studies. And the additional proposed racetracks are projected to generate over $100 million a year in additional handle in all three of the studies. And at a 20% tax rate, this means over $20 million per year in gaming tax to cities, counties, and state. So if you push the study back 5 years, you're saying no to over $100 million in additional tax revenues just from the gaming tax. The additional economic impact to the state will be 2 to 3 times the tax impact. I thought last year's compromise before LB 876 was a good compromise because nobody was entirely happy when it passed. I know the existing tracks want to eliminate any new tracks, and that didn't happen. And the new applicants wanted to get started, and that didn't happen either. So I think the compromise is a good compromise. Nothing's happened this year that shouldn't have been anticipated when the compromise was made. Oh, my red
Mr.
light.
Hassett,
My
yep,
wife
you're
tells
red
me
lighted.
Sometimes I hear I talk too much. But,
Do we have any questions for Mr. Hassett?
yes.
Senator Cavanaugh.
Thank you, Vice Chair Hughes. Thank you, Mr. Hassett, for being here.
Sure.
So you said that you're interested in opening one that was not one of the original 6 we're talking about. Is it your belief that after the study is done that you're guaranteed to get a license for a facility?
No, there's no requirement for the Racing and Gaming Commission to issue any licenses. There's just a requirement that before they do, they have to have the study done.
So it's possible the results of the study could say the market can't sustain another casino and racetrack in this area or something along those lines, and you still wouldn't be able to build one.
No, that's correct. And I don't know that waiting 5 years is going to help you too much as far as studying the gaming market in Bellevue. We got casinos 12 minutes away, and we've had them for 25 years. I mean, you can study that market now. There's a proposal from North Platte and Scotts Bluff. I don't know what would change 5 years from now if there's no additional casinos. I mean, there won't be a track within 100 miles of them, I don't believe. So, I just don't see where you're going to gain everything by waiting.
Thank you.
Sure.
Other questions? Mr. Hassett. All right. Thank you for coming
Okay,
in.
thank you.
Appreciate it. Next opponent.
Good afternoon, Vice Chair Hughes and members of the General Affairs Committee. My name is Rusty Hike, R-U-S-T-Y-H-I-K-E. I am the mayor of the city of Bellevue. I appreciate the opportunity to be here today and testify in opposition of LB 311 on behalf of both the city of Bellevue and the United Cities of Sarpy County, a coalition of mayors of Bellevue, La Vista, Papillion, Springfield, and Gretna. As we read LB 311, it is targeted at delaying any development of an additional racetrack anywhere in the eastern part of Nebraska, including the Bellevue Downs track proposed in Bellevue. Bellevue Downs is looking at $150 million investment in the racetrack and a potential future casino as part of an overall development of over 300 acres and $500 million in southeast Sarpy County. During an 18-month construction period, there will be over 350 construction jobs and more than $50 million in locally sourced materials. Bellevue Downs would race quarter horses, would be a 5/8 mile state-of-the-art dirt racing surface, a backside with advanced testing and receiving facilities, an expandable grandstand with pari-mutuel wagering area that would accommodate 5,000 fans. The development area, as noted before, would be 300 acres and over $500 million in development. While the racetrack and potential future casino are a part of it, we are also talking to developers about a wide range application or additional amenities, including hotels, an indoor water park with a natatorium seating 3,000 spectators, a facility similar to Topgolf. To give the committee some geographic perspective of the location of these 300 acres, it's not far from the NC3 project that is now being situated. However, it is important to note that this development really hinges on the issuance of an economic impact study by the Racing Commission and Gaming Commission to proceed. Were the committee to advance and the legislature pass a bill that would delay that part of this economic development plan, we would not know whether the project could move forward. To be clear with the committee, it was the city of Bellevue that approached Mr. Hassett and his group to begin these conversations about a potential new track and casino. Mr. Hassett has been a stalwart of our community and has run our keno game for over 20 years. Bellevue trusts John. That is why we spoke to him first. I also want to note that we are joined in opposition today by the United Cities of Sarpy County. The membership of this group includes myself and the other 4 mayors of the cities in Sarpy County. To a member, they view this project as an incredible opportunity for Bellevue and their cities as well. Together, we have over 190,000 folks who live, work, dine, and look for entertainment in Sarpy County. Just as Bellevue supports economic development in Gretna, Springfield, Papillion, or La Vista, they support us. Estimates of potential casino located at Bellevue Downs is estimated to produce over $100 million in gaming revenue and $2 million in potential sports betting revenue. This would be done through an estimated 850 slot machines and 20 table games. Estimates are that this facility alone would generate 350 new jobs and an annual payroll of $20 million. The economic output is estimated to be $25 million per year for the local economy. Under the current taxing provisions, there would be an estimated $20 million in taxes that would go in part to reduce property taxes to the tune of $15 million statewide, with $2.5 million per year going to both the city of Bellevue and to Sarpy County to address the needs of our communities. In my opinion, voters across the state approved the ballot initiative to maximize property tax relief. Please don't delay Bellevue's contribution to that effort. I appreciate your time. Glad to try to answer any questions for you.
Thank you, Mr. Hike. Questions for Mr. Hike? Senator Brewer.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. All right, Mayor, you're probably going to understand better than anybody like these studies and what they cost. Have you guys done something along these lines to kind of see if you're ready for the track, and what did that cost?
We have not done the study. The study was done by the independent contractors that Mr. Hassett had hired.
Right.
So we don't know if it's going to, I mean, we're kind of waiting for the state to do the study. So,
Yeah, all right.
I mean, if they say it's not going to work, you know, we can move on.
I didn't know if you guys had done one separately, just to kind of make sure that people are being fair about how they assess your ability to, you know, to have a track and keep it going and having the right number of people coming and all that. But right now, the way this would work is the state of Nebraska would hire this statewide horse racing analysis study for whatever the price is, 100, 200,000, whatever. And it's going to assess all of the potential, well, the 6, I guess it would be, potential locations for tracks, whether or not they can meet the timeline and the requirements, all those. Is that kind of how you see it?
Yeah, I just think, you know, if you're going to do a study each year, I think that study is going to change. So whether it's this year or 7 years from now, I don't, you know, I trust that those are professionals and they're going to come up with their numbers, and the study is what it is. It'd be nice to see it. So we can plan.
You're one of those guys that's blessed to know that the town you're in is going to be bigger in 7 years than it is now.
It is going to be bigger. That area I'm talking about, we're investing in a sewer system. It's a $200 million project. The whole Sarpy County is investing in, which opens up 70% of the county, and then Bellevue's bringing in water to that same area.
Is it Sarpy County the fastest growing county in the state?
It is, and with this sewer infrastructure, I have no doubt it's going to be for the next 20 years.
All right. Well, you got a big pair of shoes to wear, don't
Yeah, it's a lot of
you? All
work.
right.
But
Thank you.
love it.
Thank you, Senator Brewer. Senator Cavanaugh.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Thank you, Mayor, for being here. Have you seen the study that you're talking about, or can you comment on it at all? I guess, can I ask you a question about it?
Nah, I wouldn't have the right answers on it.
I
so.
should have asked Mr. Hassett, I
Yeah.
guess.
Well,
I'll
I can tell you all about the water park study. The city did do that one, but we're counting on the state and
The question I was going to ask you about, you cited a study that says it's going to bring in $100 million, and that would be with 850 slot machines and 20 table games. Do you know whether that study took into account the, I guess, diminution in dollars spent at the nearby casino that is in Douglas County?
I would think so, because there are other things that were they took into consideration. So I'm thinking they would consider everything. Yeah, that's a question for
I should have asked the last
for John.
Yeah. Thank you.
Yep.
Other questions for Mr. Hike? Oh, go ahead.
Well, Mayor Hike, I had the same question. Because when you do a market analysis, it's typically that snapshot with the existing competitors. And so I kind of join with Senator Cavanaugh in his concerns if it was a snapshot at the appropriate time, and did they factor in the cost of competition coming in very soon.
Yeah, I can tell you, we just went through an extensive water park study for the water park I was talking about, and that's one we did order from a third party, and they took into consideration the new interchange that's in there, the utilities that are coming in. So it was very detailed. So I can only imagine that the casino study would be the same.
Okay, thank you.
It'd be nice to have that.
All right. Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you.
Next opponent.
Good afternoon, Vice Chair Hughes, members of the General Affairs Committee. My name is Angie Burmeister. It's ANGIBURMEISTER. I'm the chair of the Sarpy County Board and a Sarpy County Commissioner for District 3 of Bellevue District. I'm testifying on behalf of the county board today in opposition of LB 311. Sarpy County is directly affected by the bill in that at least one developer's mentioned an interest in building a racetrack casino in Sarpy County. The county is a strong partner with the Sarpy cities in protecting the benefits for all Sarpy residents. While the board has taken no position on gambling or racing ventures in and of themselves, the county board does oppose this bill because it encroaches on initiatives that have been approved by voters. It limits economic development and it favors operations by some entities over others at the peril of our county. And we just appreciate the opportunity to be here and voice concerns on behalf of our citizens.
Okay, thank you. Questions for Ms. Burmeister? All right, none. Thank you. Thanks for coming. Other opponents to 311? Nope. All right. Anybody coming in neutral?
Good afternoon again, committee members. My name, for the record, is Shane Greckel, SHANE-GRECKEL. And again, I am the Vice Chair of the Nebraska Racing and Gaming Commission. In regards to LB 311, the Racing and Gaming Commission is taking a neutral stance in this, understanding that data is key. Much like the legislature, in this capacity, you guys are listening to the general public. The commission listens to the industry and the public as well to try to make the best decisions necessary under the guidance of Nebraska law. We can't do that without the best data at hand. I can say that. Temporary is always incomplete data. Temporary by its very nature is short-lived, and we don't really want to proceed with incomplete data or temporary data. Right now, I don't believe there's any full Class 3 gaming within our state. It's just slot machines. We do not have any card games or anything like that, in-person games. So we don't have any data to compare that to with new facilities. But I really must say from the previous individuals coming up here in the proponent and opponent stance, I applaud the interest in horse racing. It seems like there is a renewed interest in it, and I really applaud that in our stance. Macros, when we look at studies like that, we keep hearing that things may be changing. I agree. Every year, every week, it seems like in this scenario, things may be changing. However, it seems like macros in an industry do stay fairly consistent. So that would be very advantageous to the commission going forward to have very linear things, all that data sets staying similar. I don't want to talk too much on this one. We are staying in a neutral stance. We'll do whatever the legislature deems necessary for it, but I will try to answer questions best I can.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Greckel. Questions? Senator Brewer.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. All right, Shane, let's go and take a look at the way it is now and the proposal. That is a pretty quick expansion of quite a while on data. Has there been any discussion of trimming that to where kind of in the middle might be the right place to shift it to get data and still be able to have decent numbers for making a decision?
Yeah, thank you for the question, Senator Brewer. I kind of cut myself off a little fast there. Just because it says 2029 in the bill doesn't mean it's going to have to be 2029. Studies can be done far sooner than that. That's just the expiration point. If everything goes well, it could be sooner. There has been talk with myself and other individuals on the commission of using a matrix study. I'll reference it because I spoke of it at a couple commission meetings. It looks kind of like the Department of Ag's feedlot one. We can tweak it if that is something we could use. But if you put into a template like that, you can quantify information at a much faster rate that could prove advantageous for a sooner date.
who would shepherd this and kind of keep kicking folks in the butt and keep them moving down the road so they don't just drag it out as long as they want?
It's an excellent question. There'd probably have to be an RFP out, obviously, for the commission to find out who could do this. I would think it would be the job of the commission to keep looking in on it to make sure that the study is
Now you're thinking.
doing right.
All right, thank you.
Senator Kavanaugh.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Thank you again for being here, Mr. Greco. So do you feel like the commission is empowered to deny applications?
Yes, the commission would be in its efforts, much like the Liquor Control Commission would be able to deny based on criteria that would not be met or abusive criteria that on their license.
What about in light of the results of the study?
I don't think the results of the study would necessarily guarantee a denial of a license.
I'm not asking about guarantee. I'm asking about whether in your judgment, you could look at the study and say the market can't support another casino, therefore we won't give another license.
I think that would be absolutely critical for the commission to do. The whole reason for the study is to be able to not only protect Nebraskans, but to shed light on it. However, I must say in the same breath that if all parameters are met, it's not the duty of a commission or a government, in my opinion, to be able to stifle private business. If all conditions or regulations are met, that's the job of the private industry or the market.
I would agree with that in principle. We're trying to, thread the needle, as Mr. Morgan said, in terms of setting up a regulatory structure that's not going to cause casinos to be everywhere, but still give people an opportunity. And I would just note that one of the results of the study is that the commission can deny, and based on if it finds the approval of such application in such placement and location would be detrimental to the racing or gaming market that exists across the state based on the most recent statewide study. So, I guess just to phrase it as a question, you agree that that allows the commission to read the study and say, it'd be a bad idea to open another casino in this area?
I think we have to rephrase that a little bit. Horse racing first. If it's going to be bad in the horse racing industry, that's what started this. That's what needs to be taken a look at. Proliferation among Nebraskans, horsemen, is always going to be paramount. And that's always first is the track. So we want to make sure of that first, and then obviously take a look at the ramifications of what opening a new venue could be.
And so in that light, do you think there's a possibility that getting a study done with incomplete data would lead the commission to not grant new licenses if you feel like the data does not reflect the whole of what the state looks like?
I can speak personally to that one, that I would feel uncomfortable voting on a study that I know full and well does not have complete data.
So from a perspective of somebody who wants to get this done as quickly as possible, is there maybe some value in kicking it down the road to get a more complete picture, I guess?
I think there is, absolutely. Anytime you take a temporary amount of information and you try to make a decision based on that in haste, you could wind up with adverse effects, completely unintended from its full goal. And something like that with the new applications that have been addressed here today, if we wait to full term, which again, I must say could be much sooner, it doesn't have to be 2029, it could be 2026, we don't know. If we wait till full term, it could be, yes, the market looks like it's going to fulfill that, which I think the industry, in my opinion, would be well regarded to wait for. It's a free market study. It's free data and information that companies pay hundreds of thousands of dollars to, that the state would be providing in essence in this manner.
If you finish the study early, that's my last question, sorry. If you were to finish the study early under whatever timeline we're talking about, you're required to do another study every 5 years. Do you think your reading of that would be 5 years from the statutory deadline or just 5 years after the last study is done?
It's a good question. Based on, it could be statutory, but I like to look at it in a real world scenario. If statutory is an ending point here and would be the following year, basically, We would have to do another one. I don't see the value that that would serve to the citizens of Nebraska nor to the commission. However, if we space it out at a 5-year interval, possibly from the last resource or the last market analysis study, that grants us a better picture and a timeline moving forward of each year by year increase or decrease. So that study, I do think, would be better at the ending rather than statutorily.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Senator Cavanaugh. Other questions? She's gone. I have a couple questions. How long do you think a study like that would take? Starting from you put out the RFP, I don't know, you wait a month and then you bring them in, and then when they start, how long does that take typically?
That is an excellent question. And, you get what, I think you get what you pay for. So if we're, if you take your car to a really cheap mechanic spot, it might be done really fast, but not be done quite well. I use that as an analogy. I don't know is the better answer to your question,
Okay.
Senator.
That's fine. Second question is how long, so we've kind of been hearing that these places aren't going to have a permanent setting, meaning all the other things, tables, cards, all that, until the beginning of 2025 for a couple of them. How long do you think those need to be established before it's going to be good data and not temporary data?
I think we can use the data quite rapidly. And again, this is my opinion. I would really like to delay some of this to our executive director, who is much more apprised of the situations. But we have data from surrounding states that can show us a lot.
Okay.
If we can transpose some of that data that we find quickly within Nebraska, as soon as those permanent facilities get up and running, I see no reason why we can't use nearby data
Okay.
to put into our matrix, so to speak.
And then, I think this is my last question. The study is outlined on what you're going to look at. Is there like a rubric that says, because it's about horse racing.
Mhm.
So like the number of Nebraska bred horses are available for, including foals, blah, 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 for 3 years. Is there a number where, okay, we have this many and we have 6 casinos or 6 horse racing tracks, that's it? Like we can't, do you know what I'm saying? Do you have a rubric or a scale that says, okay, it's too low, we can't add any more, or there's plenty, we could add some more?
Nothing that exists so far, but I do think going forward in the future, benchmarks such as that would be critical.
Yeah.
These are all things that have to be developed. Again, I want to make sure that everyone knows that this is a very, very new industry.
Yeah, I know, right.
And we created a whole new division of government to support it.
Right.
And playing catch up, I don't know if that serves the best interest of government as well as the public, as well as getting out in front of it. So those benchmarks, I think, would be very applicable. And again, what I spoke to before, possibly introducing it into a matrix would really help quantify those numbers.
Okay, and then this is my last question. We've talked about quarter horse racing. The majority already go on our thoroughbred. We don't have any quarter. Hastings is going to be, but they're not even beginning. Are those two different animals? Yes, they are. But are they two different? Are they so different they don't affect each other? If that makes sense.
There are different specifications for the tracks, and there are different specifications within racing.
Yeah.
But a right lead's a right lead too on a horse.
Okay. All right. Thanks. Oh, Senator Brewer, go ahead.
I just want to say, Shane, a lot of times we get folks who just come in and read something to us. You dug down and gave us a perspective we needed. You've been pretty raw and honest with your answers. Thanks for coming and testifying. You've made it better for sharing all this, so thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Thank you.
All right.
Thank you, committee members.
Other questions? Seeing none. Thank you very much. Other neutral testimony for 311. All right, Senator Lowe to close. Oh, and I will say there are two online. There were 2 proponents for 311, 0 opponent, 0 neutral.
Thank you, Vice Chair Hughes and committee and all those who testified today. As a person who has opened many businesses, you throw the first year out because you could be so busy that the following years don't even compare. As we've seen with the new facility here in Lincoln, during the first month it was open, it was way high. And then it came back down, and now it's starting to come up again. So you really can't count that first month as what you're doing. And I think that's kind of what we're looking at here was 2025, even if everybody was open in 2025, you throw 2025 out. So that gives you 26, 27, maybe 28 to come up with an idea. And then it's got to be out in 29. So we're looking at 3 years. 3 years worth of data. I mean, normally we look at how things have been over the past 10 years, just for a good Rubik's. And we seem to forget that big open space in Omaha called Exarban that sat for many years because horse racing went down. And isn't that what this is about? This bill, LB 876, was brought by the Horsemen's Association to bring back horse racing to Nebraska. And it's very aggressive to put that in 6 horse tracks. In 6 horse tracks in Nebraska, we are going to make a thriving industry. Maybe. We'll see. And that's why we need this analysis. And that's why we need to push it back. Because the first year, year and a half may be really well done. But the following 2 years or 3 years, it may not quite be there. And they're struggling. Well, maybe they're not in the right place. Maybe it's something. But we need time. We need time. And Mr. Morgan, Lance Morgan, put it very well that they're investing $500 million. Well, that's a huge investment for a business to come in and to establish themselves, and then to have somebody else put another location up 35 miles away or 10 miles away that may take all their business. This is a highly regulated industry that we are dealing with here. Highly regulated on both ends, both the horse track and the casino. Nebraska has 6 horse tracks. California has 6 horse tracks with the same, or with 20 times the population. If we increase the horse tracks in Nebraska, are we going to run our horses to death? Because it takes a long time to move these horses from one facility to the next for the next opening date. You have to get them there and have to get them there established. So we're not quite ready for prime time, bringing these up and saying, hey, we need to expand horse racing and casinos. I appreciate the opponents that came in favor of this. You notice they didn't mention horse racing one time. They only mentioned the casinos. They want that money. They're not concerned about the horse racing. And we're also talking about 2 entities. We have the horse racing over here, and we have the casinos. So it's not like a simple study. We're studying 2 different entities. So yes, the casinos may be up and doing well, but is it ready for the horse tracks? Are the horse tracks doing well? Are the horses doing well? Do we have enough horses in Nebraska? Are there enough people to venture out and put 1 or 2 more horse tracks in? And that's what the study will be about. We need to make sure that all are viable when they come in. And with that, I'll end my testimony.
Okay. Questions for Senator Lowe? Senator Brewer?
Thank you, Madam Chairman. All right, John, for the sake of everybody, just as a refresher, the idea behind this study or this analysis is that we take and look at the viability of all 6 racetracks, the locations they're going into, their ability to sustain operations. And right now, who would who would have oversight of that? Would it be the gaming commission, or who would make sure the study's being done and that it's being done on a given timeline?
I would say that would be up to the gaming commission with an oversight by the legislature, because we have oversight on them through this committee.
And in order to get all the answers that are needed, because it's a pretty extensive list, they're going to have to go to all these locations, talk to all the people involved. And I guess one of the concerns is, it seems like the casino part's the easy part. I mean, not the construction of it, but as far as establishing it and being able to sustain it, because that's buying machines and building structure. Finding the facilities and the horses is probably going to be the harder part of that. But one has to have the other to exist. Is that a fair statement?
That's a fair statement.
So this report's going to come back and tell us how many quarter horses are available and how many thoroughbreds are available and how many foals you could have in a given year, because these have to be Nebraska horses.
They have to run at least one Nebraska bred horse race for every race day.
So that's what ends up in this report. That's what we're going to be able to see, is whether or not the standards we've set and all are they feasible and doable. And okay, thank you.
Yes.
Other questions for Senator Lowe? Senator Kavanaugh?
Have you been to Exarban recently?
I have been to Exarban and I haven't bet on a horse race there lately.
Well, I had to phrase it as a question, but Exarban's my district. It's doing wonderfully. I would love to invite you to come to Exarban and see how well it's going. They're building this horse track in a different location now because Exarban's doing so well.
Oh.
So I would love for you to come visit District 9 and how the thriving purpose to which we put Exarban after they stopped having horse races.
May I answer that?
Yes, please.
I would love to.
All right.
I want to go. I like field trips. All right. Other questions for Senator Lowe? I have just one little question. In your opinion, is there a difference when you compare horse track racing, the thoroughbred versus quarter horse?
Two totally different races.
Two totally
Two
different.
totally different races.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Anything else? All right. This concludes 311. And I want to remind people we are going to take a 10-minute break. So we will come back at, should we just say 5 till 5? It will start at 5 till 5. Oh my God.
Allowing us a 10-minute break. We've been at it since 8:30 this morning. So it was nice. With that, I'd like to call up Senator Briese for LB 685.
Thank you and good afternoon, Chairman Lowe and members of the General Affairs Committee. I'm Tom Briese, T-O-M-B-R-I-E-S-E. I represent District 41, and I'm here today to introduce LB 685, which is a bill to regulate and tax cash devices. These cash devices are the ones that you see in bars and restaurants that resemble the slot machines you see at the casino, but technically are different. To begin, I want to clarify that the act in question is known as the Mechanical Amusement Device Act. There are several different types of games that are regulated by this act, but of course not all of them are cash devices. The act regulates games that are skill games or cash devices like bank shot, and it also regulates games like pool tables, pinball games, bowling, arcade-style video games, and has done so since 1969 when the act was originally passed. I have an amendment, I believe it's on file, to LB 685 that clarifies that only those cash devices are affected by this bill. The bill is written to move the regulation and oversight of all mechanical amusement devices from the Department of Revenue to the Racing and Gaming Commission. It requires an annual application fee of $1,000 each for operators and distributors of cash devices in the state and an additional $1,000 fee annually for the license decal. Currently, there is no annual application fee, and the license decal, I believe, is $250 per cash machine. The purpose of increasing these fees is to help fund enforcement, but if we can keep these fees at their current level and still properly fund enforcement, I'm more than willing to not increase these fees. This bill also places a 20% tax on the gross operating revenue on all cash devices. Gross operating revenue is defined in the bill as the quote, the dollar amount collected by an owner or operator of any cash device less the total of cash awards paid out to players, unquote. 20% is the same rate at which we tax casino games, and this bill would distribute the tax revenue generated by cash devices the same way as casino games, with 70% going to the property tax credit cash fund, 2.5% going to the general fund, 2.5% going to the compulsive gamblers assistance fund, and the remaining 25% going to the county in which the cash device is located. If it is located within an incorporated city or village, it is split equally between the city or village and the county. As far as the 2.5% going to the problem gaming fund, I've been told by David Geyer, the executive director of the Nebraska Commission on Problem Gambling, that the highest number of individuals they see that are seeking help overcoming compulsive gambling are players of these skill games or cash devices. He gave me some data, and he may testify later in the neutral capacity, I'm not sure, but I believe he indicated that of new diagnoses of gambling addiction in 2018, those new diagnoses accounted for 5.3%. The new diagnoses, the share of them attributable to the cash devices accounted for 5.3% of the new diagnoses. In 2022, those apparently addicted to the cash machines account for 29.9% of the new diagnoses. But again, we may hear from him later. The amendment also retains the current amount of occupation tax by each operator or owner of mechanical amusement devices to the state and strikes a provision that increased it. My goals with this bill are to provide for more property tax relief across the state and to more closely regulate the cash devices to hopefully remove as many of the illegal machines operating across the state as we can. We know there is a problem with their proliferation of illegal games in Nebraska, and there are experts behind me who I believe will testify on this issue further. And I assume we'll hear considerable testimony on the benefits to our local businesses accruing from these machines. And I certainly respect that position and don't want to do something that really harms our local folks. With that in mind, I do note that the bill provides that these machines should be in a separate enclosed location. I would suggest an amendment to strike that provision. I also note that the decal
the decal fee has been raised considerably, I think from $75 to $5,000 per fee, it looks like. And again, I'm flexible on some of those numbers. You know, again, we still need to look out for our locals. But also, as far as the local business revenue, you know, it's my opinion that the industry can adjust to anything. You go into a casino somewhere and you might see advertised, you know, a certain percent payback on their machines. And, you know, as an example, let's assume that on a cash device, they're paying back 90% and 10% is the profit. If we tax the profit at 2%, if that payback was adjusted downward to 88%, everybody would be kept fairly whole. They're going to indicate that they can't adjust that. I guess I'd like to hear from them on their inability to make that adjustment. Yeah, they probably can't make the adjustment as the machine sits in the establishment, but I think that they can reset, adjust their profits on those machines, and they can keep their profit margins whole, it would seem to me. But regardless of any impact, we have to remember that the voters overwhelmingly told us they want casinos at racetracks and they want the property tax relief that it would provide. And the vote was overwhelmingly in favor, and I believe the vote was that way because of the tie-in to property tax relief. But here, we have a somewhat similar industry operating outside of the scope of the racetrack casinos with machines that resemble casino machines that don't contribute directly to property tax relief. What we're talking about here doesn't violate the law as mandated by Nebraska voters in 2020, but I submit that not taxing these machines in the name of property tax relief violates the spirit of the ballot proposal. But some are going to say, you know, these machines are different. They're skill games, and under our statutes, they are correct in saying that. But I was in a local establishment a week ago last Friday playing one of these machines, and you'd stick your money in, and it looked like what you might see at the temporary racetrack casino with spinning wheels and various characters on each wheel, and losing spins would take a matter of a few seconds. And occasionally after a spin, several arrows would appear on the screen above and below the rollers. All arrows would be red except there's a green one. And I would touch the green one, which would then line up the rollers for the winning combination. Then the screen would switch to about a dozen ducks, and 2 of the ducks would wiggle. So I'd have to hit the 2 that wiggled, and then my prize would be revealed. That whole process, and that was added to my total, that whole process took maybe 15 seconds. And then I was back on to playing there. As long as I remembered to hit the green arrow and the 2 ducks that wiggled, I was okay. But whether these games really do require skill, or if they're simply interactive games with prompts, is not the issue before us today. The issue is whether Nebraskans deserve some property tax relief off of these machines, and how can we do that in a way that minimizes any negative impact to our local folks. And I believe the passage of LB 865 will give us a way to regulate more closely the legal games and eliminate the illegal ones, and create a better market for gaming across the state. And most importantly, I believe it can provide property tax relief for everyday Nebraskans. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Senator Briese. Are there questions? Senator Hughes.
Thank you, Chairman. Thanks for bringing this, Senator Briese. Newbie. So these games have been around a lot longer. When did we as a state vote in the horse
The
track?
ballot proposal was 2020. These
Okay.
games have been around, like you say, for
As I
considerable
say,
time.
I think I've
before
seen
then.
them many
Yes.
years before. Okay.
Yes.
So I mean, you could kind of argue Nebraskans didn't, those have been in place. That's a little different than what we voted on in 2020.
Sure. Yeah.
And then second, you mentioned you think there's a lot of the illegal games out or whatever.
That's what I've been told, and I do
Right.
not know that.
Okay,
I assume
and-
someone behind me
And
may
again,
speak
this
to
is just
that.
more for me. Right now, the revenue people look like they're the ones that go investigate, right? Like they check
Yes.
tobacco things.
Yes.
I mean, they're going into those facilities anyway and checking those. Do we think they need more staff? Because this also moves this under gambling.
Yes, this will be this bill would put it under the jurisdiction of the Racing and Gaming Commission. I think we're going to hear from Director Sage, probably a neutral testimony
Okay.
later, relative to some of those issues.
Do you think, but are you saying that because you think they'll regulate it better, or?
I think this belongs there because it's more consistent with the
the goals and the operations of the State Racing and Gaming Commission. Again, these are technically skill games, but there's
Right.
a considerable amount of similarity between what's going on here and what's going on at our racetracks.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Senator Briese. Senator Brewer.
All right. I don't know if I want to thank you for bringing this bill or not. We're going to get into things here. All right. Here's my problem, Tom, is if you go out into my 11 counties and you start looking at, let's say, keno and pickle cards, I would guess that if I was looking at my legions, VFWs, and the ability to support the fire department, a lot of that is included in what they're going to be spending money on. So if I'm going to have to dig into their pockets to the tune of $1,000 per machine, right?
Yep, yep.
I got a hunch that there's going to be a hanging when I come home, and so I'm trying to figure out how to justify this change.
Yes.
So help me out, because
Yeah.
you got some of the same country I got.
Oh,
So
you bet. And that's why I say relative to those fees, it's not my intent to run these folks out of business, clearly. My intent would be to do this in the least harmful way to them. And I think that the increase in the fees that we proposed, as I said earlier, I'm not married to those aspects of the proposal. What I am married to is getting some more property tax relief for Nebraskans.
I'm not going to argue that. It's just, and I think if you take a snapshot of the whole state, maybe there's places where you can gouge and not impact the communities. But as you get to the smaller communities, sometimes literally the pickle cards decide whether or not you get a new roof on the building or not. And
Sure.
so, it's hard to want to gouge them because
Yeah.
there's nowhere to gouge. I mean, they're literally are kind of just, they usually have to have a fundraiser to seal the deal to get the last of the money for the roof anyway.
Yeah.
So I'll be anxious to hear about our
No.
options.
And that's a great question again. And like I said earlier, it's my position that they can reset. They can reset. Now, again, they're going to come in and say, well, these are skill machines. We can't set the things, but somebody back somewhere can set these things and adjust payouts. I'm pretty confident of that. But anyway, you'll hear from folks that'll say that. But they could reset their industry to accommodate for this 20% of the profits we're going to shave off. And the example I gave is, if they're paying back 90%, if their margin is at 10%, $10 on every 100, and we're taking $2 of that, they can simply reset their machine instead of paying 90% back, pay 88% back, and somebody's kept whole. I think I've oversimplified that, and they're going to maintain that I've oversimplified that, but I think we need to hear from them on that very issue. But the other aspect might be maybe their payback's only 60% instead of 90%. That changes it a little bit more. But if they're keeping 40% and we peel off 20% of that $40, that's $8. They can adjust their payback to $8 and kept whole. But I think there's a way that the industry can weather this and be kept whole. We might have to give them some time to do that. We can't just say immediately, you're going to start funneling us 20% of the net proceeds. Otherwise, they are going to go backwards there for a bit until they can get reset. But I think they can reset themselves to accommodate this.
Well, I guess the catch to that is figuring out that balance, because if you buy 25 pickle cards, you never win because that ratio is such that you don't have a winner but about once a day.
Yeah.
If you're lucky, then you defeat the purpose of it, because then people quit buying it because their chances of winning are so remote that, unless they just really want to donate the money.
Sure. But somehow people keep going to the machines when we're peeling off 20%, to the casinos when we're peeling off 20% there for.
To give free booze, I think. But. All right, thank you.
Thank you, Senator Brewer. Senator Cavanaugh.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Senator Briese, for being here and bringing this interesting conversation, something I hadn't known about, nor the number of folks involved. Well, first off, the Department of Revenue just started regulating these this year, right?
Yes.
Okay. And You'll get your turn. You guys can correct me later. But I thought I read a story about some folks getting convicted of the kind of fraudulent play that you're talking about. So there's already some oversight that you're trying to alleviate, right?
I saw the headline, didn't read the article.
I guess my understanding was there was tax evasion or something along those lines. But I guess my real question is, we just heard from Racing Gaming Commission, which you were here when we stood it up last 2 years. And they went from 2 employees to 16, I think, just based off of the 6 facilities we're talking about. And I thought I heard somebody, if they're here, can correct me later, but they think they're going to go up to about 60 for those 6 facilities. Now, like I said, this is an industry I was unaware of existed until very recently. And I can tell, I'm guessing most of the folks here are in this business, which to me says there's a whole lot of facilities, which I guess my question is, the Racing and Gaming Commission needs to get up to about 60 people for 6 facilities. Isn't this going to, adding this type of regulation to this, going to just explode the size of the Racing and Gaming Commission and put a whole new thing on their plate when we're already asking them to ramp up to speed on the casinos?
Well, we'll have to hear from Director Sage, his predictions as to what that will take. And yes, going back to your question on how long they've been doing this for some years. It wasn't just the last year.
Thank you.
But I think it'll be interesting to hear from him as to what their needs might be to handle this. But we are talking about far less machines than, well, I don't know that we are, but it might be similar to what the casino machines would add up to. I don't know that.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you, Senator Cavanaugh. Are there any other questions? Seeing none, are you going to stick around till midnight to close?
I will be happy to do
Okay.
that.
Thank you, Senator Briese. I'm going to change it up a little bit. It's the chairman's prerogative. I'd like the Director Sage to come up and give his testimony now if he would like to, so that he doesn't have to wait the whole evening.
Chairman Lowe, senators of the committee. My name is Tom Sage. I'm the executive director of the Nebraska Racing and Gaming Commission. I'm here to testify in a neutral capacity on this bill. For the most part, I'm here to answer your questions. And from the questions that were answered a few minutes ago, there appears to be quite a few. As far as regulations of the current skilled devices, the Department of Revenue has been doing that for quite some time. I couldn't tell you exactly how long that is. Senator Cavanaugh, yes, the Racing and Gaming Commission, when we're full, 6 facilities plus fully operational, yes, we're talking 60 employees. As far as what I believe it would take for the Racing and Gaming Commission to regulate the skilled devices would be an additional 12 investigators, 4 admin staff. In that admin staff, it would be an auditor, it would be an accountant. That would be what I'm thinking. I believe from the amount that the tax stamp will be, the industry would fund those additional people. As far as regulations of the machines, I believe we, in the bill, it says the Racing and Gaming Commission would create rules and regulations. I would think that we would want to be somewhat similar to what our casinos are, as we talked about earlier about minors. We have documentation that people have sent to us of minors playing these games that they've been sent to the Department of Revenue, and Mr. Rocky's here. He could address that a little bit further. We've seen it. Some of my staff have seen it. One of the main investigators for revenue that were in these skilled games is our compliance director, Casey Ricketts, and she's here, could testify for your questions, for your technical questions about these machines. The issues, as we said earlier and we heard, is the taxation. I've had people call us and say that they've won and haven't been able to pay. People call and say, we had to pay a gratuity. All those are referred to the Department of Revenue. I'm concerned for our citizens that we're protecting. I will stand totally neutral on this bill. We have to make the parameters, I believe, pretty equal. We need to protect our citizens. So I really would answer any questions I can. But again, our compliance director can talk quite a bit about the machines, but a lot of that might be covered by Mr. Rocky from the Department of Revenue.
All right. Thank you very much, Director.
Just one other thing, I'm sorry, Senator, I thought there was a lot of talk earlier about pickle cards. These aren't pickle cards. These are mechanical devices that look like a slot machine. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions for Director Sage?
Sorry.
Senator Cavanaugh.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Director. So you're totally neutral, but do you think that the Department of Revenue is not equipped to regulate these?
I would never say that. I don't think the Department of Revenue has the tools.
Okay. I won't tell them, but so you do think that the Racing and Gaming Commission is the better place?
Senator, I'd never answer that because I believe there needs to be regulation by somebody, and I know there is regulation, but it needs to be much stricter and stronger.
But that's not a comment on the taxation and the licensing fee we're talking about here. Right? I mean, there's two parts that we're talking about.
Correct.
Okay. And you have no position on the fees part?
I don't.
Okay. Thank you.
Other than if you're going to increase the regulation, you're going to have to find some way to pay for it.
Right. Thank you.
Senator Brewer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. All right, are you familiar with this?
No, sir, I'm not. That's from the Department of Revenue.
All right, well, just so you know, if you open that and look, circled there is what's called pickle cards.
Okay.
That's where I got the term pickle card.
Okay.
All right, just let you know.
I just wondered whether that wasn't in the bill, Senator, so that's what I was talking about.
Okay.
Thank you.
I'm going off the data.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Senator Brewer. Any other questions? Seeing none, I'm going to, thank you.
Thank you.
Director Sage. I'm going to continue on with neutral testimony. Is there other neutral testimony?
Thank you, Senator Lowe, Chairman Lowe, and members of the General Affairs Committee. I'm Brian Rockey, B-R-I-A-N-R-O-C-K-E-Y. I'm the Director of the Charitable Gaming Division in the Nebraska Lottery at the Department of Revenue. I'll summarize my testimony so that we can answer questions. The Charitable Gaming Division has been engaged in efforts to regulate cash devices for many years. After the Supreme Court decision in 2008, 2010, they were then treated as mechanical amusement devices similar to a pinball machine. Our investigators, our inspectors in the field in 2016 began noticing a real increase in the number of devices. We couldn't delineate in how they were handled by mechanical amusement device decals because we didn't know. The decal went on a pinball machine or a cash device because the fee was the same. That's when we began requiring licensees to tell us how many devices they were using. That number in 2016, 17 went from 300 to 400, we thought, to 1,600. And it's more than doubled today. And you'll hear from folks in the industry, I'm sure, some of that background. The division has drafted legislation a number of times over the years to address this sort of reporting requirement. We strongly, even though I'm neutral, we are very much in favor of the reporting language that's contained in LB 685. It wasn't until LB 538 passed in 2019 that we actually had some regulatory authority beyond the simple mechanical amusement device verification process. We attempted to write into the regulations that followed LB 538 significant reporting requirements, and were not allowed to do so by the Attorney General's office because the determination was that LB 538 didn't cover that sort of activity on our part at the time. So we have since been working toward that. One thing that I would note, cash devices, the leases are subject to sales tax, just like any other leased equipment, as well as the income that operators and distributors gather. Someone mentioned a court case or a criminal case that they saw recently in the paper. That was an income tax issue related to cash devices. Without good reporting, regardless of whether or not it's revenue or racing and gaming, it would be very difficult, if not impossible, to know how much revenue is being brought in and how much it should be subject to taxation and distribution. I would note that, as I mentioned earlier, we have investigators, inspectors in the field and investigators, and do this currently for charitable gaming and other activities. So I'll stop and let you ask questions.
Please continue.
Okay, thank you. The second aspect of the bill, aside from the very critical reporting, is the operational side of things. And as has been noted, we've been doing this for some time without a particularly good toolbox, if you will. The bill that passed 3 years ago helped a lot. This measure would make a big difference. We have the resources currently to do it. From a policy standpoint, whichever is fine, totally neutral. I would suggest, and we do, and I have some information in some binders that I had given to the pages for the committee earlier, but I would suggest that a January 1st, 2024 implementation date is awfully aggressive for the type of transition that you'd be talking about. Excuse me, and one of our biggest concerns is the last 2 to 3 months of the calendar year are the renewal cycle. And if an agency is going to be taking over, that will be happening at the end of the renewal cycle. And I think it poses some challenges just logistically. But that's, neither here nor there, I guess. There was a question about the fees. It's $250 per device per year and $500 per testing application. So devices are sent through an independent testing laboratory there are 3 that are functioning, and they were mentioned earlier. GLI and VMM are 2 of the 3. The other one is Eclipse. Lest anyone think we haven't been as vigilant as we can, we got sued twice as a result of our efforts with the regulations and coming out of LB 538. Once was over the reporting language that we attempted to put into the regulations, which the Attorney General's office ruled we didn't have authority to do, understandable. And then the other was the requirement that we wanted all devices to go through one testing laboratory at first to sort of lay the groundwork. So that was the process of in 2020-21, where we got all the devices through one laboratory, and then operators are free to send their devices, subsequent devices for testing to other laboratories, provided we're notified and have approved. So, I don't know if that's useful or not. I hope it is.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Senator Brewer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. All right, the standard I use when people come traipsing into my office to have me take a bill for them is, what bad thing is happening that is going to force us to change the world as we know it? So using that, how would you respond to that?
Sure. Well, from a revenue standpoint, a Department of Revenue standpoint, the lack of reporting of income right now, without the ability to get reporting from the machines, the devices themselves, we don't know how much money is going through. And so would be hard to verify what the operators or the distributors are reporting. Again, I would mention a case that you might have seen in the media recently that was based on an income tax situation stemming from these devices. There are concerns with with consumer protection. I think it was mentioned earlier that if somebody doesn't get paid, they get referred to us. We don't technically have any authority to do anything, but one of our investigators will go into the establishment and address the issue with the operator. And sometimes that results in a resolution to the issue. But without, again, the ability to have reporting or any sort of sanction ability, and I don't want to say sanction too harshly, but without any ability to address it from a consumer perspective, that's a problem. Let's see what else. Again, from a revenue perspective, and I think it was mentioned earlier that someone had seen a payout of $41,000 from a device. There's nothing in current regulation that says that the operator or the distributor has to provide the necessary tax reporting documentation to the winner. Where you compare that with racing or with the lottery, for example, if you win a prize above a certain amount, from the lottery, we automatically withhold and report that information to the Department of Revenue and the IRS. So that's a tax equity issue, I think, that would be important to consider. We also have concerns about what is actually a retail establishment. In the current act, in the bill that was passed 3 years ago, the baseline is 4 devices per location with 1 additional device for every 1,000 square feet. So you go into a convenience store and you might see 2 or 4 devices, whatever they can fit in. But then we have had some applications from instances where maybe they have a convenience store in the front of a building, but the back is just an empty auto shop. And they want to partition that up to make it multiple businesses. Okay. Technically, if it's going to be a business, it has to have a sales tax permit and be engaged in some sort of sales activity. That's not always what is being proposed by some of the operators. And so the ability to more clearly define a retail establishment would be very helpful, whether it's based on gross revenue or a certain amount of sales tax or whatever. That would be helpful. Again, regardless of whether it's charitable gaming or racing and gaming that are managing this. There's also no language in the Act currently to provide penalties. I mean, there's a penalty of $1,000 a day per device for a violation, and I think in the bill it proposes increasing that. Well, potentially, in some of these instances, if someone's been in violation for, let's say, 30 days and they've got 4 devices, that's $120,000. And that is probably not the intent of the original $1,000 a day language, but that's all we have to work with. And I can recall during floor debate on the bill 538 that there was discussion among senators about, well, we don't want to necessarily penalize the little guy, but without clarification on some of the penalties and sanctions available to the regulatory body, that's about all we're left with is a real harsh penalty. So that would be very helpful for the bill also, Senator. We also have some concerns, and we've seen this. There are some devices that have not gone through testing and consequently have not been permitted as cash devices. They initially were in the field as skill games, but they're multiplayer games. Fish tables are some that you may have seen or heard. And because they have not been submitted for testing, they are not allowed. We have notified the locations. And in most cases, those machines have disappeared or been removed from the main sales floor, but we get reports that they're active in the back room. We've also had, and here's the crux of this, we've also had some information that what they've done is they've altered the machine so that the PlayStation that you're sitting at you don't put money into that. You make money, you pay money on an account over here, and you're able to play on that machine, on that station at that play table. But you're playing off of a server elsewhere. And so that we need something, the law needs something that would address non-physical play, as it were. It should be a physical device.
Okay.
Sorry, that's an awful lot of answer to
Yeah,
your
that's,
question.
that's a lot of answer to my question, but going back to the penalty part, we could write in, I don't see a problem with that.
Right.
Reporting, we could make rules on that. I guess where I'm struggling is the need to go from 30 or whatever to 1,000 on the machines. Now, that's the part where I got the real rub, because, I mean, I understand you guys are Department of Revenue, you like money, but I'm not sure the trade is worth what we're gonna cause in the way of heartache.
Right. We, at $250 per device per year, that's about $800,000, I think, that has come in annually and it goes to the Revenue Enforcement Fund. And so out of that, we have funded a couple of our positions. So when 538 passed, the fiscal note for that was 2 positions. One was a support staff person and the other was an investigator. The other functionality associated with managing this program is part of what we do in charitable gaming. So our legal counsel, for example, has been kind of the point person on the policy side. And then we have a gaming analyst position that had some capacity to do some of the licensure work. So Brad is very familiar with a lot of the folks that are here today. And then of course the investigations work, if there's a complaint, that's spread out among the investigators within the department that are all deputy state sheriffs, and managed accordingly. So the answer to your question, $250 versus $1,000, I think from an administrative perspective, $250 is probably fine. The bigger question is what the appropriate tax rate would be. And as Senator Briese said, he's concerned about property tax relief.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Senator.
Sorry, Senator. Go on.
Senator Hughes.
Thank you, Chairman. Again, new to all this. Can you explain to me, because you're saying you're neutral and the gaming people are neutral, the Department of Revenue investigators, are they going into these other facilities for something else? Are they only going in to look at these games?
They will go in, if it's a game, the inspectors, let's start there. So,
Like what I'm trying to answer
Yes.
is, does it make sense to fall under the Department of Revenue to check into this, or does it make sense to fall under racing and gaming?
from the verification standpoint, it's probably fine either way, revenue. And we've got people that are out doing charitable gaming checks, tobacco tax, et
So
cetera.
that's my question. If they're
Yes.
going in to do tobacco
They're
tax,
doing
then
it.
they're going to do the game. Then maybe they have keno there too. I don't know. Where our gaming and racing have the 6 casinos
Right.
and horse tracks. They're, I'm like
Sure.
efficiencies is what I'm looking for.
Yes, no, I
So-
totally understand. And
Okay.
it's efficient in one location or spread out.
So one guy will go do all that stuff in
Right.
that one facility. Okay.
And having been with our inspectors before, a visit, depending on what the location has, could be 10 minutes, it could be 45 if they do a keno drawer audit.
Right.
So checking currently with the cash devices, it's just a matter of making sure that it's on the list and it has the appropriate number
So you just
detail.
look at that machine. Does
Correct.
it have the little tag? Okay. You were saying something about testing the games. They go to a lab or whatever.
Correct. The software has to go to an independent testing laboratory that verifies that the device is
It's a
indeed
game of
a
skill.
game of skill.
And does that happen yearly?
No, just on an initial submission. So
Just when you buy it, I have to have it tested.
the distributor or manufacturer will send it to the lab, and they're responsible for that fee.
And the lab is an independent third party.
Correct.
And we've approved this list of labs that they
Yes.
use? Okay. I think that's it for now. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Senator Hughes. Senator Harden.
Thanks for being here. From a million feet up, there are
gaming devices. There are games of skill, and there's a third category that's in the back room, right?
Yes, sir.
So are we predominantly today focusing just on the first two categories, or are we lumping in the third category as well? I guess the reason I ask is because illegal is illegal, whether we're putting it on this or selling puppies or baby chickens. So no, if we know that it's there and it's illegal, we will, take appropriate action. And our investigators will coordinate with the state patrol.
Okay.
And they mentioned Investigator Ricketts, and she worked with state patrol on at least one case where, and I can tell you from personal experience, about a month ago, we visited a community on a Friday afternoon about 4 o'clock to seize devices. And it gets a lot of attention when the state patrol car rolls up and you have, so we can and do approach the back room things. And a lot of what we get is we'll get a call from local law enforcement or from a customer or a player saying, or even another operator saying, I think so-and-so's, something's not right. And we'll inspect that. And I would anticipate the same sort of thing being the case if racing and gaming were handling this.
I can follow
Yeah,
up.
please do.
So in clarity for myself, I'm looking at it and saying, is that third category just kind of muddying the waters, or is it in fact a big enough issue that it kind of overshadows the rest of it? It's a big issue.
Okay.
I think depending on one's perspective, will tell you how big it is. I mean, I heard, Lynn McNally mentioned something before about the size that they think it is from their perspective. The operators may have a different perspective as well. Again, it's you can only enforce what you can see,
right?
And what you have the authority to do. And so that's where 685 is very important in providing that authority. So we need to pass 685 before we can look at that third category earnestly? No, I think we can do it now. It depends on what all we lump into that third category. If we're talking about the cash devices that aren't registered, that have been put in the back room, we can address that now. And 685 will help with that.
Thank you.
Sure.
Thank
Yes,
you,
Senator.
Senator Hughes.
Thank you, Chairman. So that his question led me to another question. So what if I have a facility that has these and you go and find one that is not in the back room, whatever you want to call it, what happens? What's the fine? I don't get to have them at all? Like what's the?
It kind of depends on the nature of the situation. So let's say you have 4 devices and our inspector visits and finds that one of those 4 does not have a decal on it.
Okay.
The inspector will have a conversation with you. Our licensing team will have a conversation. And we'll figure out, how did you get the machine? Where did it come from? And, should the distributor have provided the device, the decal, or should the operator do that? And a lot of that is going to depend, on the relationship that the distributor and the operator have. So a distributor may say to the operator, I'll provide your 4 machines and in return you'll get a piece of the revenue, or I'll provide the 4 machines and I'll give you a flat fee or whatever. But that's going to vary by account. So I guess back to your question, when we decide how you got the device and what does it need to be compliant? Is it a device that's part of the pool that's been tested? Yes. Okay. Then who's going to be responsible for the decal? At that point, it will be sealed and inoperable, and we put an evidence seal over the money slot. We also have the ability to clamp off the electrical plugs, although patrons have been known to remove the seal and break the clamp off and plug it in. But that's kind of when the penalty clock starts. So if, let's say it's on Monday and it's, we'd say, okay, you've got to get this taken care of. You've got to get a decal, you've got to get it registered, you've got to pay the fee. And our inspector comes back, in a week or 2 weeks or whatever, and it hasn't happened, then we'll make a decision of, okay, are we going into $1,000 a day mode, or are we just going to seize the device? And in the the instance I mentioned a few minutes ago, that particular situation it had gone many, many weeks.
So do you think that $1,000 a day is sufficient? And I mean, do you feel like you have the tools to nip this in the bud? Because if you don't have the tools to nip it in the bud, is that a different bill that we need to
Sure.
introduce? That
Perhaps up to $1,000 a day would be a more appropriate.
so then you could
Right.
adjust.
Because I can tell you from the charitable gaming side, if we have a violation with an operator, for example, or a bingo operator or something, we have latitude, but we may say to them, based off of X amount per day, you're facing, $6,000 worth of penalties. And we will, if appropriate, negotiate that to, maybe 3,000. But then there's also remedial activity that they have to undertake to make sure that it's,
Okay.
correct. So latitude would be helpful. Up to, language saying up to would be good.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Senator Hughes. Are there any other questions?
I'll stick around, senators.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Are there any other in the neutral? Welcome back.
Thank you. I almost could say good evening now, but not quite. So still good afternoon, committee members. Thank you for taking the time, and thank you, it looks like, to the public too, for taking a good interest in it. My name is Shane Grekel, ShaneGrekel, and I'm the Vice Chair of the Nebraska Racing Gaming Commission. Today, testifying in a neutral capacity, trying to offer as much fact as we can. In concerns of LB 685, the skill games, cash games, and I'm sure you heard this from Brian previously, it's basically a 250 fee per month, per machine per year. NRGC, that'd probably be taxed at a little bit different rate, 20% instead. So your revenue is going to be better tracked on stuff like this. To me, it looks like we got about 4,000 plus devices in the majority of Nebraska counties of these machines as well, based on some of the limited information that I have seen. Just to understand too, that's more machines than I think some of the permanent facilities estimated to have. So that's a lot of machines out there. A lot of things are going on with these machines. I hear software might be different. However, the physical structure of them is very, very much like a slot machine. In fact, I believe it is the GLI 11 code that they both have to be tested to, exact same standard as the slot machine. So again, let's take a look at it on very aggregate of what they are, and what they do is very, very similar. I'd like to applaud the industry that the NRGC has been working with. Warhorse, Elite, some of the casinos that are open have been quantifying and tracking data wonderfully. And as well as staff at NRGC as well have been quantifying these numbers. It's very easy to understand, follow traces, and understand if a problem is occurring or if there's one upcoming when this amount of data is collected responsibly and quantified. And I'm not seeing that so much in the current phase of these machines. I have some personal stories, but I'll leave those out on them. I would try to answer any questions. Again, this is a new industry. This is kind of new to NRGC, but I would be happy to try to answer any questions or direct them to our executive director.
Thank you, Mr. Grekel. All right, any questions? Senator Brewer.
All right, just for a little clarification, if this fact sheet they gave us from the Department of Revenue is correct, 2022 cash device decals paid for 4,883, cash device revenue generated 1,220,750. That equates to $250 per. Just for your information.
Mm-hmm. Thank you.
No problem. Keep up the good work.
Thank you,
Thanks.
Senator Brewer. Are there any other questions? Seeing none.
I get out of here early. Thank you again for the time.
Any other?
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Mike Chandra, Mikesciandra. I'm from here in Lincoln, Nebraska, and I am here today as a disordered gambler in recovery, a problem gambling treatment advocate, a member of the Nebraska Council on Problem Gambling, and a concerned citizen. I work in education and outreach for a local addiction treatment center, but that is not my motivation for being here today. In all of my education and outreach work in the community, I take a neutral stance on any legal gambling activity. I take that same neutral stance on LB 685. My main objective today is to give some viewpoints on these amusement games, skill touch machines, as they can be referred to, from a problem gambling viewpoint. For nearly a decade, one of my main outlets of my addiction was skill touch machines. I knew where all the machines were in Lincoln, as well as other communities throughout Nebraska. I could spend large amounts of money in a short amount of time on these machines, sometimes winning, but often coming out way behind. The activity was heightened even more during the early months of the pandemic of 2020. While other places to gamble were either not open or undesirable due to virus concerns, I found myself visiting bars, gas stations, truck stops, and any other location where skill touch games were located. I never kept track of the money I spent on my gambling, but I know thousands of dollars over the years were lost in these machines. However, more concerning than the money was the loss of time, motivation, and overall emotional health I felt while deep in my addiction. The intense feelings of anxiety, grief, shame, and depression I experienced within my addiction are emotions I never want to experience again and are part of what fuels me to remain active in my recovery. From a professional perspective, I can speak from the experiences of working in an outpatient problem gambling treatment center alongside a team of certified disordered gambling counselors. I know that a significant amount of our clients have struggled with problematic use of skill touch machines, either as their primary or one of their co-occurring sources of addiction. Beyond their struggles with problem gambling, co-occurring addictions and mental health concerns are usually present and they may have engaged in illegal activity fueled by their continued problematic gambling behavior. The link between the ease and availability of these machines and the continuance of problem gambling behavior is obvious and undeniable. I want to note that for myself, I have voluntarily self-excluded from Nebraska casinos in casinos in neighboring states. I know that this is true for many of our clients as well. However, once again, the availability of skill touch machines in so many locations is hard to resist for those who are struggling with problematic gambling behavior. With this background, some of the questions I have regarding the presence of skill touch and other similar games in Nebraska are as follows. How do we ensure proper ongoing supervision during operator business hours of these devices in hundreds of locations throughout the state? How do we keep children, regardless of the legal age minimum, away from these machines? This is a great passion to me because of the link between youth gambling and problem gambling, and I'd be happy to give you more stats after we're finished. Are we able to educate the players and operators of these devices on the local and statewide problem gambling treatment resources available? What responsibility do operators have to respond if a crisis situation occurs due to the problematic play of these machines? And is there a way to ensure that the existence of these devices within so many of our Nebraska communities is creating a net positive outcome for the areas in which they're placed?
Your light is on, and we have a lot of testifiers, so I have to.
There's not many that are testifying like I am, though.
No, they're not.
So,
Are there any questions? No questions. Thank you. Are there any others in the neutral? Seeing none, we will now move to proponents of 685. Those in favor?
Lance Morgan, Ho-Chunk Inc., and from Winnebago, Nebraska.
Just please spell your name, Lance.
Oh, LANCEMORGAN.
Thank you.
I'm glad the neutral went first because it created a lot of background information that I'm gonna change my testimony up a little bit, and I'll just tell you how I became aware of this. I've seen these machines here and there, bars. The Santee got raided by the feds 15 years ago for having some of these, but apparently it's okay elsewhere. But I walked in, obviously the Warhorse effort has heightened my awareness of this. And I have a place in Omaha and I walked down to the Cubbies, downtown Omaha, and there's 7 machines in there. And I'm watching them play it on a Friday night. And I said, what are these? So I started doing more research. I found out there's like 4,000 of these. There's only going to be about 4,000 slot machines in the 6 regulated casinos. So, so I said, well, so we started doing more research. They're not taxed. They're not regulated. And Rachel Johnson, one of my employees, I sent her on a statewide tour to sort of get some information on this. And I think it's unbelievable that this competitor has sort of built up. We marketed this thing as 6 casinos. That's a limited expansion. But there's essentially an entire industry that's the exact same size and growing rapidly, competing with us. I wanted to answer a few questions that had come up. And I think for Senator Brewer, we're worried about the fee. Not only was I interested in this, I got an email and a phone call from a company in New Jersey that promised to put them in our our casinos, or not our casinos, our gas stations. Now, we own 6 gas stations in rural Nebraska, and I can feel for some of the people in this room probably because it's a tough business. And what they offered me was, these are legal, they're legal is what they said. We will pay you, we will put them in, we'll pay the fee, so the individuals aren't paying the fee, and we will give you 50% of the revenue. So there's a company who offered me a deal to take 50% of the revenue to New Jersey. So we're talking about a 20% tax. We're worried about hurting individuals, but maybe that deal should be renegotiated. Obviously we didn't do it, but we were very interested in it. So, and it's not just mom and pop. Casey's is putting 60 of them in 60 stores. U-Stop has them across the street from the Warhorse, and they built their facility specifically larger so they can get more machines in there. I went to play these machines in various places, and I can't tell the difference between them and the slot machine. I asked what the skill was, and they said, your skill, jokingly, is push the button. I went to a fancy law school, and they're going to be embarrassed by this, but I don't remember much, but I remember a famous case that was dealing with pornography, and the justice said, he goes, it's hard to describe, but I know it when I see it. And every Indian knows a little something about what slot machines look like. And that's what these are, right? There's no doubt about it. They're marketed as casinos. They look like slot machines. And we need to level the playing field, because it's unfair that we're competing with people who don't pay any taxes, and there's no regulation on this whatsoever. So that is my statement.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions? Senator Brewer.
Lance, when we were talking with the Department of Revenue, it was kind of thrown out there that the example of this 41,000 that was won by someone, I assume that was here in Lincoln?
That wasn't us.
Wasn't us.
I think he was referring to, I can't put words in his mouth, but I think he was referring to these skill games. That's somebody that must have been the LeBron James of skill games.
Oh, okay. And essentially what he's saying is you could win X amount, 41,000, whatever, and there's no accountability for taxation of that money that you win. Because if you're at a casino and you win, that's tracked, right?
Yeah, everything we do is highly regulated, and from the machines we put in, from the testing we have, and it's ongoing. I think in these skill games, there's an initial sort of check, and then there's not a whole lot of, they can be changed fairly easily. You test, they can have maybe up to 20 games on the same machine, and so you can just flip the switch at any time and nobody's checking.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Senator Brewer. Are there any other questions? Senator Cavanaugh.
Thank you, Chairman Lowe, and thank you, Mr. Morgan, for being here again. You're right, there was a lot of background given, and I was unfamiliar with these. As far as I know, I think I've seen one in person, but I'm not 100% certain of that now that I've seen some pictures of them and things. But this bill does both regulation and taxation, right? And so we've heard some compelling arguments that maybe we need to beef up regulation, but I guess I'm wondering what the argument is to increase the amount of taxation other than the desire to put more money into the property tax bill.
Well, that actually, we support the idea of regulation. I think the taxation is sort of to create the level playing field, but I think that's a desire by some senators to have increased revenue. That's not something we've really focused on. I worry that taxation creates legitimacy for these. And what I worry about when I see these is it seems a little bit, I don't know, un-Nebraskan. you know, it reminds me a little bit of South Dakota where they have these machines wherever they are. It looks a little seedy to me. I'll just say the terms, I'm getting booed. But, and so I think it's more like making sure they're protected. I've seen kids play them. It's just, it's very unusual. And I don't think it was planned. You know, the company Bank Shot, they had a lawsuit and they went on a very technical ground. And so, okay, they're out there, but this has been the loophole that you drove the truck through, right? And so, and you're talking about keeping it under control. It's already out of the bag. I mean, the horse is out of the barn, and there's more of these than there are going to be legal machines in the state and regulated. I can't say illegal, that's the wrong term. Unregulated, I suppose, is a better term.
Thank you. Senator Kavanaugh, one more.
One
And please, no outbreaks. We're just trying to keep this civil in here today.
Well, so just to follow up on my question, so if we were to somehow make some kind of compromises on this bill, your biggest concern would be the regulation portion and not increasing the fees and registrations and taxation on it then?
I think it's important to create the regulatory environment for sure. And that's probably where the Gaming Commission is developing extreme expertise. I mean, these guys are getting good. They're on us on every little thing. And so I think, and I think what happens at the Revenue Department, it's almost like, they remind me of my accountant sometimes, but with badges. And so it's a totally different mindset and approach. And I think the regulatory element is supreme. But if I'm going to compete with machines that look and function exactly the same, I would like to have some sort of tax rate that is similar. Right? It just only seems fair. Think about the alternative. I could just take these skill machines that look like slot machines, put them in the legal casino, and not pay any taxes on them. I mean, that's how ridiculous this could get. You know, I'm not going to do that because I think I would be vilified. But I just think that this scenario could be played out in lots of different ways. And the taxation creates a legitimization to it, but it also at least creates a level playing field.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Kavanaugh. Any other questions? Seeing none.
Thank you very much.
Welcome.
Thank you.
You've been here a while.
What was that?
You've been here a while.
I have. Honored to be here. My name is Rachel Johnson. I'm with Ho-Chunk Inc., RACHAEL. As Lance alluded to in his comments, I took a long trip across the state, stopping in over a dozen towns, visiting over 100 of these machines. And I just wanted to share with you all some of my findings, some of my insights from this trip. So first of all, the first comment I'll make is that these machines are absolutely everywhere. Every one of your districts has these machines in them, and they are all over the state. The first big concern that I'd want to raise is that of safety and security. A lot of these places that hold these machines are not the most upstanding businesses in town. A lot of them, in fact, are hotbeds for what I believe to be illegal activity. I saw drug deals at some of these locations just happening right out front. There's also very few places that have security cameras, surveillance in place to oversee these machines. And some of these places are in fact not even manned at all. So there's no way for anybody to tell what's going on in there. One location I visited was just in a strip mall with an open room and some machines in it. And there was a number to call if you needed cashed out. Which leads me to my next big finding was that not a single one of these places was my age checked? Did I have my ID checked, whether it be to play the machine or to cash out? And this really, I think, encourages underage play. There's a photo in here that I'd like to bring your attention to on the first page, where I was getting dinner one evening and turned around and saw there were children with a chair pulled up to one of these machines and their parent putting $20 in to allow them to gamble. And that was the word that they used. I think these places, beyond just the open access to minors, some of them even seem to be encouraging this underage play, placing the machines right next to the candy. Data shows, as someone talked about earlier, that children who are introduced to and begin gambling by the age of 12 are 4 times more likely to become problem gamblers. Lastly, I'll highlight the lack of player protections that are in place with these machines. Every place has different rules scribbled on pieces of paper, taped to the walls. Some of them require a 10% minimum tip if you hit a jackpot. Some of them, if you walk out of the facility with your ticket and come back in to get it cashed, it's void. You can't even walk out of the building with it. These are people who it's their money and they're just being taken advantage of. Similarly, on this trip, at just about every location I went to, if I were to cash out and say I had a $10.40 ticket, I would go cash in my ticket and I would get $10 back and I'd ask, where's my change? We don't give change. That change continues to line the operator's pockets. So overall, I'd just like to say that I don't believe that these machines are consistent with Nebraskan values. I think they are a hotbed for corruption. They're deceitful, and I think they're harmful to our state.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson.
Of course.
Are there any questions? I saw you had a picture of the Hilltop in Kearney.
Yes.
How many machines were in that business? Do you remember?
Oh, I cannot recall off the top of my head, but I could go back in my photos and confirm with you because I did take photos across my trip across the state. So I'm happy to go back and check and report back to you.
Thank you. Senator Hughes.
Thank you, Chairman. Thanks for coming in, Ms. Johnson.
Of course.
What made you do this? Like, maybe I missed. What's your background? Like, what? I have never paid attention to this one bit. So now I'm curious. Like,
No, I think so. I saw that it was a growing problem, and I work for Ho Chunk Inc.
you do
and
work out.
Yep, and I saw that it was, growing in our state, and I wanted to better understand the issue. I wanted to better understand the problems and what truly was going on with these machines, just to understand them and see what the similarities are, what the differences are. And what I found is there are a lot of similarities, but in regards to regulations and the way in which they're used across the state, there are a lot of differences between what's happening at the legitimate casinos and these, quote, skill casinos, as they call themselves.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you, Senator Hughes. Any other questions? Seeing none. Thank you.
Thank you all so much.
Last time. Lynn McNally,
I hope so.
LYNNEMCNALLY, representing the Nebraska Horsemen and Warhorse. I am the compliance side of this. On the horseman side and the casino side, I'm probably the biggest and most frequent recipient of the Racing and Gaming Commission's oversight. I want to give you a real quick rundown of what we have to do to get a slot machine onto the floor. You need 5 days, business days notice to the Racing and Gaming Commission in order to ask for one, to be able to order it. Once you get their permission, it gets shipped to the facility. The Racing and Gaming Commission meets you there so that they can watch you unload it and place it. Before it's allowed to enter the state, you have to give them your floor plan and you have to show them on the casino floor where this machine is going to be placed exactly. Once it's placed there, it is hooked up, tested again by GLI. We use GLI for everything. And it is constantly monitored from that moment on. For example, if there was a problem with the machine that the commission noticed or something like that, Tom would call me and say, Lynn, machine 5372, tell operations, I need a report on that machine from 9 a.m. to 10 p.m. I have to pull it, I'm required to by the rules and regs and state law. So I give them the report. They can ask for literally anything they want. They can ask for an hour report if they want to. That's typical of every casino in the state. Senator Hughes, if we did the kinds of things that you were talking about with Brian Rocky about the numerous violations, that kind of thing, a single incident of that could cause us to lose our gaming license that we paid $5 million for. So we are fully compliant at all times. We have to be, because if we're not, then we can lose our license. It's very, very strict. The things I'm talking about, they have to do none of this. We have the Veridoc system, which is very pricey. You have to run someone's driver's license each and every time they go in the casino. It's currently a problem at Fauner Park because their casino, their restrooms are right outside the door. So when you leave, they are required by law to card you again, even if you were there 3 minutes ago. So we're subject to numerous regulations. They have to do absolutely none of this, none of it.
All right. Thank you, Ms. McNally.
Thank you.
Any questions? I appreciate your testimony.
Thank you.
And we'll see you some other time.
Okay, thanks.
Are there other proponents? Yes, please come. Welcome back.
Hello again. Thank you for your patience. I am Loretta Fairchild, LORETTA-FAIRCHILD. I am an economist specializing in taxes and how government spends its money. I was raised on a small farm in the Panhandle, and my heart is in rural Nebraska. So I'm starting with my planned testimony, and then I would like to bring in a very different level for rural Nebraska. I am here happy to admit that I can endorse all of what is in LB 685. It's lovely to see regulations spelled out in an operational manner. This is where I'm changing so I don't say this quite as well. I'm also very happy to see this rural crowd here. And I was very happy to hear our Omaha senator admit that this is a brand new issue. And I would like to have this, I would like to add, I realize it won't impact 685, but it should impact the legislature as a whole. The issue here that is unspoken is how should town government be funded in the state of Nebraska? Pickle cards is not an okay way to fund anything in this state. We have a governor who did manage to just say out loud that in the school appropriation framework, schools, rural schools, because of isolation and low population numbers, have much higher costs. And the funding mechanism must, for the whole state, must move more money into rural schools. And so I am calling, that's just an example. But so I would like this to be a call to all Lincoln and Omaha senators to say, hey, the world is really different out there. Please start paying attention to funding rural government. Local government matters. And pickle cards should be fun, not the way you run your valuable institutions. So this, in that sense, LB 685 is only moving the deck chairs around on the Titanic. Because while I want 685 to happen, and it's very important in its own right, when the funding is adequate and consistent, and small towns know how much money they're going to get to run local government year after year after year, you have a whole different world. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Fairchild. Are there any questions? Seeing none. Thank you very much. Are there any more proponents? And just to let everybody know, at 8 o'clock, we will be taking another break. And so try to stay in your own seats so everybody kind of knows where you're at.
Thank you, Senators. My name is Gary Quant, Garyquandt. I'm a Hall County Commissioner. I'm here in support of LB 685. In 2020, the voters in Nebraska voted for casino gambling in horse race tracks and in all of Nebraska, in the 6 places that are liable. or that can have it, for two reasons: to help the horse race industry, property tax relief. Now we're getting these games of skill, cash bank, like bank slots or whatever. We're getting them, they're calling them casinos. And I handed out one of these to you. This is in Grand Island Daily Independent the other day. If you walk up to one of these games of skill machines, cash devices, you put your money in, and you're either going to walk away with less money or more money. In my opinion, it's still gambling one way or another. Even the Department of Revenue calls the money that you put in these machines wagers. I know two bar owners that have told me that these games of skill, they had them in their bars before they closed. They were the easiest way to make cash money that there was, and unreported cash money. One of the bar owners told me that he paid all of his taxes and he paid all of his utilities with the money he made at them. In Hall County, we have a keno. The proceeds that we receive from the keno, we use that for community betterment. One of the community betterment deals, we put $10,000 towards our veterans and things. So the proceeds that we get from gambling are used for community betterment, which they're supposed to be, and help other nonprofits. I've been told from various people in the revenue department that some of these machines bring in over $100,000 a year. There's a lot of money that run through these machines. There are problems in the state with these machines, like I just handed out to you. You know, not everything's great about them. All I'm asking is that with LB 685, which I'm in favor of, is to make the even playing field with the casinos. The voters voted in the casino gambling, and it's going to fail if we don't have an even playing field with these machines. So I ask for your support on LB 685.
Thank you, Commissioner Klein. Are there any questions? Seeing none. Thanks for
Thank
coming
you.
down. Are there other proponents? Other proponents? Okay, now we're going to start on opponents. And if you would like to move up to the front as we kind of go along, and we'll kind of peel off the front row, first come, first serve type thing.
Chairman Lowe, members of the committee, my name is Matthew Phillipson, Matthew Phillippsen. I'm one of the owners of Trussell Manufacturing and Midwest Amusements. We manufacture peripherals for different lotteries around the United States. We are the third largest manufacturer of these skill games in the state of Nebraska. Back in 2019, I received a call at our headquarters down in Houston, Texas, from a lawyer for the Department of Charitable Gaming. He asked us about our machines because they seized some machines that they deemed illegal, and we had no idea that they were being put out here because we were selling to the state of Georgia. Well, at that point, we talked with Gaming Laboratories International, and they explained what was going to happen, and we decided to move our headquarters to Omaha, Nebraska, to be able to build our business, hire people from out of state and bring them here, and veterans in state to follow the rules and regulations that LB 538 was putting in front of us. So in 2020, this bill was passed. In 2021, we submitted devices to be tested. We had 2 devices that were approved by the Department of Charitable Gaming that follow the standards in GLI 11, along with the definitions that the state has determined what a skill game is. The reason I did not give you these regulations and the testing standards is that I would have had to print off over 1,600 pages for you. And I don't think I can email you those standards and the testing lab reports at any time. In this right here, part of the lab report and our standards that we have to follow is that we cannot manipulate the software. We cannot change that percentage because we need to protect, we ensure, when I sign that affidavit with the Charitable Gaming Department, is that we cannot change the percentage that pays out. Therefore, it protects the player. So moving forward, okay, we have followed the rules and regulations, okay?
These are skill games and not casino games. And with our future being a manufacturing company and continuing to hire people here in Nebraska and expand our tax base and use it as a manufacturing facility to ship product throughout the United States, we want to have that confidence to continue doing that going forward. So we're against this bill, and I hope you oppose it. I hope to open up to any questions you might have regarding technical standards and our manufacturing expertise.
Are there, Senator Cavanaugh?
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you for being here. I'm sorry, was Phillips?
Phillipson.
Phillipson, okay. Where's your manufacturing located?
In Omaha.
Where in Omaha?
Right on F Street between 72nd and 84th.
Okay.
Yeah, so we're actually looking at purchasing a larger facility in Bellevue. We have an offer on a place though that would considerably expand our footprint in Sharpie County to be able to expand our manufacturing business, not just for Nebraska, but for the rest of the United States.
And so you're manufacturing not just for Nebraska. Okay. So in terms of you're saying you can't change the payout from 90% to 88% like Senator Briese was suggesting?
No, that's the whole point, is that to be able to protect the consumer, all right? That was part of the law that was in here, that you cannot change that percentage once it's certified.
Oh.
Okay.
And when is it certified? Is it certified as is there one type of device that's certified? You can't change it. You'd have to make that type subcategory.
Yeah, so basically, right. So we have 6 devices that are approved here in the state. Okay. Each one gets tested by the Gaming Laboratories International. Okay. They communicate with the Department of Revenue, which we have no ability to communicate during that process. That's the whole point of having an independent testing laboratory. So once once we submit something or is approved, we can't touch anything. We can't change anything after the final report is submitted. So to think that you have devices that are approved games of skill and then have to go back and try to change software, it doesn't work that way in terms of software programming. Okay.
So, realistically, what would happen if this bill were to pass? All the folks I assume here who have these devices would need to buy a new device.
That's correct. So where we're at is that out of the 4,800 devices, okay, Trestle Manufacturing has supplied about 1,300 of those approved devices to my other company, Midwest Amusements, okay, as well as upstanding correct distributors, okay. The bad eggs you hear about, that's out of our control. We don't sell product to the bad eggs. Okay, we work directly with the Department of Revenue. If we find something, we're the ones calling. Okay, we're the ones informing them, and they do go out right away. In fact, I was actually just recently invited to Colorado to speak on security of these devices. Okay, by the Department of Revenue. Okay, because inside these standards, we have put alarms on there. We have been able to put accounting tracking methods with regards to if the power goes off. Power comes on a week later, every single data is backed up inside the device. Okay. So when I hear that there is arguments of illegal gambling, systemic gambling going on here in the state, we have to respectfully disagree, because I know what my competitors who also manufacture product, what they do as well. They do not sell illegal gambling devices here in the state. Okay. And going forward, all right, by having to continue to apply by these standards right here, I cannot risk ever doing anything wrong, because I jeopardize my license to be able to work here in the state and grow my business. So that's where we're at, and that's where we stand on this situation.
One more
Continue.
question, sorry. Thank you. So if you heard I can't remember if it was Mr. Sage or Mr. Rocky talk about the requirement of the necessity for reporting. That's not currently something that's being done in the devices you sell in Nebraska?
So on the inside the devices themselves, right now, okay, there is accounting reporting that is based on GLI 11 standards, okay? All this accounting is backed up for over 30 days inside the device, okay? Every single play, and pardon me, I've never heard of a $41,000 payout. That doesn't exist, okay, here in the state, because our machines don't do that, neither do our competitors. The point being is that if there is a play that is argued, for instance, Casey Ricketts, who now works for the Casino Commission, used to work for the Department of Revenue. Somebody argued that they were supposed to get paid something down at one of our locations here in Lincoln. Take her down there, we show the play, it's on camera. We show the fact that the person didn't win because it's all backed up in the data with individual screenshots. And that is part of the standards that are inside these devices. Okay. So again, going back to the fact that are there bad eggs in the back room? We can't control that. People are going to do what they're going to do in the back room or in the privacy of their own home. So, but what we can do as one of the top manufacturers in the state is to guarantee you that our devices are games of skill and are certified, and they are not illegal games.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Cavanaugh. Senator Hughes.
Thank you, Chairman, and thanks for coming in. So like this article that they had these games of skill and didn't report income. I'm assuming that every owner, and maybe I can ask owners too, you can generate a report by day or by month of what you've made off that machine and what it's paid out.
Absolutely.
They use that for their tax records.
That's correct.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Hughes. Any other questions? So, oh, yes, Senator Hart.
Thanks.
Mhm.
I haven't played the games. I've heard it said that they're terribly similar to registered games of chance. I've heard they're different. Grant us your perspective.
So here's here's my perspective, and let's go back to what Senator Briese said on how long it took him to play one of the games. It took him 15 to 20 seconds, right? Because he's interacting with the software to make a decision on a win or a loss, or in our case, on every single game that is our software's out there and our competitors, you can actually always win. There's always a secondary game you can play. Whereas at a game of chance in the casinos, or any casino in the United States, is that if you just press the spin button, that's a half a second. There is a complete difference because of the interaction of skill and the choice to be able to make matches that is deemed based on the regulations that you guys, or the state of Nebraska, voted on and passed in 2020. And that's what we follow. So if you were to put this under the Racing Gaming Commission and tax it the same as a casino game, well then change the software and have casinos, but that doesn't make any sense. The Department of Revenue has been regulating these for a while now, and this is the first year that the bill has actually been in place, or it's required to have 100% certified product out there. So does that answer your question with regards to the difference?
Somewhat.
So if you look at the games, so for instance, I could go play a game, okay? Whether it be, 3 pigeons or something like that, all right? And I have to make a match, and then I have to make a secondary match, all right? I have to use my memory to be able to obtain the win, okay? If I'm playing $1 and I match and I only win 50 cents, I can still play to obtain an extra 50 cents plus another percentage. Therefore, the games can be upside down and not a game of chance. If something can be upside down always, then it's not a game of chance. It's a game of skill. Okay. And that's the difference between games of skill and games of chance, is because you're using your mind, you're using the match, and you can always beat the machine.
Thanks.
Yeah, no problem.
Thank you, Senator Hart. Are there other questions? So you had touched on the altering the payouts.
Mhm.
Can you alter the payouts in percentages?
No, I cannot alter the percentages of these games that are here right now that are deemed legal by the state of Nebraska. I cannot do that right now, and nor would I want to, because at the end of the day, which I find very interesting that somebody would propose, oh, let's just change the percentage, because essentially you're just hurting the player. Okay, at the end of the day, and taking more money away from the player. That doesn't make sense to me as a manufacturer, a software manufacturer. Okay? Because essentially then you're cheating the player, in my opinion. And that's the whole point, that these regulations were put in place to protect the players in general. All right, and the locations and the Department of Charitable Gaming.
You spoke about locations, where we saw pictures of them next to the candy pile and things like that, or not in view of the cashiers. The people from Ho-Chunk came and testified that somebody from the Racing and Gaming Commission has to show up to see where that machine is going to be placed. Do you have that same thing, do you know?
Well, with the Department of Charitable Gaming, no, but with regards to being a manufacturer and a distributor, okay, we require all the players, we put stickers on the machine that everybody has to be above 21. We put signage at the locations saying that everybody has to be above 21. That's what we have to do. We're not putting teddy bear machines next to these machines, okay? All right. That's not our business model in the spirit of this business. And neither is it the business model of the top 10 distributors here in the state as well. Okay. Again, you're dealing with people that, the backroom people, okay, that at the end of the day, though, the charitable gaming shuts down when they get a call and they find out that they're, them not paying taxes.
I was under the assumption there was probably only 2 or 3 companies in the United States that manufactured these machines. How many are there? I mean, if you're just one of,
Well,
several
I
in
just know,
Nebraska.
right. I know that there are 6 approved manufacturers here in Nebraska. Okay, well, us and my competition in American Amusements, we are based in the Omaha area, okay? The other manufacturers are outside the state, okay? As for skill game manufacturers throughout the entire United States, I don't have the right idea on that one, okay? I just know that other jurisdictions, it's regulated by the lottery, i.e. like in Georgia, okay, where you do have other manufacturers similar to myself.
And you are, you manufacture the games and the software.
Yes.
Are you allowed to play the games in the state of Nebraska?
Well,
Since you kind of know the software?
Well, I don't go and play the games. I'm in business to be able to sell the games to other people, all right, that put them out and whatnot. But I could play the games, and believe it or not, though, I could end up winning in the game. If you put out a new game, I can make sure that it's upside down and never makes a profit.
I was just wondering if you could teach me how to play the game.
I can. I'll take it out.
$1,000 a month there. Senator Hughes.
Thank you, Chairman. So is it in statute what % the games have to play out?
No, it's not in statute.
Because it'd be if a person's good or not. I mean,
Right, that's correct.
Yeah, okay, sorry. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Hughes. Any other questions? Seeing none? Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you very much, committee.
Yes.
Hello, everybody. Charlie Bosselman, Bosselman Enterprises of Grand Island, CHARLIEBOSSELMAN. I'm a little different operator out there. We've been actually in the business of operation of the machines for over 30 years, and we are retailers. So we not only operate the machines, but we place them in our locations, and we also place them in other customer locations. So we kind of have a different perspective because we place them and we also operate them, and so we kind of have a unique perspective on all parts of it. I would like to say that we've had a great relationship over the years with the Department of Revenue. And there's been a lot of stuff that's come up that these games just materialized all of a sudden, and that just hasn't happened. We've been operating them for years, and it's interesting that several of you have said that this is the first I've heard of it, and it's interesting that there's 4,000 of them out there. And if there's all these problems that are happening out there, if there's 4,000 of them out there and there's this giant problem with them, it's interesting that there's hardworking Nebraskans out there operating these machines in hundreds of businesses around the state of Nebraska if there's all these problems, because there's some really good operators out there doing some really hard work out there in businesses all around the state. And they do a really good job. Are there some boneheads out there? Probably, yeah. But there's some really good people out there who do a really good job. So I would like to say that I think they really do a good job. And the concept that none of us are paying taxes is crazy because we pay a ton of taxes. You know, and this idea that I keep hearing this, I hear of this and all these innuendos of all these problems, you know, I'd just like to see a lot of these problems written down because, you know, we're in the business and we hear of all the problems, and a lot of these things I keep hearing about, none of us are hearing about them. So I think our biggest concern as a group is the fact that they want to move the supervision of our business away from the Department of Revenue and into the Gaming Commission. And as you sat here and listened to Lance Morgan talk about our industry, you could tell his intent was that our business goes away and all of us goes away too. Yet you want to move our supervision over to the organization that would basically be in charge of our demise. So that is our biggest concern, in my opinion.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Bosselman. Are there any questions? Do you have how many machines in your businesses?
Oh boy, an exact count? I don't know. We probably have
Ballpark.
100 maybe.
Okay. What do you do to make sure that minors don't have access to the machines?
Generally, we locate them. Most of ours are in truck stops, and we locate them near the cashiers so they can keep their eye on them. Put cameras on them. We put age restriction signs on them, and the cashiers are instructed to anyone under 21 to card them and run them off.
Do you have any problems with the payouts of
No, not generally. Occasionally, if a payout's too high and we don't have the cash to cover it right then, we'll issue checks. But this idea that we're not paying the taxes on them, we follow all the guidelines that a casino would if it's over the amount. I don't remember the exact amount. I think it's $600. We make them fill out an I-9 on it. So that's a policy we've always operated under. So we do fill out that paperwork for anyone that we pay out more than that amount.
Okay. It was brought up about the illegal machines, and if you had an illegal machine or one of the people that you, not under Bosselman's, but under whoever you lease a machine out to, had illegal machines in the back room, wouldn't that hurt your profits on the machines that you have there, the illegal machines?
We don't have any, and I know my guys on the routes, if they hear of them, they will tell the Department of Revenue people about them and notify them. You know, I can't speak for the other operators, but you know, we've operated in other states that have similar type stuff like this, but you know, I don't think we would have a problem if, you know, if it was better able to regulate this business, if all these machines were on a central hub and it was housed by the Department of Revenue and they could watch our machines and we could report our income to them, I don't think we'd have a problem with that at all. I mean, we've got nothing to hide. We're reporting all of our income, all of our ins and outs and everything like that. If that's something that would make them more comfortable, I don't think we'd have a problem with that at all. And it would make those illegal games go away, because if they're not on the hub, then they're not legal. It's pretty simple.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you.
Yeah.
Welcome.
Thank you, Chairman Lowe, members of the committee. My name is John Fox, FOX. I'm president of American Amusements, and the product I'll be speaking about today is Bank Shot. Bank Shot is a skill game designed and developed in Nebraska by American Amusements from 2007 to present day. In January 2008, 430 Bank Shot games were located in 143 Nebraska cities. Bank Shot is sold to distributors that then enter into revenue sharing agreements with local businesses, nonprofits, which then receive 50% or more. In December 2011, Nebraska Supreme Court ruled bank shot to be, quote, not gambling. In 2019, the Cash Device Act enabled the tax and regulation schema for bank shot and other games which awarded cash prizes. The Nebraska Department of Revenue was overseen from the onset. Presently, we're talking about LB 65, bill that I believe hurts. LB 865, with all the venom and evils of protectionist legislation, aggravated as venoms and evils are, further still by masquerading as property tax relief. The industries and individuals that will be hurt, rendered to a second class by LB 685, deserve better than become a challenge class, subordinated in favor to the privileged casino class. In 2020, the casino interest by referendum offered the people of Nebraska a deal. Give us casinos, we'll pay you a 20% tax. The people of Nebraska took that deal. The people of Nebraska did not vote a 20% tax on any business the casinos beckon. This year, the casino bosses demand new taxes and regulations on amusement devices. What is it next year and where does this end? Would the $1,000 for this, $1,000 for that, 20% off the taxes of LB 685 even be contemplated if casinos were not in the state? Casino bosses want to compare the numbers and operation of the casino games that are at racetrack with bank shot. This is pure poppycock. The American amusements, and if amusements games such as bank shot were so similar, so lucrative, so profitable to be a threat to the casino giants, and in so much warrant casino style taxation and regulation, why did the casino bosses not become bank shot distributors 15 years ago? The newfangled Racing and Gaming Commission was created to regulate gambling devices. LB 685 purports amusement games found in places like Chuck E. Cheese and the Pizza Ranch should be regulated like casino games at the Racing and Gaming Commissions. We've seen the casino representatives bloviating in the media. Their prevarications taken by some with veracity that justify the hurting people with LB 685. We ask you to oppose 685 because it's not taxation, it's desecration. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Fox. And I saw you skipped a lot of your testimony in here, but we have your testimony, so we appreciate that.
I cut from 5 to 3.
Which is an achievement, and you ended in the yellow. So thank you. Are there any questions? Seeing none, thank you very much. And we are trying to do something right now with the temperature. Trying to bring some of the outside in. It may take a while. We're trying to get maintenance to come down.
Well, in my testimony, good afternoon. I should say good evening now. So my name is Brian Kitten, spelled Brian Kitten, and I am testifying in opposition of LB 685 on behalf of Briese's Food and Spirits, which is the company that I own, and the Nebraska Hospitality Association. I am here to speak today to speak about the effects of this bill will have on operators of game of skills machines. First, which this issue really hasn't been touched upon, the bill requires the machine to be housed in a separate room, accessible to only those 21 years or older. This would be extremely cost prohibitive for most bars and restaurants, running into tens of thousands of dollars. Not only will the construction be expensive, but this requires that machines take up valuable floor space for customers to eat and drink, customers and tables. Second, the bill requires raising licensing fees, taking it from $250 to $1,000 per machine overnight. This legislature passed the licensing fees for these devices, and they went into effect in January of 2021. The proposal to raise these fees seems to put the machines in the same class as slot machines, which they are not. Third, this bill institutes a new $1,000 mechanical amusement device license for each operator. Again, the legislature just passed the new regulations for these devices, and they went into effect in January 2021. This proposal to add the new license seems to, again, put the machines in the same class as the slot machines, which they are not. The game of skills machines do not make the revenue the slot machines do, and therefore should not be regulated like slot machines. Adding fees and regulations to games of skill would create a hardship for the bars and restaurants that could result in the operators taking the machines out completely. Many bars and restaurants use these machines to help pay their bills. As Senator Brewer said, with the pickle car income, putting a new roof on the bar or restaurant. These generate income to help pay the overhead and the bills and the labor costs. If they lose those machines, it could result in the loss of these businesses altogether. As a legislative body, you will need to balance fair and even competition between casinos and local bars and restaurants. I hope that you will allow the casinos to operate and pay their fair share without pushing out local businesses. If you do decide to regulate these as slot machines, then please give me the opportunity to put slot machines in my business also. As the gentleman from Warhorse stated, why doesn't he doesn't want to just put, or he could just put these machines in his casino and take out the slot machines. Well, you know why he doesn't? It's because these machines don't make the money the slot machines do. He's making a lot of money, as we've seen in the paper. So all I ask is a fair, even playing field. And if you really want to do that, then give me slot machines, because I'll take them. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr.
I'll
Kent.
answer any questions that you have.
Are there any questions? Seeing
Thank
none?
you.
Thank you.
Good evening, I guess it's not afternoon anymore, is it? My name is Joyce Frieden, Frieden, and I am co-owner of
Joyce,
Funtime
Could
Amusement.
you spell your first name too, just for
Oh,
the,
Joyce. And I am co-owner of Funtime Amusement along with my husband Greg. We own an amusement route based out of Kearney in south central Nebraska. Our business started with one pinball machine in a fraternity house. And my husband likes to joke that it's my fault we got into this business because I said, why not? What do you have to lose? But from that, we grew one location at a time. And now we've been in the business for over 30 years and served Kearney and the surrounding small towns. We have seen so many bars and restaurants come and go in that time, and so many locations change owners several times. The game business, the bar restaurant business is not easy, and it requires lots of dedication and hard work. I could sit up here and give you a speech about how much of a financial blow this would be to my business, which it would be, and could be the end of it. But I want to talk to you about a couple of my locations instead. How many of you have ever been to Holstein, Nebraska? Anybody? It's home to 188 people. A few years ago, a lovely lady by the name of Bonnie took a risk and bought the only bar restaurant there and opened the Cowtown Saloon. It has been a struggle of ups and downs. First, she had to deal with COVID, and now that things are finally getting back to normal, she has to deal with LB 685. We put in a pool table, a jukebox, and skill games. And I visited with her a few days ago and asked her what she thought about this bill. She said it would be devastating. She is just grateful to have the games and to be able to use that revenue to keep the business going, especially in the slow times. Right now, it is only one of 3 businesses in that entire town. It's the only place you can go to eat, have a drink, hang out with friends and family, play a game of pool, or listen to your favorite song on the jukebox. Are the games making her rich? Absolutely not. But it's helping to keep her town alive. And that's what I love about this business, is getting to know Bonnie and playing a part in making her small business successful. But I'm not going to be able to continue to do that if LB 685 passes. Next, I would like to talk about the Eagles Club in Kearney. We have done business in there for as long as I can remember. Like all clubs, it's had its share of ups and downs. And a few years ago, it almost closed for good. Then some people stepped up and vowed to turn things around. This club is a complete asset to Kearney and the veterans it serves. But I'm not going to tell you what this bill could do to them, because I brought a trustee, Brian Falk, who's going to talk after me. And this guy is doing some amazing things for that club, and I'm just grateful to be a part of it. In conclusion, I am proud of the business we have built and the entertainment we provide people. I treasure all the people I have met and the relationships I have made along the way. It's not been easy, but this bill would be devastating. If your motivation is tax revenue, that's not what you'll get. You'll get people just like Bonnie that won't be able to keep the doors open, and many clubs like the Eagles that won't be able to stay afloat. You were elected to do what's fair and impartial, and nothing about LB 685 is fair and impartial. You need to make the right choice for the people in Nebraska and vote against this.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions?
Yes.
Yes, Senator Rabel.
Thank you so much for coming to testify, and I apologize, I was in another room introducing another bill. But I know I've seen and heard some concerns about, and you may have already addressed this, so I apologize to my colleagues because I know we've all been here a long time. But how do you make sure, or how do you monitor that children aren't playing on these machines? I'm sure that they are very attracted to them, and whose responsibility is to do
They
that?
do. We put all our games of skill in bars and restaurants, and so they serve liquor, just like you have to check their IDs to serve them liquor. It's the same thing with the machines. And all our record keeping, and I can show it to you if you want, but every time I go and collect, and Brian can testify that, I show you how much money went in, how much money went out. This is what our split is. It's all reported to the government on my taxes, the same with every one of our accounts. So are there some people that are not following the rules? Absolutely. But the majority of us are following the rules.
Okay, I guess my question was, how do you keep kids from, wanting, if they go to the bar with their parents and they run off and they want to play with all these things, whose responsibility is to provide a little
It
bit
is
more?
the bar's location that they're in, and their help make sure that, they've got cameras, they, watch the machines. Usually they're really close to within eyesight of the bar, so that way they can see if there's any kids messing around. They'll say, this is an adult-only machine, you cannot, and we don't put any, we do cranes, pool tables, jukeboxes, dartboards. None of those games are by the skill games. Those are all in a separate area for the kids to play.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Senator Rabel. Any other questions? Thank you for coming down. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Brian Falk, BRYANFALK. I'm a trustee at the Eagles Club in Kearney, Nebraska. To the members of the General Affairs Committee, I'm a trustee at the Fort Kearney Eagles Club number 2722, which recently celebrated our 75th anniversary. The Fraternal Order of Eagles is an organization with a motto of people helping people. As a whole, we organize and aid in fundraisers the world over, including many here in Nebraska. Our location has raised thousands of dollars for local, state, and national charities. Our club closed a few years ago due to complications due to COVID. We opened up a few months later with a huge debt. In this post-COVID environment, many people, primarily our main demographic, are a little unsure about being part of large crowds. We are slowly seeing them come back. We currently have 2 bank shot machines and a pickle machine, both which are, according to the definitions of the bill, are on there, that many use for their entertainment. We host events such as karaoke, Oscar game viewing parties, potlucks, and recently a Super Bowl party. Look at the spelling on the sheet. None of these have helped us to consistently break even financially, but 2 things have. One is our leagues, both pool and darts, both of which pool, tables, and dartboards are in this bill. No one's brought that up tonight. Just keep that in mind. They are bringing in a more consistent crowd for both kitchen and bar services. The second one is our big one. We host up to 4 tournaments a month for both dart and pool. We have started hosting these in January of this year, and we can actually see a light at the end of the tunnel. We are in danger of breaking even in the next few months. In a post-COVID environment, that's amazing. LB 685 will change all of that. There is a fee for these pool tables and dartboards from $35. You're going to raise that to $1,000. That would cost the Eagles Club more than the $10,000 to $14,000 we would need to pay up front just for taxes and fees for the club. We are unable to pay for this right now, so we'd have to get rid of all of those equipment, which means we'd have to stop our leagues and our tournaments, which would very likely close our club. I've heard that there might be amendments to this bill to exclude the pool tables and dartboards from this legislation. I have read them. There is nothing in there. If there is, let me know where it is. Not be pessimistic about this, but why pass a broken bill? Why risk all of us service clubs, small town gas stations, family restaurants, and bars? I don't know if this bill is pro or anti-casino. That does not matter to me. My club does. This bill will kill my club, and all of the other charities that we help will feel it too. Please do not pass LB 685. Thank you.
Thank you, Brian. Are there any questions? The Eagles Club in Kearney, you've
Yes.
got it back on track. It's going to succeed now.
As of right now, with this bill not going into place, I say it will, yes. And there are plenty of charities that we do right now that I'm worried that if this goes into play, we cannot keep the doors open.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I think the Nebraskans are hot today.
So should we bet on him? Oh, but we can't. We can't. Not yet.
Good evening.
Oh, no. Sorry. Excuse me. Good evening, Senators. My name is Ryan Cruz, RyanKruse. I represent Nebraska Technical Services, an amusement route that has been around for nearly 40 years that employs 38 individuals, most of whom are long-term employees. In the interest of time, I will summarize my written testimony here in opposition due to the overwhelming financial burdens our industry and our customers would experience if LB 685 were passed. A little bit about our business model. It involves the placement of amusement games, skill devices at locations, and we operate based on a revenue share. Very important to understand that the profits are split with the locations, right? In addition to Eagles clubs, as mentioned, some of our other customers are Elks clubs, Legion Halls, VFWs, Sons of Italy, many of whom operate, already as mentioned, on thin margins. And they rely not just on the revenue generated by these devices, but by the foot traffic that is generated as well to their establishments. We already pay our fair share of taxes, if not more, by way of tax stamps, licensing fees, sales tax, personal property tax, and of course, state income tax. Based on media reports, we believe this bill is being promoted by the casino and racetrack interests to eliminate perceived competition to tax and regulate us out of existence. Some of their unfounded claims include that our industry pays no taxes. Last year alone, we paid almost $250,000 in licensing fees, $50,000 a year in personal property tax, and in the last decade, over $1 million in sales tax based on those purchases. This does not count payroll taxes, income taxes, or taxes paid by our customers. Number two, that our industry is unregulated. Nothing could be further from the truth. In 2019, LB 535 required that cash devices are regularly inspected and have annual tax stamps that require a wealth of specific information. In just a moment, Sarah from Nebraska Technical will describe the very involved process in which it takes to place a device on location. Third, the skill devices are spreading out of control. This statement is also false. The skill devices have existed in the state for 14 years, and the DOR mandates a mechanical amusement device or cash device license on every one of them. They also control the number of devices per location, and a device cannot be relocated without the consent of the DOR. And then fourth, that the claims that these are gray area gambling devices. Again, false. The Supreme Court legislation in the form of LB 535 and also the DOR regulations defined that these are not gambling devices. They are fundamentally different, specifically in the capacity that they are, that the player wins every time and must exercise a level of skill, a high level of skill. In closing, the referendum regarding the casinos and gambling in the state did not suggest that the amusement industry be put out of business, which is what this bill would accomplish. The bill also does not make a fundamental distinction between the skill games and gambling. Please protect your constituents' right to choose their own form of entertainment and don't be swayed by special interests. Thank you very much, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Cruz. Are there any questions? You have had a variety of machines, whether it's jukeboxes, dartboards, pinball machines, pool tables, cranes, skee ball, in the past. Are skill games, do you make more money on skill games than you would on these other devices? Or why are these devices seemingly to pop up now kind of everywhere instead of putting a pinball machine in place in the convenience stores or wherever else?
There's going to be a number of reasons for that. I will tell you just ballpark, the number of skill games on our entire route, right, represent about a fourth of the games in terms of pieces of equipment and generate under half of the total revenue. There is an attraction, right? Anytime there's, something to be one of value, right? People want to play, right? Just like, plush machines and all that other stuff. So there is some attraction there. Plus they can be relatively low maintenance. Pinball breaks down a lot. Jukeboxes require a lot of work, that type of thing.
Thank you. I think the last skill game I played was Pong, and I didn't excel at that. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Senators.
Good evening, Senators. My name is Sarah Cruz, and I'm also a partner at Nebraska Technical Services out of Omaha, Nebraska. I would like to spend a few minutes going into further detail about the process of the paperwork, and to hopefully illustrate how these games are regulated and that we do pay taxes on the device that requires them. For a location to even become an approved an approved licensed cash device operator, they must first submit a form to the Department of Revenue, which you'll see the highlighted form I give you all. They must fill out all this information from their federal ID to their state ID to every owner's social security number, address, any square footage. They need to supply all that information to the state. Any of that is not the Department of Revenue. If any of that is not accurate or filled out, they will be denied and they will be sent back. They have to put square footage down. If their location is above 5,000 square feet, they need to submit paperwork, whether that is from the county assessor or the liquor commission page, to see what their accurate square footage is. From there, then this will be submitted to the Department of Revenue, where they will determine, do a background check and determine if they can be an approved licensed operator. So that's just the first step. The next step, once they are approved, us, the distributor being NTS, has to fill out the next form I attached, which is a 57B, but has information from the operator that has just been approved, along with every device software that has their own cabinet serial number, their own game board serial number, and we pay $250 for each game on here, and they all are approved cash devices that the Department of Revenue has already, and the Charitable Gaming has already approved. So we do that, $250 for each game, and then we'll submit that to the Department of Revenue, waiting for our decals. When the decals then get sent back to us, we make sure they're applied to the appropriate games, matching the serial numbers, and then we can send out for replacement and installation in our locations. If a location does choose to have a game removed, or if they choose to even change the software, we have to let the state know of everything that we do. And we have a very good relationship with the Department of Revenue, both the field officers, as well as the people at the state here in Lincoln as well. So we keep in constant contact with them for any changes, any questions, anything that may arise. We let them know. We don't try to hide things from them. We are very much in constant contact with them. If somebody steals a decal, we will let them know so they're aware. We'll turn the game off until we get one. So to say that we're not paying taxes or these games are not being regulated is completely false. We do go above and beyond to make sure we have that good relationship with the Department of Revenue so that we don't get fines. We don't have games shut off. I mean, for as far as mechanical devices like cranes and pool tables, that inventory, we get that from our route management software. We end up usually buying a surplus of stickers, which we don't get refunded for. So in essence, we end up typically paying more in taxes than we are actually required to, because we don't get refunded for stickers that we don't use. So I'm sorry, in closing, I hope this paints a clear picture that we do our best to follow the regulations, and we absolutely pay for the tax stickers. And if there's any questions, I would be happy to answer them.
Thank you very much, Ms. Cruz. Any questions? Senator Brewer.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm trying to figure out how come Department of Revenue didn't come in losing their mind, because if we were to change this around, let's say it was Game and Parks, and somebody said, we're going to take away your ability to sell 4,883 permits. Those permits are worth $250 a piece. I'm pretty sure game parks would be losing their mind right now. And yet, Department of Revenue kind of shrugged their shoulders. I don't know, can you imagine why they'd want to get rid of all this? I mean, it looks to me like,
I mean, I would imagine, I don't speak for them, of course, but I would imagine that it would have to be some of the instances that people would bring up that they had heard of, like illegal games and people that don't cooperate, like, you know, like our Nebraska Technical Services, we do, you know, we have good relationships, so we do our very best to be honest and forthcoming with them. I think the reason that maybe they would not, again, this is my opinion, would want to get out of it is because of people that don't follow the regulations and rules as we do.
yeah, it'd be like game and parks getting rid of permits because there's poachers. That makes
Yeah,
sense.
yeah.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Senator Brewer. Are there any other questions? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Good evening. My name is Tuan Tuanmai, last name, and I am the owner of 4 businesses in Lincoln. My markets are 2727 North 11th Street, and my markets are 1340 West O Street, IGA Marketplace 4646 West Huntington, and Fast and Safe 945 South 27th Street in Lincoln, Nebraska. These 4 businesses employ over 45 residents of Lincoln. My store manager just gone. When I purchased this business, it was on the brink of bankruptcy. Each of these businesses are vital to the community they serve. Many of residents in this community do not have transportation and must walk to get the food and supply they need. I was able to legally install the skill games through my distributor, Furnish Bullets Gaming, and the revenue have saved my businesses. It has saved the job of my employees, and it has served the market that my customers have come to depend on. Many people say that locations that have skill games will create crime. I can only speak on my own experience, and it has been the opposite for me. My store have a big problem with shoplifting. When I started, the police were called weekly. The reports I have a request. After I installed the skill game, my problem with shoplifting have almost completely disappeared. Feel free to search the Lincoln Police records to verify my claim. I'm here today to tell you that if this bill is passed, my business will have to close within 2 months. 45 employees will be out of the job, and residents in the community where they are located will not have markets with walking distance to get food and supply they need. Please vote no to LB 685. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mai.
Yes.
Thank you very much. I'll have to visit your grocery stores.
Thank
you. Why do you think it is that your shoplifting was reduced because of the skill games?
The reason that before they don't have the skill game and they just wear the mask, they come in and they just rap and they run away. But now they have skill game and they shop and they stay and we talk to them. And we know every single one play the game, the name of them, and all the manager know everyone come to play game because all the neighbors there. We know them. So that's why they don't want to mess up with us, and they know already. We know them already. So that's why they reduce the criminal. So that's why we don't have any more. If you search the Lincoln police and you don't see 6 months from now, we don't have any call from police anymore.
All right. So customer service and being friendly with your customers is one of them over.
Yes. And also they talking about the minor. We don't have the minor go over there play the game because the manager know every single one, and they know that if someone is trained and under 21 and they come and they're asking for the ID.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Virginia Sims, VIRGINIA SIMS, and I'm from Kearney, Nebraska. We have one convenience store, and I don't really have a written statement, but all of the testimony, I think the whole one bad apple thing applies. I understand there might be problems. We have not seen any problems. It has increased our business. It has helped us through COVID. We did stay open through COVID, and we put up dividers, and we have, the majority of our employees are retired. So there are no situations, we've had no issues with minors playing the games. We sell bait, so it is by our tackle and bait machines, or the machines are by our tackle and bait. We do have cameras. I just think it has been a very positive thing for our business. And just like if you have a restaurant or if you farm and you're gonna do beans or corn, or if you're gonna sell pizza or hamburgers, it's just something that added to our business. And we've been in business 40 years. And if we could sell Cupid dolls and make money on them, we'd try that. So I think it's something that you have to look as a whole and not all the bad stories that you hear. And we are up to date on all of our tax stamps, and our vendor is very upstanding and above board and legal, and we report all our money, so we don't have any backroom games or anything like that, the nasty stories that you've heard. So if you have any questions.
Okay. Thank you very much. Are there any questions? Seeing none, you have a very nice
Okay.
place.
Thank you.
Good evening.
Good evening.
My name is Dave Shoemaker. David, David Shoemaker. I have the travel center out here on West O. If you haven't been there, you need to stop. We have 80 plus employees out there. During COVID, we were declared an essential business, so we had to stay open. The revenue from the games helped us. I mean, it was the business, our restaurant closed down, but we kept those employees employed, doing this and that. So it has been a very good asset to us. We pay well over minimum wage. We do health insurance after 3 years, we pay for it all. And part of the revenue from these machines help us do that, stay competitive. In my opinion, you've heard everything and all the facts and figures tonight, and ditto. It's good enough. We've just had a great experience with that, and I'm here, just LB 685 is a bad deal. I do want to say though, when somebody would hit a jackpot, they would come out to pay it. There was an I-9 issued right away, so the taxes were there. When you think about taxes, well, my employees pay taxes from the money we pay them, so it's one of them deals. So thank you very much, and thanks for your patience this evening.
Thank you, Mr. Shoemaker, and you do have a very nice place.
Thank you. Thank you.
Are there any questions? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you.
I hope it's getting cooler out there.
Cooler here.
Normally, we're freezing up here. This time of year.
Not today.
Chairman Lowe, members of the committee, my name is Luke Tenoff. I'm the director, LUKETNHOFF. I am the director of operations for S&C Vending. We are a family-owned and operated company that distributes ATMs, jukeboxes, and cash device machines, and we work with over 100 retail locations in Nebraska. I'm here today to speak in opposition of LB 685 because having spent the last 19 years in the hospitality industry, I can personally tell you how vital revenue from amusement and cash devices are to Main Street, Nebraska. LB 685 accelerates the closure of small businesses already on the brink of losing what they have. In a lot of instances, this bill would close the only gathering spot in rural communities where farmers meet for coffee, ranchers for lunch, and where local retirees have a gathering spot for dinner. LB 685 taxes amusement and cash devices at 20% of the gross revenue. To tax in such an extreme manner is just wrong and unfair to small business. Taxing these devices at the same rate as a casino creates a huge uneven playing field for businesses just trying to survive. I've heard one senator in particular state, and I quote, "Those involved with these machines, they will be able to adjust to this. They will be able to ensure their profits are likely maintained." I take issue with this statement because that implies that amusement and cash devices can be set in a manner that retains or maintains a specific percentage of profit. One of the very reasons that skill machines are legal to use and they not be adjusted like a casino slot machine can. In the end, think of the small businesses in every Nebraska county that will be negatively impacted by LB 685. I believe tax relief is achieved when it helps all citizens, not just casino groups looking to rid the state of small business that stand in the way of their profit. I think of Sheila Yost, the owner of Upland Bar and Grill in Upland, Nebraska, population 129. Sheila was able to remodel her restrooms in her business this year because of the revenue from her cash devices. I think of Yasser Taruno Garcia at YNN in Grand Island. Yasser was able to purchase a new ice machine for his retail store because of the revenue from his cash devices. I think of Sarah Hammond, the owner of Island Bar and Grill in Republican City, Nebraska, population 134, putting in a new cooler. I also worry about a very close friend building a new hotel in central Nebraska. He no longer knows if it's feasible to add a gaming arcade to his development and to their current established hotels because of the extreme taxation involved with LB 685. I could go on with these examples. I think you all get the picture of what I'm talking about though here. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Luke. Are there any questions? Yes. Senator
I'm going
Hughes.
to ask the same question you asked another. So you have all kinds of games, whatever. What percent do your skill games make overall, and what percent of the actual unit? Do you know what I like? Kind of
Compared with our other games
Yeah.
and ATM machines, it probably accounts for half.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Hughes. Any other questions? Thank you very much for coming today.
Hello, Senators. How are you?
Good
My name is
evening.
Brian Halleck, Brianhalac. I'm the pinball guy. I actually just do service calls and fixing people's amusement devices in their houses and stuff, and try to help some of these guys when they sell their stuff off. I don't have really a whole lot to say besides what hasn't been said already. Besides, one thing that isn't, because to be honest with you, my business is small enough. I could pack up, go get a job. I'm out. But it just irritates me that all of these people with bigger businesses and local brick and mortar buildings, this will shut them down because you're getting revenue from a 50. You got to give the people that you have the machines with a split. It's usually 50 or 60%, them getting the 60 or 50% on top of the tax stamps that we already got. We started off with $35 way back in the day, early 2000s, when all this stuff was under the mechanical devices. And then 714% add on to $250 just recently in 2021. And now we actually want to raise that another 800% up to $2,000 for the cash devices. If you look that up in between the time of those mechanical devices and right now, the tax stamps go up 5,700% from the 35% to the 2,000. That makes no sense. What other business could you construct that you could come up and say, hey, you know what? These stamps are $35. I think I can make that work. I can do the technical support. I can buy the machine. They don't cash flow. I will tell you that right now. They don't cash flow. But if they did actually cash flow, you'd still be at, it's like, okay, I can make this a viable business. But that's not what's happening right here. We're getting taxed out. This isn't property tax. You're taxing us out. And my guess is probably be the casinos, but it just irritates me that this bill is up here because it's going to kill all of these people's businesses, people's livelihoods. And I'm 52. I'm not afraid of making a new start. There's people out there that actually own their stuff that are, wheelchair bound and stuff, that what are they gonna do if you close their businesses up? Where's their employees gonna go? And that's pretty well all I gotta say.
Thank you, Mr. Hellick.
Thank you.
Are there any questions? You repair machines.
Yes, sir.
Can you repair the skill games?
I can.
You're allowed to do that?
Yes.
And do you get into the software at any?
Nobody gets into the software, sir. I used to help bug test it, but after you get through the gaming lab, it's sealed. You can't do anything.
Okay.
And that's one thing I'm sorry to say that wasn't touched on a lot. Everybody was going through the percentages and stuff. There is no percentages. How good the machine is, it can be upside down. So for this grandiose of you're at a casino hitting the button 10 million times and they're making a ton of money. These skill games, that's not the case. You get 15-second increments at best because people are still trying to figure out what's going on. So these are not casino games. They're skill games. They're amusement devices that just happen to pay out cash. So
Thank you very much.
you bet.
If testifiers, if you'd please move forward so we kind of can do this. And once again, at 8 o'clock, we're going to take a break if we need to. We still have seats open up here. Don't be shy. Go ahead.
My name is Jim Halls, spelled Jimhaws. I'm the Director of Operations for Winners Marketing, who manufactures and distributes skill-based games in Nebraska. We're based out of Omaha. I want to thank Chairman Lowe and the other members of the General Affairs Committee for granting me the opportunity to provide testimony today. It's been a long day for everyone, and it looks like it's going to continue to be a long day, so I've shortened my speech dramatically, but I passed it out because you guys happened to get home early today and want some reading material. You got it. Winners, like members of this committee, does want appropriate oversight for the adult amusement games deployed in Nebraska. It's important to understand these amusement games are not games of chance, which is gambling. This was established by the Nebraska Supreme Court and then again by the legislature in 2019. These amusement games require a predominance of skill with assured prize availability on every play. And to reemphasize that, that means that they can win on every play. These are not gambling devices. I wish to emphasize that under the current laws, the people of Nebraska can be confident that games of skill are fair and not unlicensed gambling. Any rhetoric that the games are unregulated is simply false. I won't go into that because we've already gone into it ad nauseum, but it's simply false. There's a lot of disinformation and misinformation about skill-based games. LB 685 is a product of such misunderstandings. It's an attempt to address problems that don't exist or misconstrues the economics of the industry in an effort to recognize tax revenues for the state. The bill is plagued by several inherent flaws. I'll go over a few of those with you, but I've cut a lot of them out because they've already been talked about and you have in your reading material for tonight. Changing oversight from the Department of Revenue to the Racing and Gaming Commission is one of those flaws. Such a change would discount the historical knowledge and effective oversight by the DOR for the past 3 years. It is important to note that all compliance protocols were only recently implemented at the beginning of this year, January 1st, 2023, and such an administrative change would be unnecessarily costly to taxpayers. Further, the bill would impose the same 20% gaming tax paid by casinos on amusement devices. The 20% gaming tax paid by casinos on amusement devices operated by small businesses which don't remotely generate the same revenue. This would be a punitive, regressive tax on small businesses who count on skill-based games to keep their businesses afloat and keep Nebraskans employed. Small businesses are not casinos. They are, however, the cornerstone of our communities. So is the current law perfect? Undoubtedly, it is not. The current law can be improved to protect the consumer and increase tax revenues from skill-based games. Our company operates skill-based games in other states with thoughtful regulation and taxation systems. We know what works and we know what doesn't work. For instance, regarding this reporting issue, a central monitoring system would work. Mandating that certain locations have a certain percentage of revenue coming from something other than games works. So there are ways to make this work, and we would appreciate the opportunity to work with Senator Briese and this committee to develop a system that everyone can say yes to. Our small businesses depend on it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dawes. Are there any questions? Senator Hughes.
Thank you, Chairman. I don't really have a question, but I appreciate you listing ideas of making it better and the option to come together and make something that works for everybody. So thank you for bringing that. That's it.
We all want this to work.
Thank you for writing out your testimony for us to read. So we appreciate that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening.
Good evening.
I'll try to be brief since I don't want to be redundant since you guys are hearing the same things over and over.
You've been here.
Though you're hearing the truth. I don't know if you heard a lot about that earlier, but let me continue. My name is Jarvis Nettles. I live in Legislative District 10. I work and I also have a small business in the
Jarvis,
mechanical.
could you please spell your name?
Jarvis. I don't know if you remember Jarvis Redwine that played for Nebraska.
And your last
We're not
name?
related.
Last name?
Last name is Nettles, Nettles. Okay. I work and I have a small business in the mechanical amusement and skill game industry. I'm speaking to you today in opposition of LB 685. This bill, if passed, would have far-reaching negative consequences for the state of Nebraska. The proposed tax on mechanical amusement and cash devices is excessive and will have a negative impact on business, especially small ones. This tax increase would severely cripple our industry and will hurt a variety of small businesses that depend on our revenue of our games. We just can't simply adjust or absorb a 300 to 2,000% increase on tax stamps, and fees. And on top of that, another 20%. Mechanical amusement and cash devices, I keep hearing this all day that we are not taxed. That is false. You guys have the data. You have the amount of mechanical amusement devices and cash devices that we pay tax stamps on. We pay income taxes. We pay sales taxes on the devices themselves. So we definitely pay taxes. Our games may share some physical looking similarities to the casino games, but that is where the comparison ends. The casino can set their payout percentages. We cannot. Our business models are totally different. We pay 50% or more of our revenue to other Nebraska businesses. The casinos do not. We also, in Omaha, I don't know of any operator that has received tax increment financing tax breaks. The casino has. So when they say they're paying all these taxes, are they deducting that? Probably not. Finally, I'm skipping some parts here because it's been talked about and well documented, but let's talk about the transfer of power from the Department of Revenue to the State Racing and Gaming Commission. I think that's a mistake. For one, it's been with the Department of Revenue since 1969, I believe. The Department of Revenue in 2022 conducted 4,536 inspections. This is of cash devices and mechanical amusement devices. Of that 4,000, 2,898 were cash devices that the Department of Revenue has looked at. So what they're saying that there's no regulation, we're just operating in the shadows, that is false. There's one more thing I want to talk about. I'm out of time, but in this bill, it allows the seizure without warrant of mechanical devices. Do we really want to expand government and go into arcades, pinball places and seize those devices? Does that make sense? Is it worth the money? Do you get a return on investment from that? I would say no. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Nettles. Wait.
Any questions?
Are there any questions?
I'm sorry, it's hot and I want to get out of here.
Take your jacket off.
Seeing no questions, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Chairman Lowe and members of the General Affairs Committee, my name is Blair MacDonald, spelled BlairMacDonald, and I appear before you as the registered lobbyist representing All American Games LLC in opposition to LB 685. All American Games LLC is a Nebraska small business based in North Bend. My client, Matt Krager, is a distributor of mechanical amusement devices. All American Games has machines placed in locations all around the state. My comments today also reflect the opposition of the Nebraska Grocery Industry Association. All American Games is opposed to LB 685 as it seeks to drive mechanical amusement devices and the industry entirely out of the state. The level of the taxation within the bill, including the increase in the application and license fees per machines, the addition of potential occupation taxes, and the 20% tax on the gross operating revenue for each machine would kill this industry within the state. Being a small business in the mechanical amusement device industry in Nebraska, as you've heard, has been a challenging road over the last few years with the passage of LB 538 in 2019, which completely overhauled the way in which the industry is regulated. Mr. Krager and other companies that are operating legally have all been in close contact with the Charitable Gaming Division at the Department of Revenue, not only to comply with the new regulations, which were only fully implemented at the beginning of January of this year, but All American and others in the industry want to continue to work with the Department of Revenue and opposes the moving of the oversight of skill games to the Racing and Gaming Commission. These machines are not games. These machines and games are not gambling. The Charitable Gaming Division is already doing the appropriate oversight, as you heard from Director Rocky earlier, and enforcement of mechanical amusement devices, as well as other forms of entertainment like keno, bingo, the lottery, and pickle cards. Many of these locations have co-located keno and pickle cards or bingo, as well as mechanical amusement devices. So the department is already enforcing the law and investigating these locations. These small businesses, nonprofit organizations, fraternal organizations, grocery stores, convenience stores, bars, and restaurants have all come to rely on this revenue, as you have heard earlier. Skipping ahead, there are many things that those companies, locations, and businesses within the industry can agree upon to move the industry forward in coordinating with the Department of Revenue. As you heard from the gentleman from Winners Marketing, many of those discussions have come up with the introduction of this bill. This bill in itself is not going to move the industry forward, obviously. We'd ask that this committee continue to allow the industry to work with the Department of Revenue and give us all time to see how the full effects of the implementation of the new regulations go. And for all these reasons, All American Games and the Nebraska Grocery Industry Association are opposed to LB 685 and ask that you please keep this bill in committee.
Thank you, Ms. McDonald. Are there any questions? 3 minutes is a short time, isn't it?
I'm a fast talker, obviously.
All right. Thank you very much.
Hello, my name is Eric Reichert. I will not talk that fast or is that long. But I did feel made the trip from Scottsbluff today.
Could you please spell your name?
Yep, Eric Reichert, ERICREICHERT. So, and I bullet points to make it quick. I think a lot of the conversation early on was kind of getting away from the intent of the bill. With what we're trying to do here, we have no problem being regulated. We're fine paying our taxes. There's no issues there. But switching it from Department of Revenue to the Gaming Commission, what's the point there? I mean, they've been taking care of it since the 60s. Why change that? When I was reading the bill, there is the Gaming Commission can take the employees from the Department of Revenue so they can staff it. Well, then all you're doing is taking people from the Department of Revenue and you're going to have to backfill all these offices. Why not keep it all in the way it's been working? Let everybody pay their taxes the way they're going to. Everybody, I mean, I put a fox in the hen house and just ruffle everything up. It's a lot simpler. It's less government at that point, just to continue the way it is. As far as property tax relief, I own a lot of property. I know what I make on the gaming
what I make would not cover what I spend on property taxes. So then I'm gonna divvy that up between everybody else in the state. That is a drop in the bucket. If you're wanting tax relief, you better look at a bigger business. I mean, it is a big business, but as far as property tax goes, you're not gonna be able to cover what, at least what I know I'm making on the machines I have in my businesses. You're not gonna be able to fund it the way you're wanting to. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ecker. Are there any questions? Senator Brewer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If you remember earlier, I asked him the question, what bad thing is happening that's forcing us to do this? And what he came back was, well, this gives us the ability to have penalties. But you're telling me there's already the ability to penalize you if you're not doing what you're supposed to do. Is that right?
Correct.
He said about reporting, which you guys are reporting, aren't you?
We are having to report this.
Well, we can't. He said he wanted to make more money, but it's a Department of Revenue. We've given that. So, all right. Well, I just thought, I didn't think that was an unreasonable question. What bad thing has happened that makes us change things?
Really, we're having to report it. We're like, the government's seeing what I'm making on this. The Department of Revenue is coming out and making sure we have our stickers on. They're making sure we're running our business between the tobacco, the lottery, liquor, well, it's liquor commission, but they're coming in and one person is coming in and looking at multiple different things. Now, to switch this over, you're going to have a whole nother person to come in and drive. I'm in Scotts Bluff. I bet you guys don't drive Scotts Bluff very often. Like it's a jaunt. I know you do. But it's a jaunt. Like it's just to come out there to look at the machines, to only look at the machines I have in my business. Like that's ridiculous. That's a complete waste of money. Let one person come out, drive out to our end of the state, and let them look at multiple things. Let them come to every business that we're in. When they're in a community, let them stay in a community, do their business, go to the next one, and then be done instead of just having two of them just chase each other around the state.
Thank you.
Senator Brewer, any other questions? And because you may have got the mileage award today, I have to ask you one more question just to make it worth your time.
Okay.
Are these skill games hooked up to the internet at all? Because it was brought up before that maybe they ought to be controlled on a central hub.
I am the wrong person to ask that question. I own the businesses, and then I have other partners that come in and run the machines. So I own the facility and the business that it's in, and I know I run one Cat 6 cable for them, but I don't know where that Cat 6 goes.
Okay.
So
I do.
He can answer.
Pay more attention to your business. No, thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Lisa Weberg, Lisaweborg. I'm from Bridgeport, Nebraska, but I operate businesses in Bridgeport, Nebraska and Gearing. I have 2 restaurants, an event center, and a hotel. I'm also 16. Sometimes I forget what I want to say. But I think that the thing that I've been sitting here since 1:30 this afternoon, and I know that you guys have been sitting here even longer than we have. Listening today, and I can't remember the senator who first spoke, he was talking about taxing things, the 250, and then all of a sudden it was 50, then it was 1,000. Then at one point he mentioned the $5,000. How can we even support a bill that if we don't know what it's going to cost up front? That was, why are we even discussing it? All the ducks should be in a row before it's either approved or at this point it should be disproved, in my opinion. I employ approximately 140 employees in our businesses. I'm telling you right now with the prices of what we pay for people's wages at the Steel Grill, we were over 55% of our income was in wages. 43% of it was cost of goods. If our taxes keep going up, we're not going to survive. And I have a very lucrative business that I think you've probably been there, haven't you? Okay, I thought you had. We have a very good business in Gearing and in Bridgeport as well. But with the taxes that we're talking about, if they continue to increase, we might be able to handle a 6%. But when we're talking 20%, that's going to hit us hard. And that goes all the way around, you know, whether my husband's in the farming and the cattle business or if I'm in hospitality. And I've been in hospitality business since I was 15. So I know how to run a business, but it makes it pretty hard when, like I said, wages are this way. Your cost of goods are here, and now we're at taxes. Just, I think also when we're talking about the gaming, oh, I'm on yellow, I'm hurrying, okay. Yellow, let's talk about like jukeboxes. We already pay ASCAP. We pay BMI. You know, those two licensing and fees right there is over $4,000 a year. We, the gaming, you know, I have the steel grill. What I make with 3 machines is basically entertainment for my guests. We probably pay out more than we take in. That's not the purpose that we have them there, but it is the purpose for guests to be able to enjoy them. And if that keeps bringing people in the doors, that's what we need to survive. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Any questions?
I may have been wrong. You may be further than the other fellow.
I think, well, we came up together. Does that make a point?
All right, thank you. Are there any questions?
Good evening. My name is Joe Hinderer, Joehinderer. I work for Central Distributing Company. I'm the Director of Sales and Marketing for a company that's been based in Nebraska since 1933. I've been in the business myself for 31 years, and there's a couple points I'm going to jump around with. I'm sorry. I've read the bill. I've read the amendment to the bill, and I think it's very hard to define. It's very confusing in the bill because there's games like skee ball, football, basketball, games where you win tickets and you play in a Chuck E. Cheese or the Mark or other facilities where kids are playing. And originally it was in the bill. Now in the amendment, it seems to be unclearly defined if it's out of the bill or not. So I think that's something that, you know, certainly needs to be addressed. I think a lot of people in the room are modest. A lot of them are my customers. They mentioned their businesses where they do business would struggle. A lot of these guys that they haven't said they would struggle as well. They all have employees. They all buy vehicles, pay taxes, support the state in many ways, and it's going to hurt every single one of them as well. But as far as the property tax relief, I think that's a pipe dream. I mean, you can pick any business and say, hey, let's take part of your profit and we're going to put it towards taxes or property tax relief. You can do it to anybody. It could be Walmart. It could be any business whatsoever. We're selling entertainment. They're selling something tangible. Take their profit away. All you're doing is hurting the end user. Because we all, I mean, none of us are getting, you know, rich doing this. So anyways, I have customers in the room that have told me when they've been in my showroom that they're not going to buy from me until they figure out what's going on with this bill. It's actually hurting my business today as this bill is being discussed. So, and I think there's a huge thing that it's been talked about a lot, but you have games of skill, which are proven skill, and casino games. And why a casino would be concerned with a game of skill, that's complete nonsense. Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Any questions? Seeing none. Thank you for coming down.
Thank you.
Can I have a show of hands of how many more testifiers we have? Just one? Nope. I'm not trying to encourage anybody.
How we doing? Todd Carpenter, TODDCARPENTER. I've been sitting here all day. I kind of feel for you guys up here. This bill's bad. I don't know, how it even got to here. Senator Briese, he puts it all together and says, hey, we're going to mark it down as property tax relief. And, I know Senator Briese's area. In fact, I talked to the lady in his hometown that runs the VFW. She says if this thing passes, we're done. Seriously. She goes, we don't make 20% on gross. All these taxes going up from $250 to $1,000. And then the jukebox going from $35 to $1,000. It's like, man, we're just throwing numbers everywhere. And the people can't sustain it. They won't. It won't. And you asked for the problem. I said, I thought revenue had this under control. This was 6 weeks into this year that we finally got out of rules and regulations. All right, but there's no gray area no more. It's black or white. It's either these games are legal or they're illegal, and they have the enforcement to do it. They have done it, and there are fines and there are penalties. And I just don't know, how did we get here? Well, I'm sure that, there was a special interest that says, we want to eliminate our competition. You can't tax an industry out of existence to help pay property taxes. It just doesn't work. Can't just go in for a power grab and go, hey, is there problems? How do we work this? Well, I don't know. We kind of get a committee together and see, all right, do you need more money for enforcement? All right, well, we're going to see what we can do to raise money, to raise funds, to whether or not it's even raise the tax stickers somewhat to pay for enforcement. But we're willing to work. It's just whether or not, there's nobody here that says this bill's good. Nobody. I guarantee you got thousands of phone calls and not one person said, you know what, this is a dang good bill. I hope it passes. Nobody. It's that bad. And I'm asking the council, as a Nebraskan, as a person of business, and everybody else in the room, that but we're not in support of this bill. It needs to be squashed, and we need to work together. If it is something where they need to raise money for revenue, that for enforcement or for better regulation or whatever they need, we're willing to work with them on that. So, but there are seriously a lot of people, including myself, that if this bill does go through, we don't know there's so much uncertainty going on and they're all true. What everybody said today in this meeting, that it will hurt, and it hurts.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions? So you said you're willing to work with Senator Briese to make it a better bill? Oh, absolutely. We all are. It was they come out and they have these big numbers, and you're going, they're going out 20% of gross. I go, these games don't even do 20% of gross. I go, we're going to lose money plus lose money because we got to pay for taxes. They're just, once they understand how, and I thought we were on the right page because revenue has came in and cleaned this up on an industry that's never existed, and finally got everything lined up and ready. And where we come out of rules and regs, everything's January 1st. It's there's no more, provisional games, ones that are still need to be tested or anything. Everything that's out is, within and another thing is to keep it in revenue. I'm pro revenue for once in my life. Is to say, hey, they're working on all the logistics, because they are still going in there and they're checking the cigarettes for tax stamps. They're checking the pickle card machines. They're checking, and they're going in there and they can just hit. Same thing with the jukeboxes and the pool tables and the cranes and all the other kids' games and adult games. But I don't know. As I said, I just think that we just need to squash this bill and maybe put together something else that would help revenue if that's what they're asking for. All right. Thank you. Are there any questions? Further questions? Seeing none. Are there any more opponents? I see Director Rocky is still here. Would you like to come up and answer any questions if there are any from the committee members. We've had a full day of testimony, and you've been very patient of being here. And I called you up at the beginning when normally you testify in the end, so you can come up with any information. What have you heard today that might clarify things or might work?
Well, first of all, thank you for allowing me to go first. And I thought I should stay because our customers are here, so it's helpful. What we've heard, I think, the impact of the devices on the individual businesses. We've had our own projections of what an average device would take in during a week or a year. And that's, about $1,000 a week per device. But in some cases it's more, and in other cases it's certainly less. So I think what to me that reinforces is the need for numerical reporting. I mean, there were questions of the operators, of the distributors, don't you have reports on your devices? Yes, they do, because it's a computer. But it would be useful to be able to establish some sort of reporting system, whether it's quarterly or every 6 months or annually, whatever, probably quarterly, to just get that verification in, whatever the rate is or whatever the tax may be. I think from an accountability standpoint, that would be helpful. And that's one of the things that I heard. The devices are, and the question was asked about, are some of the devices connected to the internet? Some are, some are not, I believe. I can tell you that the small community that we visited a month or so ago and left with their 4 devices, they were all connected to a modem. And from talking to the distributor that had those devices, he was able to see what those devices did in real time. So I think that's certainly doable. We have the ability to take electronic filings from the different licensees, whether it's charitable gaming or actually the one for cash devices is in the works. But in terms of electronic payment, electronic paperwork can be done now. Sorry, long answer.
No, it's okay. Is that it?
I think that there's just the specifics of the types of reporting requirements, and there were discussion about whether or not the devices should be in an isolated area. I know the U-Stops here in Lincoln, for example, have created an isolated area, but other locations, they have them up front. Mr. Mai's store on West O Street is just down the street from our office, and their devices are up front. So I think that's, open to interpretation. I think the operators would probably have the best sense there. We saw the photos, of course, of the children playing the game. I've seen kids playing pickle cards, and I know from the lottery, we always make a point, especially during the holidays, these are not for kids, these are adult gifts. So, there's a certain amount of control that can only go so far, and then the end user has to be responsible. But that would be something that could be useful for enforcement purposes, I guess, beyond the $1,000 per day for fine or whatever the committee decides or legislature decides is appropriate on devices.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions? Seeing none. Thank you again.
Thank you so much.
Senator Briese, thank you for staying. Only if you buy me a beer.
I really want to thank everyone for coming today, and it's important that we hear from the stakeholders and the folks that have an interest in this, and I'm glad you showed up, and that was good that you did. But there was an implication earlier, that a suggestion that this was brought on behalf of the casino industry or brought on behalf of special interests. No, this for me was brought on behalf of Nebraska taxpayers still clamoring for property tax relief. I've done this. We fought these battles for 6-7 years, Senator Brewer, Senator Lowe, and some of you have been here less than that, but when we continue to fight those battles. And again, it really appreciate the size of the crowd. And it kind of reminds me of the size of the crowds that I've gotten on my efforts to expand the sales tax base to fund property tax relief. That can tend to fill up a room as well. And as I said earlier, I think we do need to back off on the provision to require an enclosed area for this. I don't particularly care about the location or the isolation of these machines, and I don't really care about a fee increase. If we don't need a fee increase to help with enforcement, I don't want to raise fees on anyone. And personally, I'm not focused on the illegal machines. I'm not focused on sending this thing to the Racing and Gaming Commission. If you want to leave it in the Department of Revenue, I'm okay with that. What I am focused on is the potential for property tax relief. I can sit here for a half hour talking about the property tax crisis facing our state and why we have to, why property tax relief and reform is a multi-pronged effort. And we have to approach any avenue that can help us address that situation. Voters told us they want casinos at racetracks, and they want to have those machines taxed at 20%, with 70% of that going to the property tax credit fund. What we're talking about here today is a small industry that many perceive as very similar to the casino industry relative to these machines. And so really the question before the committee is, should this industry help with addressing the property tax crisis as casinos do? And if so, how do we best protect the players in this industry so we don't do serious damage there? And again, I think we do that if we're going to go down this road. We do that by avoiding the fee increases. We possibly look at a lower tax rate than the 20%. I think one of the testifiers mentioned a percentage that they could live with. Maybe that's something we should consider. And again, try not to make this onerous on the players in the industry, but also effectuate some measure of property tax relief. And with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Senator Briese. You have been a champion on gambling and everything else that we've encountered in the last several years. So, and also property tax relief. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Are there any questions for Senator Briese? Seeing none?
Well, I appreciate everyone staying late tonight, and time to get out of here.
All right.
You bet. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you all for coming and attending our committee hearing.